bad. I didn't add myself. Now I think I can be heard. Am I right?
Yes,
yeah, I can see it moving.
yes,
Thanks.
yes, you were not there.
I apologize, guys. So I will leave you guys, and then I will come in later, and then after you guys, CJ, James, and yeah, because I'll focus here on trying to make it make sure that it's getting to Facebook, and then at the same time, until if you come in or something like that, then that's when I'll take it easy, relax. Last time I sweated. Actually, this is not easy. I don't know how you do it. Actually, what will we do without you?
Say who again? Sorry.
I said I will, when you start, I will come later after CJ and James, because I will try to focus to make sure that the audio is going right to Facebook. Until if you come in too, then maybe I'll take a break. And then I was saying that I don't know how you do it usually, because like I was like, what can we do without you? Really, it's like, thank you. You do a lot. Yeah, thank you.
No, we do it because we love our people and we have to speak. Because I know our weapon right now is our voices. Even though, really, I wish I could do more, or we could do more. But we do the best we can. But we want to talk the voice of truth. We're not going to talk lies to our people. We know we're going to make them believe that the solution is in South Sudan militias, the SPLM, or this negotiation, that these, I'm sorry to say, the clowns who are running around it, because we're not looking for anything. There is no way you can negotiate with your land and your people. Unfortunately, it's really sad. It breaks my heart. I will just come over in a minute. Let me just share first the Facebook, to all these places that I know, and then from there, and please you also share those who are in Facebook, those who are in Clubhouse, because we have so many enemies, unfortunately, because we speak the facts, we challenge them. We're not to please them. We don't submit to people just because they sound friendly or they have to be appeased. We speak the facts. If they don't like us, good luck with them. The hell with them. We don't care about them. What we care is about the truth. Because there's people who are dying there. There's people who are suffering. We need to put an end to it. But to put an end to it, we have to be very frank with ourselves. Where is our stand as Equatorian? Are we really in the right direction? Or are we just selling ourselves cheap to anybody who passed through and tell us, okay, Equatorian, come, I will give you this. Yesterday, SPLM used this. The next day, IO used this. Then now the third day, these other so-called opposition, I wanted to call, because I'm not afraid to say it, those so-called opposition wolves and foxes who are lurking around, making sure that Equatorial must be submissive, must not speak for their land, must not speak for independence of Equatorial, must not speak for the people who are suffering, the 2 million and extra of Equatorian who are in different neighboring countries, and the abuse and the occupation is coming in. They want us to be silent. They said, we all South Sudanese, we're all suffering. No, let me be clear. South Sudan is just a name. But for us, Equatoria is a living thing for us, because the land of Equatoria is who we are. It's our beginning. It's our, birthplace. It's our ancestral land. And we cannot, give it or, measure it with anything that is called South Sudan, because these things are nonsense to us. And we could see the enemy will not be happy when we talk like this. They want us to be submissive. They want us to praise people naively and think that these people are speaking for us and these people are doing this, but they're not. They want us to always say, no, we are in two parallel line, طريق شنو بيقولوا محترقتين ولا متوازيتين لكن ما بيتجمع. They will never come together. So let us be honest with ourselves. I feel heartbroken when I see the ignorance, the sheer ignorance of some of our people, especially in diaspora, those who are willing to sell themselves cheap because they're living good. That's why they always take the wrong side. If they really feel the pain of these people down there, genuinely, they will stand with us without hesitation. And they will not look at competition. They will not look for leadership. They will look for the positive way to rescue our people from this danger. And we speak this, and we know we have also allies and friends from other countries, from other friends, who also got interest to what Equatorian are going through. And we speak this with all sincerity. Those friends also, we need your assistance, your help, your stand with us. Because we Equatorian, we need all that we can. And we will achieve it. We need your stand beside us. We need you to understand our case. We need you to voice our cry to the people of the world, that the people of Equatoria need rescue, a genuine rescue, because this country is nothing but a trap to us. It's nothing but our destruction. The enemy are happy when Equatoria are silent, when Equatoria are divided, confused mentally, when Equatoria are not watching themselves to rise up to their potential. So I will stop here for a second. So let me share this in Facebook, and then I will join you. I'm still with you guys, but I'll just done, and then I'll put some music on that moment. Oh, Didi, you can play the music to Equatoria, and then from there, what I'm saying, yeah. And you can let that one open over there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Make sure your mic is on when you play the music of We Are Equatorian. Your mic in Clubhouse, don't forget.
Yep, yeah.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wa. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina.
Oh, sorry guys.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wa. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita minyambio, kanita mintori, weleta minjuba, yeah. Anina Equatorian. Keresia sama kesi wanina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina gulu wahi, Equatoria bihapa. Yapigwa pijama, asan pele na bihapa. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanagule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Pele dwahid. Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye. Anina Equatorian. Kelele na hivo na fusina, kebili ya kede maferiganina. Salam wa sakhafa, behaja derino hasan pele na piraba, arif ma pisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us ipanagule. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my Panangala. I love my people, and I'm the voice.
Ajoli ya buga ya baka, kodi ya balanda mari, kapuwa kini kukuku, lambo lugoya, ajoli kukusa mundo, nyangara morobe mari, mundare, nyambara, kutumu mari makutudo, lugara bunga ya lobe, lulu kukusa,
Mundo,
nare,
Anakulu nasi sawa. siasa digesi manena, siasa madigesi manena, anina wahe.
Thank you, guys. I hope you guys heard it clear. It doesn't seem like it's very loud to me here, but I hope it was okay. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Didi. It is. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just let me start first, because I know we're waiting. I'm just still sharing, but let me play. And I really want to appreciate those who have been here with us in the room for a while. It's really great to see you guys. I know you want to hear from us, and we're going to put our points clearly, because I know people want to hear what we have to say. And of course, like the topic is clear, let's not be excited. Let's deconstruct Troika statement toward the SPLM 2-year extension. If you read it carefully, you understand something there. The message, yesterday I saw people were very excited. Of course, this is something they say, but let's look at it in the other side of where we are as Equatorians. And we look at the reality of what's going on in the ground in South Sudan, and in Equatoria particularly. Those of Troika are aware of what's going on, the crimes against humanity, the killing, all these things, and yet they're still willing to work with this regime in the way they call it diplomatic relation. So when I hear that others who are calling, oh, now Troika have stated, how many times Troika have stated messages of saying that, you know what, people, in South Sudan are suffering, we want the peace to continue, and yet they never done anything, only just writing statements and still working with that unqualified or illegitimate regime that we call it, the SPLM and its cohorts. So let me wait a minute, just like trying to share it. If you are on Facebook also, please share it, because our enemies won't accept, they don't want to let our voice be heard to the people, so people can wake up and rise to the potential, because they want people to just be mesmerized and deceived by those so-called, they're speaking on the truth, but I wonder what truth. All they speak is for their political parties. They speak for their interests, and they always like to praise themselves. They never like to talk about the people, real issues. We're fed up. We're sick of these kind of characters. We need to wake up, really. Wisdom is when they said, real revolution start with knowledge, and we need the wisdom of the people to be there. So you guys, it's time for you to really take action. Take the responsibility as Equatorian in particular, because people are dying over there. People are living in the camps. I don't want us to be always, just like people who always emotionally get trapped into some group coming together and say, oh, this is what we do, and then everybody being in the ecstasy. I feel like I can give you an example. When I went to a church one time, and you know how like churches are, some churches are very much, you can go there and you listen to the pastor and you sleep. Some churches, they will get you so excited and hyped and you begin to dance. And I know people have been in churches, they can tell that. So I've been in church one time, different churches. I've been in one church that when the pastor starts speaking, I swear you will sleep, you will fall asleep quickly. You won't even believe it. You almost, sometimes people fall from their chair and they say, oops, it's embarrassing. And then there's another pastors who, when they go to their church, you will see the excitement, the dance, the music. People are jumping up and down. And I've seen that. And this is what I see with these. But at least in the church, it's exciting. And it's beneficial. But when you hear those crookeds, those hypocrites, those who pretend that they are speaking on the voice of reason, logic, human right, it's just really ridiculous. And then they establish their gangs, of course. So these gangs can work on the program how to elaborate this thing into something like almost orchestratic kind of like orchestral kind of like theme, where people will become so excited, so mesmerized. But all they get is that these people are telling to the people, we are yours, your leaders. You need to listen to us. You know what? But at the end, you will never see them really speaking on behalf of the people when it comes to the 0 hour. When it comes to the point of zero, they will just How many times, let me ask you, all these years, these people so-called themselves, they switch alliance, they break alliance, they come back, and how many times have you seen them ever stood on their point? Why are we playing with our souls for these devils? If they were the devils, we got to put them out. They're the devils. If they were angels, let's see them, what the angels are doing. But we're allowing such people to play us out, to move us left and right, to put us in a position where we cannot even begin to think straight. We always think in the matter of we are just, twisted left and right. So I really want people to be very careful and very wise enough for their right. I'm not going to go far, but I'm just going to, let me start with this. And I want to appreciate those who are with us and those who are genuinely believe in Equatoria, because Equatoria is for us. And we speak here, we're not tweeting our words, and we're not going to back up. Even if we are 3 or 4, we're not afraid to stand for Equatoria. Because I know some people only just get to speak on Equatoria when they're excited. But when it comes to the heating moment, they will run away and leave Equatoria. Like, I don't know. We are all Junubin. That's what they always call it at the end. And it's very sad. It breaks my heart when I hear these people. It makes me wonder, this really what we are? Is this what Equatoria is? But I'm thankful, I'm proud and honored that those few Equatorians making difference. And I promise you this, because we say this with my heart and I believe in it. When time comes, even if we do whatever we need to do to make Equatoria get their right, we will do it. We're tired of people running around being cowards. People today, they're standing with Equatoria. It almost like remind me what Jesus said in the Bible. If you remember, Masala Zaria in Arabic, in English, the good seed or something, where he said there was a farmer. One time he's going to the field, but in the way before he goes to the field, he was getting these seeds. So some of the seeds fell on the road, and those seeds were eaten by the birds. And then some of them fell on the rock, and some of them fell in a thorny area. So and then there is one that it fell in the good ground, in the perfect ground where it really made some difference. So those in the rocky area, when it began to blossom, at the end when it reached the top, automatically the sun began to shine on them and they died. They could not handle the strength of the sun, And then you come up to the one also, those fell under the thorny area. When they began to grow, they were choked. So, and then the next one, the good one, the last one, went into the ground. It grew up and it blossomed. It was whatever the number is, few or what. It made a great, huge, fruit that it really benefited the people in the society. So this is actually, it was a spiritual meaning what Jesus meant. But when I look at it today in our time as Equatorians, I see the same thing with us. We have some Equatorians who always in the road, they will be captured. They will be captured by the emotion, by those vultures, and it will grab them. So they will never stick on the truth or in the fact that it's for Equatoria. You could see them out there. They will never even mention. They try to avoid Equatoria as much as they can. They have to focus only in Upper Nile, only in Bahar Basta, as if they are trying to say they are for unity, and they are pretending they're unity. Even if they're united for unity, yet they don't have any stand, don't have a ground. You know what I mean? The ground that they're standing on is shaky, is very unfruitful, and they're not going to bring anything. But yet they brag about it. They are for this, and then that's why you see the vulture will take them left and right and will swallow them. And then you have those people who are, even though you hear them, yes, we are for Equatoria, we are proud to be Equatorian. Then suddenly, when time comes, when the real strength, when to shine up and do your part, they will become unable. So they will be burned by the sun, because we are facing a challenge. Speaking for Equatoria is not a joke, and even to do Equatoria is a big task. And then those people will immediately surrender and will die in these rocks because they have no ground too. And then you can see the others. Sorry, let me just. There is some interruption here. And then you can see the others who are under the thorny area. They'll be choked. They cannot go up. They go up, they'll be choked by the thorn. And these thorns are those who give them false ideas. Tell them that you guys, and even you could see them, one day they are for independent of Equatorial, the next day they go into the next side, they will run away and act like they don't have any idea for Equatoria. They have to focus on South Sudan and the whole thing. Those are the elements that we have faced within the fight for Equatoria. And then you got the good ones, the one that will be rooted in its root to the ground. And I believe wholeheartedly, anything that has roots, it always rises up to its potential. And I want to see some, not all, but some of the Equatorians in diaspora, in other countries, to really shine like these good seeds who goes under the ground. Because today, Equatoria is under existential threat. I don't want us to speak for Equatoria only for the sake of speaking. I don't want us to also manipulate, because we've been tested, I'll be honest with you. Even we had enemies in the midst of what we're fighting. People who hated us, some of them who pretended to be with us, hated us later. Some of them who never liked us, they always try to conspire against us. But we are proud to stand as Equatorian without fear, without shame. We know that we, the few who speak for Equatoria, will be the voice until we take action when it needs to be. I know it's a challenge, but nothing is impossible. We believe in the land of Equatoria. We believe in you, my fellow Equatorian, down there in the camps, those who are suffering, those who have lost their family members, those who have never got food, those who have struggled to find a job, those who have, daughters and mothers, those who have been abused, those who have been killed. We even speak for those who died in this conundrum called South Sudan. We will fight. We vow with all our heart to the living God that we know that He created us all, that we will not stop until Equatoria become independent. And this is something that we believe in it. Either there is nothing else going to stop us. No death, no hell, no nothing until we achieve it. And we say land or death, liberty or death. For Equatoria, nothing to be compromised. Those who are cowering around so-called titles, so-called conspiracies, so-called, these people will always fade in the time in history. They will be remembered as the enemies of the people of Equatoria. When I look back and I revise my people history, the Equatorian history, I always feel pride when I hear Anyanya, because I remember that Anyanya had a history where young men in our time, the same ages like ours, in their time, rose up, did not feel they were different. They even had the commitment. They went to the bush. They took action. Some of them were intelligent enough, brilliant. They began to work in writing and contributing with ideas, with even speeches to the people. They built that spirit of Equatoria in the mid-70s, 60s, 70s, during the time where Africa was getting their independence. Those men were real. Those were the genuine heroes that when I look up to them, I always honor them. Anyone come from Anyanya is a hero to me, because those Equatorians were real. But when I see today Equatorians who are always promoted in some things, I feel so ashamed and disgusted, because they have no value to the Equatorian. They have put us into this condition today. And I will repeat this all the time, and I'm not afraid to say it, because the truth must be told when it comes what is happening. They don't even want to come and work with us. They don't even want to offer help, but instead they want to go and divide us if they can, to break us, to even silence us if they can, because they tried everything. And I'll tell you this, I have seen their tricks. They tried everything. But I warn them, you try your wicked, and I will come to you in the name of the living God that we believe in, and we will challenge you until we get our land. You can be in the wrong side of history because you already chose it, but for us to stand in the name of God, by the name of God and by the name of Equatoria, and we'll make sure we get our land. Because we have no fear, no foreigners, anybody can challenge us on our right. Because we're tired and sick to see our enemies always come to betray us, to kind of destroy us. They want to do whatever evil, but we vow to it that we're not going to stop. And I want our brothers and sisters down there to also take courage and to fight back, to stand for the truth, Do not fall for any tricks of these wicked people, and do not just follow because somebody tell you. You must know where's your right first, and you must speak without fear. Do not come and sugarcoat anybody. Speak your facts, speak your truth. If they don't like it, then the hell with them, because they are not for you. You need to speak what you need to speak. When our people are getting killed, there is nobody to save them, because they're dying day and night over there. These people now have recruited armies, and we are worried what these people are doing, what they're going to do next. I want to get this it really break my heart when I see the enemies are really trying to divide Equatoria. And I could see the enemy are not sleeping. And also I want to tell Equatorians, you to be blamed too. Because some of you want to be under the rock, like I said, or live under these thorny areas, or live in the street, where the birds will take you, where when you try to get under the rock to rise up, you will be suffocated by the sun. And if you are under this so-called thorny area, you will be choked and will never grow. You will always have these, shaky, shifty people, twisty, they will not be straight. And then you get the few ones who are standing for the ground. Those are the ones I say, God bless them, because they have dignity and honor, and they always know what they are. They're real, genuine sons of Equatorian and daughters of Equatorian, because those are the ones who never shaken by anything. It doesn't matter if people like them or not, if people listening to them or not, if people want to follow them or not, but they are standing their ground because they know that these people are suffering, and we're doing everything in our will to make things happen. I know the challenge is tough, but it's a great experience and a great honor that we are fighting with our heart and soul and mind and spirit for the people of Equatoria. And that's what I wanted to say. And I say thank you. And we're going to continue fighting because Equatoria need us. And for those who are selling themselves cheap, I'll say shame on you guys. You need to wake up, because time is not again in your side. You will always be known in history as those cowards and those sellouts who never benefit Equatoria, only trying to do evil. And let me tell you, if you have an evil heart to divide Equatoria, you will never win. Let me tell you this, guys, because we Equatorian believe in Equatoria. We will make it happen. I'm proud to be mixed of all Equatorian tribes, and I'm so honored that I am holding this as my own crown and my own identity, because Equatoria is who I am. It shaped me who I am. I never seen it, but does not mean I'm not Equatorian. Like when Israelis, when they came back to the land, they fought for it, knowing that they did not see it. But when they went there, they took pride and they let their children to live it. Today, a lot of those generation after World War II in Israel, benefiting from Israel because they have lived there and they have learned that their ancestors did not stop. And those people started their nation in the 40s, in 1940s, after World War II. So imagine, and today the generations of Israel are increasing, benefiting from this peace, from this sacrifice. But Equatorian, those who are sellout, where is your sacrifice? You're not sacrificing, you're selling yourself out to the enemies, to those who are going to use you, those who are going to mock you, those who are trying to silence your voice. You want to appease them, but don't think you're smart. You are a fool, and you have embarrassed your family, your ancestors. If I was your grandfather, I would say, whoa, why did I would not even want to have, I don't want to say, but this is really shame. You're keeping you're making those people really suffering in pain. They desecrated our ancestors' grave, for God's sake, and you still want to be with these people? Just ask yourself. Somebody will come and take your ancestral grave from the ground and try to dismiss you don't exist, and try to even create history above your head, and you still want to call yourself South Sudanese. Well, good luck with South Sudan, but for me, I'm not South Sudanese, I'm Equatorian. I'm proud to be an Equatorian, because great Equatorian nation. You want it not, you're the one who's going to be in the bad side of history. So let me start with quick music, and then we can start reading this article that we're trying to focus on, which is the Troika. We're going to just deconstruct the message here, the statement, by Troika to the SPLM, extension of 2 years. So stay with me. Let me just play this music, and then from there we'll start. Thank you. All right, thank you guys. Let me start here. Let me just fill up the paper and then we will start, okay? I hope you guys listening to me carefully. Am I heard clear?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, okay. Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna pull out this the statement by Troika, and I want to read it carefully so people can begin to assess it. Okay, just give me a second. Let me pull it out here. And okay, 1, 2, 3, to see it. Okay, just let me see. I want to find the article. Just give me a second. Yeah, all right, here it is. Yeah, the article was made by Troika. I'm just going to read it so people can just pay attention with us. His statement by the Troika was September 1st, of course. It was typed and printed September 1st, 2022. It says, with today's vote in the reconstituted Joint Monitoring and Evaluation Commission, RGMEC, to extend the transitional period. Just let me read it carefully because I want to make sure I'm reading it well. I'm reading it from my tablet here, so you have to bear with me. Okay, it says with today's vote in the reconstituted Joint Monitoring and Evaluation Commission (RGMEC) to extend the transitional period, South Sudan's leaders again extended their time in power, despite falling over the past 4 years, to deliver fully on the commitment they made in the 2018 Revitalized Peace Agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan. RARCSS, we regret that the government did not postpone ratification of the extension in extension to give time for them to demonstrate through sustained action and result on the ground that the new commitment as set out in the roadmap will be different from the last few years. We regret also that the government did not take the opportunity for meaningful engagement with civil society and other agreement stakeholders, which we believe increases the chances of successful implementation. For these processes reason, the Troika, as voting members of the RGMEC, could not support the extension at the time. We require further evidence of the government's commitment to deliver on the new roadmap and fully implement the RARCSS before we can do so. We recognize that the RARCSS as an agreement continues to represent an opportunity to build peace and stability in South Sudan. Our lack of support for the proposed extension in today's people's quest, in today's peace and stability in South Sudan, our lack of support for the proposed extension today's extraordinary RDMC meeting does not diminish our commitment to the South Sudanese people. Quest for peace, prosperity, and democracy. We call on South Sudanese leaders to shoulder their responsibility to date. The RARCSS has prevented a return to large-scale conflict, but it has not delivered democracy, peace, justice, or opportunity for the South Sudanese people. They are paying the price for non-implementation through the extreme level of violence and abuse visited upon civilians across the country. The Troika, in close coordination with the EU and with its member states, regional partners, and other stakeholders, remain convinced that the path to ending their suffering and achieve their goal is through full implementation of the RARCSS. Remember, I want you guys to pick the points. I have some points here. And we support the government's commitment to roadmap to make the best use of the reminder of original time frame for the agreement and clarify how it would use any additional time from an extension. South Sudan's leaders must also now deliver the result they promised in the timeline they committed to through the roadmap. They must also dedicate sufficient resources to the agreement implementation. This would send an important and positive signal to non-signatories, which we once again call upon to engage constructively in the peace process. We urge the South Sudanese friends and partners, just closes me here. Again, we urge the South Sudanese friends and partners to strengthen their monitoring of progress. Each missed benchmark will further call into question the political commitment of South Sudan leaders. All right, this is what the Troika has stated. And I've seen yesterday people were hyped up by this statement. And I feel like there was a propaganda that been played in here on this letter. But the letter, to me, I'll just put it in, I'll sum it up, is vague. Vague in a statement. This is my point, and you have to listen to it carefully. We are facing a challenge. I hope you guys are listening, and I will say again, these things, as you know, it's a game, a political game, from what I understand. The United States, all these Troika are in South Sudan working with the regime on achieving a peace, and the peace agreement, it seems to be acknowledged, because from what I've heard, it says they support that. They are part of the voting members in the RGMC. Plus, they're also supporting the idea that these people need to continue working on peace. Let's come to this idea, this knowledge of peace. Peace of whom, though? Peace with whom? Those are the same people who fought each other. First, we know that they are one political party. All of them are SPLM members. They divided themselves into many parties after they got into a fight in 2013. And this fight was not even a fight of politics, like the ideology fight. It wasn't an ideological fight. It was more about a tribal grudges that was created by the Jing Council or by John Garang himself, or all these people who have SPLM. And then you look back at the historical background of Upper Nile, because this thing relates to Upper Nile. So if we want to put it that this is a fight of Upper Nile and Bahr Ghazal, well, it can be also summoned that way, or you can say Upper Nile, because the end is fight that Dinka have created it. And let's be clear, Dinka started this fight by killing civilians in their homes in 2013. The man who called himself president, we know he came illegitimately, took power without our consent as a people of South Sudan, or what you want to call yourself. But as an Equatorian, we were not happy. But of course, the so-called leaders of Equatoria never spoke, never even challenged. Only one person, his name is Wani Tombe. This is the real man, and I'm proud of him. And then there's another person also, and let's not forget also to give a credit to him. He rebelled, but then they killed him. He tried to kind of like form Equatoria to rise up. His name, Abdurrahman Sule. Those are the real men. And if there was others, I forgot, you might remind me later, but those are the men who really spoke that this regime is not right. And this regime is tribal. They warned the Equatorian, but what Equatorian did, today we're talking to them, They're ignoring our voices. They prefer to go and mix themselves with some so-called likable people or whatever they want to call themselves, group of, coming around being gangs of initiation or something so they can look like they're doing something, but they're not doing anything. They are returning Equatoria back to class zero. The same failure, now I see they're trying to get us back to it. And then when I hear it, because we're still talking about Troika, but I'm just saying this is what's happening in the country. So they went out there and spoke against these people. And yet, they were murdered. And then they could control the country from top to bottom. And those elements were just out there supporting caste. Those who were working in military or working in the security or working in logistics or working in the political arena, they all got their paycheck. They forgot about us, Equatorian. Remember that. You guys are living in camps. You guys were living in Khartoum. انتوا عايشين في خرطوم. انتوا عايشين في مخيمات. الناس ديل نسونا نهائي. Equatorian اليوم إحنا بنقولهم قادة بتاعنا ديل إن كان جوا ولا برا نسونا. ديل ما تكلموا عن الصوت إسرائيل الناس اللي ماتوا يا أوزي عبد الرحمن سليم and the other guy الله يرحمه واني تومبي. Those are the real heroes. because اتكلم بوضوح. أدونا إنذار إنه الناس ديل ده حكومة قبلية. And today we're paying the price. Then again, after that silence, they silence our people. Later, they begin to target the Nuer. Yet the Nuer was partner with them in the government. Riek Machar is a big voice. Don't undermine Riek Machar. Riek Machar has a power, even right now. And I tell you, if these people harm Riek Machar, this country is done. If these people, so-called Jim Council, try to take him out, even now he's in house arrest, he's been destroyed. Now, just silence him. But if he gets out, that'll be okay for him. But if he gets out. But if these people kill him, I bet you there is nothing called peace in that country. And yet the Equatorians, some of those who call themselves Unionists, they are trying so hard to mingle themselves with people who are killing each other all day. They will get in there, fight. They want to say we are supporting the unity, and yet they will go and find themselves in the position of weakness. So these things is escalating deeper. And when these people start killing the Nuer did not hesitate to take action. And Riek Machar escaped with his life out of Juba to another area where he later declared he's an IO, opposition. Of course, also some of these so-called, at that time, opposing the regime, because their issue in what we know later is that the issue was internal issue between the SPLM members. Yet the SPLM members were hiding a tribal intention. Like today, we see it. Even today, if you talk about the opposition, they are not different from these guys. And I will blast them all because they are not perfect. Those are the same elements who came out from that. Because this regime was a ticking bomb. Ticking bomb was there. They were sitting out there killing each other silently. They were provoking. Even US were telling this, but US brought them together. And the Troika brought them together. Let me not put US, but the Troika, because they were trying to negotiate them to come into understanding that they are servant of the people. They come together to work for the people. But apparently, SPLM has an agenda. And yet, you could see the agenda when Gering died. Automatically, they hired this man. They brought him in power. They put him in the leadership, made sure he's going to execute what the mission that Gering did not continue. And those people are minds of Dinkas in general, like the Jin Council are big minds. And that's why I mock these people, and I laugh at them when they come and tell us, oh, Kir is the only problem. If you take Kir, everything will be okay. That's why they're trying to rally our people naively, and those who want to be attention seekers to feel like, they're doing something. They're not doing anything. They're not helping Equatorian. They're actually putting Equatorian in danger, because these who are using you to go and rally for them, make them as your voice. Later, you become up another joke. We have been used the same way before to go and vote for the country called South Sudan when we didn't even speak for our right. And our leaders did not even come up and talk very clear. You, Equatorian, need to stand for yourself, because now it's time for putting things straight. This regime does not represent us. It speaks only for one side. It does represent, and that's when you see the military and all these things are established under one tribal rule. They bring the other Equatorian only to support, not to make any difference. They are there just to execute the mission for them, to make the mission for them. The same like what we have governors in Equatoria today, they are only doing their job. They're puppets, because Dinka now are in domination. Even Caroline Berger mentioned this, she mentioned this, for those who call themselves educated, she mentioned this clearly. And even let them, she even recorded their confession to her. thinking that she's very impressed by them because they were stupid. They thought they will impress her. Those Jing Council dying elders, all these things and to those who are suffering. So God wanted to allow the world to see. And we continue to speak out now. Speak out generally. Let us not follow these clowns who want us to be returned back to the same field of slavery. It's almost like somebody, his Uncle Tom, will take you back to field of slavery. That's what, in America we call the Uncle Tom. Is that mean those are people, because this is a literature in the past, a literature that was made by one of those during the Civil War, Uncle Tom Cabin, that's what they call it. It was a literature that was made as a story and to promote also anti-slavery at that time. But what later Uncle Tom became a definition of the person who is so submissive to his master. Even during the civil rights or those time when Black Americans were fighting for their right, African American fighting for their right, they start speaking out. And then Malcolm X, one of the people who always mentioned Uncle Tom as the person who's very hard to sell out, somebody who's willing to submit to the enemy and bring all his brothers back into the field to work as more slaves. And this is what they did to us. We Equatorians need to wake up. We need to stop being emotional. Today, the enemy control, especially the enemies who are pretending to be our friends, are the worst enemies than those who already have shown us his ugly faces. Because we know that the SPLM used our Equatorian and massacred our Equatorian men and women, and to the extent even they used them to fight and die, and now they're wasted. Because we gain nothing from their death, from what happened. What happened is that these people are still in power. We gave them power. Our brothers died for them. So we were slaves to them. So we need to be very careful. So these things were facts that we know, and we have seen it. And the international community, even without being there, they have witnessed it. And that's why you see Caroline Berger Spot writing these things in her anthropological report. But again, going back to what happened, 2013 was a clear message that this is a conflict, not only an internal conflict between the politicians who are seeking power, because all of them, when they came in there, everybody was mashhunin, like they were very much aggressive, ready to fight. But what hold them is that the South Sudan as a nation, because it's a new nation, and it gave them that ability to kind of hold on for a couple of years, because the United Nations, in Troika, and other countries were supporting them to build the country. But what happened later, we found out there was a lot of corruption. People start looting the country. If anybody in SPLM said they never done any wrong, well, I cannot believe it right now, because every day I see something opposite. The SPLM, those people, corruption, you don't have to take millions of dollars to be corrupt. Corruption can be even somebody who's sell out, who's not willing to fight for his people, who's not willing to speak for the people. So if you did corruption, your corruption might be different. Some will be allowing things, he will let this go pass through, like he didn't know, he didn't see. And some will use the move of, getting paid to be silent. And they did that. They gave them hush money, like what they call, I forgot the name of it. There is a name for that. Like embezzlement, but it's not embezzlement, something closer to that point. But anyway, they went to that extent. So the time when they saw the country was already been struggling, because that time people say they don't get paycheck, and there was already a conflict in Upper Nile. Remember, there was a conflict in Upper Nile between the Dinka, Nuer, and Murle, and that happened before even the incident 2013. That exposed to us Equatorians, and yet Equatorians were trying to blind eye, especially those who call themselves educated Equatorian in the Western countries. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the people down there who are living the reality. Those who pretend to be educated in the West. Most of these people who call themselves educated, some of them, they're now working as a collaborators in the regime. Like this guy, what's his name? Elia Lamoro. This is one of the corrupt person. He was living in the West, and now they use him because he's a suck up. He liked to, excuse my language, in American they call a kiss ass, a butt kisser. He made sure he got his way, and then he got paid. He went to work there. Now he's one of the consuls who work at Advice Kir. Those are the people who destroyed us, Equatorians. And yet we always willing to forgive them when they are exited, kicked out. We go and worship them. Oh, these guys are for us. These are our people. And we begin to take pride. Take pride on a fool. You need to wake up. We've seen how many people come out and when they get back, they forget about us because they never thought about us. So those are the people who were working for that. So the SPLM knew who to use. Going back to what I'm saying here is that this conflict was very clear that everybody have their own group. And when this 2013 happened, because the Jane Council and SPLM were already planning to attack or to create a conflict with Nuer after they killed Morley, and then United Nations rebuked them because the United Nations actually stopped that fight. It told them, shame on you. You're killing defenseless people. And then they begin to put excuses, oh, Morley is attacking us. But Morley was not doing anything at that time. They were trying to defend themselves. And there was a lot of killing. But thank God the United Nations put a stop. But they did not know the coming conspiracy, which is 2013 conspiracy later, end up to killing of 2013, like thousands of Nuer civilian at night. So that moment, it exploded the reality of what is conflict going on. This conflict is based on tribalism. And now they want to call ethno-political war, whatever they want to give it a title. But to me, there is a rooted tribal conflict there. They already fight among themselves because from the bush, we know when they were fighting in the jungle there, they did not like each other. How many times they broke alliance to go against each other, even they allow people to die. These are the same people now, some of us are worshiping them. Some of them who conspire behind the scene, not showing that they are fighting, but they work in inciting the divide. And we know them today because we could see them now. They're trying to incite divide among us Equatorians. They're doing the same game, trying to divide us Equatorians to stand on different sides. Even when we start speaking of our independence as Equatoria, they created division among us. Even they start dividing the Equatorians in the word of how to stand for yourself. Are you for unity or separation? They went to that extent to make us look like we have to take side. Yes, I take side of my people. And it's good because, even Moses, during the time when he brought the people of Israel out of Egypt, in the desert, there was wicked people and there was good people. The people who stood beside Moses, they got to the salvation. But those who refused, they got the earth swallowed them and killed them. And these enemies, the same people who used to work in the SPLM, who created the inside, were sitting behind the scene like Herboya. They know how to get, to incite fitna. They create this, divisive mindset, and then the fools will begin to fight. And this is exactly what they did. They did it in 2013 before these things. They were inciting hate among them, and they were even fueling it. And then later, the conflict happened. Of course, now international community have to enter. United Nations came in, Troika, they need to solve it. So they brought an agreement. All of them wrote something, and then they put them together. But again, it was broken by the regime when they attacked Riek Machar again, and then he had to escape. And you remember how he almost died. He got shot, but he made it to Congo, then later sent to Khartoum. So those things is an episode was known. And as we say, it's a conflict of internal conflict within the regime as SPLM, and also add to it there is a few tribal grudge, and above that also there is people behind the scene who's working within the regime to create this escalation of division, divide and rule. And we could see them, some of them are now outside, are playing the same role, but this time they're targeting us as Equatorian, and we have to be very careful of these foxes and these wolves. And then, after all these things, United Nations and US again gave those people a chance in the revitalized peace agreement, what they did in Khartoum. Now, this is my problem here with Troika. You guys, you always say you cannot, let me just put this. If it was in Europe or it's happening in America, would they ever bring the same messed up people to come and make peace? If the Republicans are fighting each other, because say the Republican is the one running the country, and they fought each other, there was a civil war. Would you recycle the same people to make peace? When part of the people were not part of the issue, it was internal conflict within the regime, within the political power. US know better, but they did not act, or Troika did not act. Instead, they began to say, let's work. Because also you have to remember why they did that. They did that because right now, South Sudanese people, as usual, in particular Equatorian, will always like to fight people without questioning them. Not questioning them in who they are as personalities, but questioning what is their point or their message or their objective. These people, first of all, they all part of SPLM, work with SPLM, empower themselves in SPLM, establish themselves in SPLM to the extent they become voices called leaders, but yet they are not representing us. Let me tell you, they were militia leaders, warlords and all that. When they came to power, they came against the will of the people. Let me remind you, this government right now is not legitimate. And when the people are standing, not speaking for their right, what do you expect? The world will just act like they don't know nothing. They're not going to advise you. First of all, you're not Europe. You're African. You're black. You see in Rwanda, many people died in Rwanda. After how many millions, then they begin to talk about it. Now they make a movie on it, best-selling movie, makes millions, white people get happy. Oh, and then if you said, well, like, but we have to be honest with ourselves. I'm not against, white people for this, but I'm just saying this is the facts. We have to be honest with ourselves because this is something that will always be in history. Like the European ignored the suffering of our people today as they have ignored Rwanda when the people were massacred. So when Troika comes with a statement saying we will support the peace process, but we're not support the extension, to me, I feel like a slap on the face, not for South Sudan alone, but for Equatorian. Because Equatorian right now, our voices are not put clear. Even those who now try to act like they are adopting the case of Equatorian, they're not willing to go and put it out. They just want the voices behind them. When they get to their objective, they forget about us. They did that before. Now they're using us. Some of our Equatorian using us. And I feel ashamed of these people. And they know themselves. Let them be sincere and declare Equatorian is the way to be. Not South Sudan. Not unity. Not this nonsense that they've been talking about it for how many years. For God's sake, there is a number who says, if you're doing the same wrong repeatedly, it just shows your lunacy. You repeat the same mistake, it's a lunacy. How long are we going to follow, like, hey, in front of these snakes, these who are trying to use us? Okay, Europeans have understood that there is something here that the people are not. Even they describe Equatorian are weak because we don't speak for our right. They put us clearly we are weak. You can go and find it if you want and search. Western countries, including US, including many countries, say Equatorian are not, they don't exist out there. They cannot even speak because they're so weak. Their leaders are not there. Even the last document, if Didi got a chance, he can post it, but I will find it up, post it in Clubhouse. That article that says Equatoria, suffering in South Sudan by Alan Boswell. He put it clear. He even brought a historical issue about Equatoria, and yet Equatorian did not pay attention. But what my message is that this letter has nothing to do with the people in this factor. They're just saying that they're supporting peace, but they make sure that these people have to obey the peace agreement. Yet they are not speaking that these people have violated. They have no longer credibility here. But if they don't have credibility, let us go back to the decision of the people. And this is what I would say as an Equatorian nationalist who believe in Equatoria to be independent. We do not trust anyone who belongs to SPLM, former or those who are still there. Even the former are more dangerous than those who are in there right now, because the former SPLM are different because of the same ideology they carry. And they are not interested for us. They're interested for themselves. And they're more dangerous to speak for Equatoria because they don't speak for Equatoria. If they start speaking for Equatoria, be careful. We need them to really admit that they are in the wrong. But they will never. They have the arrogance not to say it. They want us to just keep mouth shut. I am sick and tired of us being silent for our right. If the world is silent, let us not be silent. Even Jesus said, when he came to Jerusalem, I'm just saying, because he's the truth. He said, I'm the truth of the way. He said, I'm the truth. So when Jesus walked in Jerusalem, remember what people say? Hosanna, Hosanna for the king. And then the priests were trying to silence him. Say, hey, let these people be quiet. Why are they saying this? They were trying to silence the people, but the people did not silence. So Jesus came and told them, hey, even if you silence him, will shout my name because they know who I am. You who know the facts would not want to speak for the truth, but you want to speak against us. And I say this because Equatorians really are suffering. And I'm sick to see people want to be silent, so we cannot speak for Equatoria, trying to be shy to speak. I am proud to be an Equatorian. I will speak for Equatoria. If it comes to the end of the world, I still will speak for Equatoria, because Equatoria is my homeland. Equatoria is my ancestor land. I'm not denying of somebody who doesn't even have a land, somebody who's moving around left and right, who's not unknown where his origin. Did you ever ask everywhere you see those, and let's be clear, with all respect to Dinka, let's be honest, with us, where is your location? Is it Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal? You cannot jump everywhere. Now you come to Equatoria and try to claim some lands in Equatoria, and yet fools of ours who call themselves leaders, and I have to say it, I'm sorry to say, but this is the truth. These people are foolish, because they will come and tell us that we are one people. What people are we? One with those who kill us, those who try to rape our people, those who try to wipe our name and history. For God's sake, when they were sitting in those chairs of leadership at the time when they were part of the SPLM, what did they do when these people were writing for our people? They were creating history that the majority of those who revolutionaries were Dinka. Most of them were Dinka leaders. I even remember they were trying to counterfeit stories about these people who came up, in the revolution. So they ignored even Anyanya. Anyanya beat them 10 times. Anyanya is colossal, but did they ever mention it? They only put it in just a paragraph. They say, Anyanya came, but they failed. They always do that. They came and failed. They were standing up here as Equatorian to speak for it. Anyanya gave us a legacy, and this legacy is what? That you, Equatorian, must not be silent for your right. These young men and women, when they were young, now they are old. Some of them are gone, some of them still alive. And I pray that God give them long life to see Equatoria really rise and be a nation so they can be proud. Even I pray to God that when Equatoria become a nation, I want Joseph Lago to be the leader. If he can even be a president for one day, we'll be honored, because he is our president. Today, I don't even see any president in South Sudan or in Equatoria, only Joseph Lago. They want it or not, that's my president there. But those clowns, they are not there. So, Troika knows the crimes that's going on, but they chose to come and throw us a weak statement saying that, you know what, guys, we want peace. We want you guys to really achieve peace, and we want you just to follow the paper, because you guys have violated it according to what we see, because some people are not happy with the extension. It's not like they're convinced. Even if you read the article, I'm going to read it later, the article says, in that article, again, the one that Makuei was blasting, it was giving detail that they are not satisfied with this, but they're going to do some 3 months study or revision on their abstaining, because they abstained from voting or from agreeing with the extension. So they will just and let me be honest, this is all protocol. It's nothing. They can abstain, but it's just it's a political game. I'm trying to tell you, these people, they are very good at this. Some of us yesterday, I was listening to those guys talking. Some people wanted to put some big language to the people as if they tried to be teachers. Listen, just be frank with the people. This message is vague. It does not add any value. It does not have any strength in it. It does not have any backup on it, because the message says we just don't agree with the extension, even though they can say it publicly, but on the ground they are working together. Because up to this moment, U.S. Embassy is still in South Sudan. If U.S. did not like this leader, they will first start by taking the ambassador out of the country, opposing this leader. He must resign. Then secondly, they will begin to pressure them with sanction. And then later they will go, if they need it, send military forces. But they're not doing that. Have you asked yourself? And Troika are not doing that. Most of the Troika members still have embassies there. So when they let us like that, I see this is a joke. And we have to be clear. We have to be honest. I know some people say, why are you saying this? We have to say it. Because we want people to wake up. It's your right. It's your dignity to stand up for your right. You cannot just fall for this nonsense because whoa, celebrate, thank you. We say thank you, but thank you on the right thing. Don't come and also play me because some of us are foolish to speak out. Because I know some of these leaders, some of the so-called leaders, are not wise. Some of these so-called leaders, the one that we so-called them leaders, if it's in Equatorial or South Sudan, they are not wise enough to see the people. And they're not, even if I don't think even they're wise, because their wisdom is not there. They're not even sincere. That's the real thing. They're not sincere with the people. They prefer the people to be used and abused and thrown aside. That's what they do to us. They have used us so many times, my Equatorian brothers and sisters. And Troika is just doing their role as diplomatic as they can. I know I cannot blame them, but I can say you need to take responsibility, Troika. Troika must take responsibility on what? To condemn the whole regime, to condemn even the whole peace agreement, to condemn all these SPLM groups, in or out, to look at them as not the people who are going to bring solution, because they know. Even one time they uttered that out. They uttered it in some of the meetings that they said, you guys cannot lead the country. You failed. So I want them to write a statement that we don't see any of you guys who are part of the SPLM, if it's in or out, are fit to lead this country. Let the new voices, let the new people who have the ability, those who are not part of the SPLM, to come and take leadership. And this army that they talk, all of them are criminals to me, because none of them is genuinely a soldier. Some of them have committed atrocities. Not to forget the crime they committed before we became a nation. We know very well how many people died. SPLM killed them. SPLM even started attacking Mundari if it wasn't for Clement. Clement stood against them. You know, he did that. John Gering allowed his people to go and kill Mundari because of Kokora. And some people now in Equatoria are looking at these things. Some Equatorians who are trying to sell us to South Sudan is still looking at these things and they wanted to ignore it. These are facts. They even massacred people in East Equatoria. Our brothers and sisters, our people from Latuka, from others. You know? Hello? Hello? You guys can hear me? Okay, shukran. Yeah. So these things happening to our people, and while some of them want us to be under the umbrella of SPLM and the umbrella of unity of South Sudan, I'm sick of this. We saw Troika state a vague statement saying that you guys, because they have even mentioned it, that there is weakness in there. People are not willing to speak because people are afraid. And the fear is because they are ignorant. It's not fear because they're afraid to fight back. It's ignorance. Most of the time, people misinterpret fear. Fear is not always about you cannot fight or you cannot stand for your right. There is some people who are afraid to speak out because they feel like they'll be challenged and they're not wise enough, they're not educated enough to speak out. They are not in that quality or the caliber of education because some of the clowns who come out and brag about their education, in front of us, make these people insecure. But I want to tell you, my fellow Equatorians, brothers and sisters, don't feel insecure, even if you are ignorant, even if you don't speak English or Arabic. Speak out. Your voice matters. You remember the voting of 2011 when we became nation? That was your voice, those who voted. Because even if you don't speak with your mouth, you made an impact with your fingerprint and with your pen. If you can't speak, write. If you can't write, fight. If you can't fight, bite. If you can't bite, hit them with your head. Just tackle them with your head. Do anything. So you cannot be just silent and afraid and intimidated by others, because I know they try to intimidate us. Like, I'm being honest with you. As an Equatorian nationalist, they're intimidating us a lot. Some of them, they will try to conspire so many times. Like, they will not sleep this building. Like, if they sleep, they have to make sure before dinner or lunch or before sleep, they have to think what they need to do with separatists. Because they don't want us. That's why they come up with round table, 2 tables, 3 tables. I don't know how many tables they're going to create just to silence Equatoria, but they will never silence us. And I tell them this, those outside and inside, if you think you're going to silence Equatorial voice for the independent, you're wrong. And I want to tell Troika, you need to revise this statement with all due respect. We appreciate you stood for us. We appreciate you. You have worked hard to make sure the people of South Sudan to get their right. We appreciate everything you've done. But we also want you to remember that being in the right, you always have to speak for the people who have no voice. Because today there is voiceless people. And those racist people start in Equatoria, in other territories. I will acknowledge that there is some territories, like our brothers in Maban and some people in other areas who are suffering. But as an Equatorian, we are no longer confident to be part of this country. And we want Troika to understand this clear that this is the time for the world to take side on the voices of Equatorians. That this regime is not legitimate. This regime has never been legitimate. So when you're working with them in peace agreement, you are insulting us, and you are, even going against what you believe. You are a democratic nation. Democratic nation must not let dictators, warlords, opportunists to take over. Because if this is the way, then war is going to be the only solution. The powerful will take over. But there will be a lot of blood, a lot of crying, a lot of tears. And we don't want to see the women and children to suffer, nor those who want to live and have family. I, as an Equatorian, I only look for one thing: independent Equatoria. If the rest of Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal, if you want to know how we can be dealt, we know how, but we don't want to say it right now. But for us in Equatoria, we're looking only one solution. And for Troika to write a statement that is so vague, in a statement saying that they are going to do 3 months revision on that this extension, is it good or bad? It doesn't benefit us. And I want you to understand that this is just only, they are making a politics game here. You know, if you want to call it whitewash, whatever, something like they are not really serious, because they're just saying, okay, we're with you, but you just have to put this. We want them to acknowledge that this regime is illegitimate because we did not vote for them. None of them. Up to this moment, Kir is, even if they're saying this, that they don't agree with Kir, but what is going to happen is they're still going to continue working with Kir. You're not standing with us here. You're against us now. We want you to carry the mission that you have continued, allowed us to be a nation, continue also by helping us to make sure we get our right. And I don't trust none of these politicians. We don't. As Equatorian, we do not. And I want the voice of the separatists to be clear. Let us not be defeated, confused. Anything belonging to SPLM must not be acknowledged. If we acknowledge them, we are losing ourselves, because these SPLM, up to this moment, they are not even acknowledging Equatorians. It doesn't matter if they're out. Have you ever seen them speak on Equatoria directly, like brave men and women say Equatoria belongs to Equatorian? They will not say that, because there is no politics say that I have to play this two role. No, it's one straightforward. That's why you see some people when they fight. Even remember this, the former president of England, or the Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He was one of the campaigners for Brexit. He stood his ground. He never flipped. He said, "We are for exit." In the beginning, when he was a mayor, he actually thought maybe that's a good benefit to be, part of European Union. But then when he looked at it, it's going wrong. He said, "No, I admit I was wrong in my belief. Now we need to stand for what? Independent of England from this European Union." And they took that. And I want to say England is part of Troika. They know the meaning of independent. So let them also acknowledge that, because they fought hard to get out of this through a democratic way. They did not go and kill somebody, did not do anything. So Troika have committed things here saying that they are with the peace, but this peace does not represent us. It represents the SPLM as a whole party. Because if they can call themselves SPLM, Ayo, whatever, Soma, Sawa, whatever, SPLM, real or not real, they're all the same. They are part of this group who have empowered themselves, who have built themselves as power, who have came into power through what? Through making sure that they are going to be, celebrated as leaders of South Sudan. And that's why today we're suffering because of these things. We need to acknowledge that Equatorian, it's time for us to take action straightforward. They're saying that we do not acknowledge that. And I want Equatorian also I want to remind you, because I finished with Troika, but I want to tell you, my Equatorian brothers and sisters, really need to be very careful, because there's a lot of disinformation coming. There's a lot of, infiltration. There's a lot of enemies everywhere. And those enemies who are behind the scene, you cannot see them. We can hear them. We can know them. And you know them when they go inside Equatoria, not to speak for Equatoria. You cannot even talk, the Dinka are the guilty ones. They say you cannot speak about Dinka as a community. When before we used to call Arab, the people of the North killing us. Why are we now afraid not to speak on Dinka, that they are the one who killing us? So they want us to be silent. They want us not to speak for our right, but they want us to use us also. For God's sake, Equatorial, wake up. Like I said earlier, there is some people who are going to be in the road, like what Jesus mentioned. And I mentioned that because there's a reason. If people who never followed us earlier, I want you to remember this, because this thing, even though it's a spiritual message, also has a meaning in life. And that word is so powerful. You know, Masal Zara in Arabic, the farmer and the seed. I don't know really the name, but I'm just saying this because about the farmer, the good farmer. You know, the good farmer, Masal Zara, not good farmer, but the farmer. What he did, he carried, again, I want to repeat it for those who never been here earlier. This guy was carrying his seeds. He's going to farm. So some of them fell in the road, some of them fell in the rock, some of them fell in within the area. يعني واحد وقع في الشارع في حجر under the في حجر حجارات وثاني وقع في الشوك. I think some of them those who know the Bible, they understand it. And then there's one who fell in the good ground and made a lot of things, good things. So the same thing we're facing today, Equatorian. في استوائن اصلا هم حيقعدوا في الشارع وحيلقيتهم زي الطيور بتاع شنو الطيور المتوحشه, or these wild vultures. Why we see them? They will silence them quickly, not to talk about Equatorial. Focus on South Sudan. Just don't talk anything else. And then they will be submissive. Then the other one, he will try to be part of the idea of, yes, we are Equatorian, and then they get choked. When the sun begins to be stronger, then they will run away. And there's another also will be choked by the thorn. And that's the good ones will stay in that good ground. So my advice to my Equatorian nationalists, you take the side of the good ground, because there's challenges, but be proud, be brave, don't flip, don't switch, don't betray. Let's focus on Equatoria, because I don't care. I don't have anything for me to worry. You can hate me, you can whatever. It's not my problem. But if you want to be in the right history and you love your people down there, fight for them. Don't be those people in the rock, in the street, or in the under thorny area. Because now all the time they will be flipping until they get choked in something and it's over. But you who stand for Equatoria, stand brilliant, stand brave. Because I'm heartbroken when I see some of our brothers and sisters who are willing to sell themselves cheap to the enemy. We have been used before by SPLM, by IO, and now we are going to the same episode by other groups who are willing to mock us, to tell Equatorian separate to be silent. Not even to talk about Equatoria, but to talk about South Sudan. There's nothing else. You got to take one line, either for independent of Equatoria or not. Because في الدنيا ده تاخد طريق واحد ما طريقين. مفتاح ما بيفتح كله باب بتاع بيت. مفتاح بيفتح باب واحد. كان مفتاح قال يفتح بيبان كتار معناته ده ما something wrong with this house. So Equatoria, I'll leave it here. But Troika, this message أنا شفت ناس excited كتير. This message is only talking about Equatoria, like Troika is supporting this peace agreement. Let me be clear. Those who are deceiving themselves, they are. Because how they said that they are willing to see peace with this agreement. And even they have argued some things, but the argument that they argue is baseless when it comes, they not want to solve the solution. They just want to say, okay, itu kan mashito بالتزامات ده, it's okay. بمعنى انتوا كونوا رؤساء, كونوا dictators, كونوا whatever, we forget. Even they dismissed the idea of prosecution, the things that happened, from Kir to others who committed corruption, to killing, to even ordering the killing. They are not prosecuted. The only people who are prosecuted, some people were unknown. I wonder where they will find these people. We know who are the killers, but we don't speak out. So when you don't speak out, the world will not even remember you or acknowledge you. So I'll leave it here for now, and I'll give a chance to Didi until the next, until I find out the article. Thank you. About the response of this guy, Makuei, whatever his name. Yeah. Hello? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, this morning. Welcome, Mrs. Nia. So, yeah, تفضل. Yeah, so it's really sad that, I will just read one of these things after, ولا نقرأ كل مرة واحد.
كده نوروني بالتوبيك اللي فيه وانتوا قاعدين تتكلموا عن شنو عشان نقدر نكون في المسار الصحيح.
اوكي، التوبيك طبعا قاعدين نتكلم عن الترويكا ستيتمنت تاعنا قريته قبالي. طبعا في ناس يعني يتحمسوا على، لكن الكلام ده مجرد يعني نوع من في غموض فوقه، وفي نوع من ما جديه، ما عندهم جديه، لانه الكلام قاعد يتكلم بس لو نازل التزموا بالموضوع بتاع ينتهوا في خلال الشهور التامه اللي مضوا فوقه في اتفاقيه، وفي نفس الوقت هم يعني متفقين انه الاتفاقيه ده صحيح. احنا كانفصاليين وكاستوائيين اللي بيطالب بحق دوله استوائيه بنشوف الاتفاقيه ذاته هو غلط من اساسه. اتفاقيه قبيلتين، وانا لما بشوف جهه المعارضه ما بقدر يتكلم في الكلام ده لحد هسه. انا ما شفتهم، هم بالعكس عاوزين يتكلموا في جذر المشكله وبيطولوا القصه. وكان جذر المشكله كان راجعنا بالتاريخ الاصيل، يعني بيبدا مع القبليه الموجود في الحركه الشعبيه، وبيبدا في قضيه بتاع انه الحركه الشعبيه كيف تتكون الى ما وصل لمرحله بتاع احنا بقينا دوله، وهم جو على اساس جمعوهم. هم كانوا مختلفين اصلا، وجاء جمعوهم كحزب واحد وحكموا علينا بدون اي حق، يعني حتى شرعيه ما عندهم. هم دخلوا بطريقه بتاع ان هم الحكومه، والناس سكتوا. ومعظم الناس اليوم لسه بيقولوا هم معارضات، كان جزء منه. فالغريب فوق ذاته ما كان جزء من عصابات الحركه الشعبيه. انت لما اختلفوا النزاعات بدا، قام ركز طبعا الدينكا هناك عندهم خلفيه تاع قبليه، قام قتلوا النوير. فالعالم كله طبعا التف في القضيه ده وقال يا اخي مجزره، لكن ما عملوا شيء اكثر من ان هم يقعدوا في محادثات عشان يوصل لاتفاقيه بتاع السلام. ياهو جابوا اوراق الاول، ثاني حركه شعبيه عمل مخالفه، الورقه الثاني حصل حركه شعبيه ملتزم به لانه في تهديد من الدول دينك على اساس انه في سانكشن. هم ما عاوزين يخسروا السانكشن ده، هم مشوا على الالتزامات ده. لكن الالتزامات ده كانت لاحظت في نفس الوقت فوقه، يعني فوقه اشياء انا ممكن ما اقدر اعبر لك هنا هسه، لكن واحد منه هو بيرجع كمان في تهديد اقتصادي لحريه بتاع البلد ده، يعني بمعنى ثاني اساس البلد، لانه احنا هسه بقينا مدينين، يعني في ديون اتراكمت من وراء المشاكل ده، والديون ده جاء من عصابات الحركه الشعبيه. واحنا كاستوائيين ما عندنا اي علاقه فوق، لكن طبعا بيدخلونا، وعندنا كيف بيدخلونا من خلال العصابات الضعاف ديل، الشخصيات الضعيفه اللي هم بيقولوا قاده ده بيمشوا ورا النازل، في النهايه بنيجي نلقى حالنا احنا ورطونا في مشاكلهم، واحنا ما عندنا الصوت فوق. عشان كده انا قاعد نقول استوائيين انتبهوا، احنا كل ما نتكلم عن حقنا ما نخلي نورط حالنا مع هؤلاء الناس في اسباب. وترويكا ادى مسج في كلام اتفاقيه لانه ليه كير يقدم ال 24 شهر ده، امين، يعني سنتين ده قدام يعمل زي اضافه له. فهم عارضوا، لكن في نفس الوقت يعني هم ما رافضين الاتفاقيه، وفي نفس الوقت هم بيقولوا يا اخي حيعملوا مراجعه في 3 شهور عشان يدرسوا عدم رفضهم ده، يعني يعملوا بحث اذا كان نازل يجيب لهم كلام مقنع، يعني كان حركه شباب يقدر يجيب كلام مقنع ليه هم زادوا الشهر واتفقوا عليه، then they will give them that، يعني permit them. هم بيقوم vote again for the هنا في الحاجه اسمه شنو الاتفاقيه، امين التقديم بتاع الوقت. so ده الكلام الحقيقي هنا في الورقه، لان الورقه ده واضح ما ده تفسير كتير. لكن انا لما بشوف في طريقه هم بيفسروها كمعارضات سياسيه، عايزين يجذبوا المواطنين الاستوائيين انه يا جماعه حاجه ده كويس، يعني هسه ترويكا واقف معنا، يس ترويكا شبه واقف معنا، لكن هل واقف معنا بالطريقه الصحيح؟ ده السؤال هنا، لانه احنا شايفينهم هم بيتكلموا لغه سياسيه، لكن ما بيتكلموا لغه الحق، زول اللي خدوه عشان يحكم على الحق. السياسه، وهسه كان جبنا السياسي وجبنا محامي، المحامي بيتكلم على قضيه اللي هو بيشيله بيخط في المحكمه، والقاضي طبعا بيعمل بحث عنه وبيجي بيجيب معته من هي الحقيقه ومن هي الباطل. ترويكا المفترض كان يكون هو القاضي، واحنا المواطنين المفترض نتكلم بوضوح، نتكلم بدون ما احنا نعلق حالنا مع احزاب ومع الشخصيات اللي هم اصلا بيضيعونا، لان الشخصيات دي اللي هم نفس الناس اللي جابوا لنا مصايب. فالحركه الشعبيه اليوم هو مستفيد في قوته لانه لقوا الضعف بتاع الشعب. حتى ترويكا بنفسه اتكلم قال بخص ركز استوائيين، قال استوائيين ضعاف اصلا، يعني ما عندهم شخصيه، ما عندهم وجود، الناس ما عندهم وجود في اي شيء. يعني هسه الفتوات الموجوده هم الحركه الشعبيه، في الحركه الشعبيه هو النوير والدينكا، وبيجي رقم 3 بكل احترامي السياسيين بتاع الشلو، خلينا نكون واضحين، دايرين ما دايرين يقبلوها ما يقبلوها دي مشكلتهم، لكن ده الحقيقه اللي هسه حاصل. واستوايا كان ما فتح عينه كويس من خلال الخطابات الاوروبيين بيجيبوها لنا ده، احنا بكره حنكون اللوم علينا، اوريدي اللوم بيجي علينا، لانه احنا قاعدين ندي نفسنا للناس دي، قاعدين نسخر انفسنا، قاعدين نقدم لهم التمجيد، وفي نفس الوقت الناس جايين يدخلوا من ورانا ويتقدموا من ورانا ويسيدونا، لانه حسا ما في اي اساس لاستوائيه، لا في عرضه يقدر يلحقه ولا حتى في انه يتكلم بالصوت بتاع الشعب الاستوائي. بالعكس لما تتكلم حتى لو وحده جنوب السودان يصير الناس بيكون ضدك. فما هو السبب عشان الناس يلعبوا يدوروا يرموا حالهم في نفس المكان، يعني المياه العكره ده. فترويكا تمام المسج بتاعه، وانا بشوف المسج ده
ولا ده
انت قاعد تسمعني؟ يمكن انا غرقان فعلا. انت قاعد تسمعني هسه كويس حسنيه؟
هسه كده كويس، كده كويس.
اوكي يا تفضل يا انا بس ما اعرف رايك شنو هنا. طبعا انتم امبارح سميت شرح ثاني ديفرنت هناك في الجهه الاخرى ده، فانا ما اعرف انت رايك شنو، لانه نازل حاول يمسك الورقه ده ترويكا ازيف كانه ده خلاص ورقه بتاع انه هم واقفين مع الشعب، لكن ما شاف اي وقوف مع الشعب غير هم ادوا مسج على اساس اقتراح بسيط على الموضوع بتاع 2 شهر ده، امين 24 شهر ده، ما ركزوا اكثر من كده، وقالوا هم واقفين مع الاتفاقيه. فانا ما اعرف رايك شنو هنا.
تمام. أنا عايز أسلمكم كلكم المناضلين، ديدي، مستر جيمس، سي جي، وأديسيوس، والناس الكل اللي قاعدين يستمعوا. أنت عارف يا أديسيوس المشكلة حاجة ده طبعا الزول المسكين البسيط هو ما بيفهم السياسة ده، لكن كأي زول يعني طلع برا من زمن SPLM وشاف الانتحاكات والناس ناضلوا بأساس إنه كان الشماليين قاعدين ينتهكوا الناس وظلموا ناس وفعلوا للناس، والناس يعني كلهم جمع بعض عشان يقوموا يطلعوا البلد ده، عشان ما أساس إنه كان الناس يعيشوا عيشة كريمة، لكن ده ما حصل. كده شوفوا من البلد ده طلع، والرئيس ذاته شال المكان ده من غير اصوات بتاعت الشعب اصلا، ده ما اصوات بتاع الشعب يهون جاب الرئيس ده. الرئيس جاب باتفاقيه بتاعهم القايدات براهم كويس. لحد الان حسي عملوا تعجيل للهنا ده كم مره، كل مره قاعدين يمددوا مره قاعدين يمددوا. هل حاجه ده ما الزول البسيط ما بيقدر يفهم باساس ان الناس قاعدين يمددوا الكلام ده ليش؟ اما الترايكا انا بشوف ان الترايكا دي ما هو جزء لا يتجزا، في ناس من السودانيين ذاته جوا الترايكا، واكيد بكون عنده صاحبه هناك، بكون عنده هناك كان بقى يشتغلوا بتعاطف بعينه لبعض، يعني ما بينظروا للمساكين اللي قاعدين يتعبوا قاعدين يقتلون كل يوم ومشردين وتعبانين، ما بينظروا لكده. تمام، لانه انا بشوف انه الزول الليله لو بينظر للناس المساكين، انا متاكد كان حل بتاع جنوب السودان ده جاء من بدري، لانه اكثر ناس في حول العالم قاعدين يتعبوا ده هو الجنوبي. تمام، ده هو بيدن الرؤساء بتاعهم ذاته، عشان كده الناس اللي حوالينا بيجوا بيضحكوا فيهم، وفي نفس الوقت طبعا سيلف انترست، يعني انت بتعمل شنو؟ انت بتاكل عيشك فوقه، انت ما فاضي. ابوك امك كان ما شديدين، بسيطين اللي بيهتموا عليك، يعني طول ما امه حي وابوه حي انا نعمل شنو؟ كان قلت قدر نساعده ممكن ابوه وامه يقوم يفتح لي بلا. خلي جنا ده يربى لما يكون 18 سنه يتمرد براه. فده حاجه بسيطه اللي انا بخطه في الوضع بتاع جنوب السودان. اما لو انتوا يعني شفتوا، انا ما اقدر اعملوا بس حاجه قبلي، لكن حاجات اللي قاعد يحصل حسب يعني انت شوف اكثر حاجه هو بيكون في هنا في اراضي بتاع إكواتوريا. شتتوكم، شتتوا شبابكم، شتتوا رجالكم، شتتوا ناس بسيطين بس يا اخو قاعدين جوا هنا، والبسيطين ذاته قاعدين جوا ديل خلاص بقى استرس يا اخو، بقوا بيشربوا وبقوا ما فاضيين ذاته للحياه، بقوا ما بعرفوا ذاته من راسهم لقعرهم وين. يعني احنا البر ده مرات الزول لما نتكلم مع زول هنا يعني بحس باساس انه الناس ده خلاص زي ما شايفين حاجه ثانيه قدامه، يا هو عيشه زي ده ونحن نعمل خلينا نقوله بس لما انا نسمع كلام زي ده من زول مثلا يهو انا شايف وجع بتاعك وانا شايف حياه القريه كل مره زول يموت تقوموا تضربوا لنا نحن برا هنا والله ناس بتقول بتاع بيكا ما في بتاع صندوق ما في بتاع شنو ما في، ده حاجه ما بتسيس. يعني حتى لو تقدر تسيسه ما حتقدر تسيسه كده. شوف الناس كله بقى تتكلم عن الموضوع بتاع جنوب السودان، حتى لو كان ما سياسي بقى يتكلم في الموضوع بتاع جنوب السودان. ليه؟ لأنه حاجات ده ظاهرة وبقى واضح وبقى في يعني حاجات دومينيشن ده بقى ما بتستان، يعني بقى حاجة واضح كويس. لكن كان انتوا يعني حاولتوا دايرين تسيسوه ده بقى حاجة تانية. لكن أنا بشوف إنه أفرض أي حاجة حتى يخطوه ويوروه بس. الترايكا ما بيقدر بعمل لنا حاجة. احنا برانا بنقدر ننقذ نفوسنا وتاني ما نسمو. انا سمعت في الرفة تاني قبل دارين يقولوا ناس ريد ارمي دارين يكونوا نفوسه ودارين يعملوا حماية قومي عشان يقوموا يمشوا يفوضوا الحكومة ممكن عشان هم يقدروا يغيروا. ما ده نفس الناس الريد ارمي ده ناس منو؟ ما ده هو نفس الناس. كل ما هم بيمددوا على حسب مصلحتهم هم يستعدوا يعملوا حاجة مثلا واو. وزي ما انت قلت كان الناس يعني وما عملوا اكشن بطريقة الصح، الناس يعني هم بقوا عرفوا ونحن عرفنا حاجات ولعباتهم كلها نحن عرفناها، وحيحاولوا بقدر الامكان يقولوا ان احنا ناس غومين وحسب ولا يعملوا حاجات، يقولوا ان احنا ناس غومين بس عشان يرجعوكم تاني في الصفر. هسه انا بنشوف انه احنا ما في الصفر، لسه عندنا تشانسز. احنا إكواتوريا لسه عندنا تشانسز لان احنا ماسكين العصايه بتاعت موسى هسه حاليا. لكن لو ادينا فرصه خلينا العصايه ده وقع من يدينا رسمي يكون صعب. فده مداخلتي بسيط الليلة، أنا بتداخل معكم فيه وأنا بختفي بكده. وشكرا لك يا منصة، شكرا. انتوا سامعيني؟ أنا خلاص.
يس واضح يا شكرا سمير. يس سامعينك ثانك يو. أنا حاوصل أستاذ أتكا. اتفضل سوري. يا اتفضل. أول حاجة سوري طولت معكم كمان جبالي كنت قاعد نشني نطول. لا لازم يكون كده عشان الفائدة العامة is good. في البداية أنا أسلمكم أستاذ دين، أستاذ أتكا، أستاذ سيجة، أستاذ حسنية، وكل الناس معانا هنا في الغرفة. أقول لكم السلام عليكم. وبصفة خاصة حنا في معسكرات اللاجئين في دول الجوار الجنوب السوداني في أوغندا وكينيا كاكوما تحديد، والناس في مخيمات داخل السودان دار السلامات ومايو وغيرها، والناس في مصر ولبنان وغيرها من الدول اللي هو ما قدروا يرجعوا بلدهم بعد الفشل السياسي بتاع دولتنا هناك ذاك. لكن نقول لهم إن شاء الله الصباح غريب إن شاء الله، وديل الناس المعنيين حتى أكثر مننا نحن ذاتنا. فالتقرير بتاع التريكا ده بذكرني بالجدارية بتاعت الجداد والبيضة. تجيب لك جروب اوف بيبل كده يجي يتناقشوا في جدارية كده مبهمة انه يا اخويا هو اول الجداد ام البيضة دي هو أكعب أنواع الجدليات في العمل العام. ممكن في موضوع الجدادة والبيضة ممكن يكون ما بيكون في رايت سايد افكتس، لكن في قضايا المجتمع أو المواطن أو الدولة سميها ليميت، دي ما بتنفع، ما بتقدم الناس لوين. أول حاجة نمسك الترويكا دي الناس منه. كل الهيئات الدولية والمنظمات والأحلاف الدولية التابعة للأمم المتحدة أو غير تابعة للأمم المتحدة أو الأنجوس، هي كلها بتمثل المصلحة بالنسبة لها، هي أولوية. يعني في تجارب كثيرة، يعني احنا في افريقيا هنا ورتنا، يعني مثلا زي التجربة الرواندية، الناس دي ما اشتغلت بها كثير لكن ما في فايدة، بالرغم أن القيمة الإنسانية واحدة، لكن هم ما ادوا اي اعتبار لانه هناك ما في مصلحه. عكس في فتره من الفترات تحت منه بسيط جدا حرب الخليج. شوف الناس دي برغم انه كان بيدعموا العراق ضد ايران، لانه ما كان النظام الشاه الاسلامي في طهران، كان بيدعموا العراق في الحرب الخليج الاولى، لكن في نفس الوقت ده هو كان حليف صدام. في نفس الوقت لما حاول مثلا يعتدي دول الخليج الثانيه الكويت يتاحف في خلال يوم واحد، ومنه ماشي على الخليج. وطبعا عارفين الترسانه العسكريه بتاعت العراق كان قويه الوقت ده. امريكا تخلت عن العراق في السريع في اقل من اسبوع، يعني حركه الاساطيل البحريه بتاعتها وجو دافعوا عن الكويت قبل ما صدام يتاح السعوديه. ده هنا لانه في مصلحه، في كوميرشال انترست، في مصالح سياسيه كبيرة جدا جدا أكثر من المصلحة بتاعت رواندا ولا أي دولة تانية في افريقيا. يلا ده الصورة دي المفروض تقول لنا كخارطة الطريق أنه نحن نعرف أنه الكيانات الدولية دي هي عندها مسار معين. يعني شوف ديل نحن مع خطوات تطبيق السلام. إذا أوكي أي بصيص لأي سلام، أي بصيص أمل لو بنسبة 1% إذا acceptable، لكن في الوقت قالوا يا أخي التمديد أن إحنا عندنا رأي فيه وبنديكم رأيه في خلال شهرين أو 3 شهور على حسب الولد في المسودة بتاعتهم والتقرير بتاعه. هنا يوريك الدبل ستاندرد ديسيشن. هنا في نوع من التأني السياسي، دارين يلعبوا بحبلين. ده كله ما بيعنينا بكثير. الناس المعنيين هم أهل المصلحة أو أهل الوجع. أنا في رأيي الشخصي، في اعتقادي أنا الشخصي ما يكون opinion، أنا شايف على مستوى الأرض الكاثوليين هم أكثر الناس ظلما في جنوب السودان، لا تصير ساوث السودان، لأنه نحن لسه دولة واحدة. أوكي، هل التقرير ده بيخدمنا في حاجة؟ أنا بخشمي الملام بقول لا، لأنه نحن عندنا ناس موجوعين، ناس متألمين كمان، ما ألم مثلا ألم بسيط، ألم مبرح شديد بيحتاج يصل حال ما في يدك، لكن أتليست أنك تاخذ القرار السليم الممكن يوصل بنو جلدتك إلى الأمان. الكلام ده أنا بقوله وبدعمه بالشعر: سيذكرني أمي إذا جد جدهما في الليلة البيداء يفتقد البدر، وأضيف له زيادة: ما مصير أهل اليمامة بعد حديث الزرقاء. أنا ما أقدر أقول بعد أن كذبوا الزرقاء، لأنه as you guys know me أنا polite في اختيار الكلمات بتاعي. أنا ما بقول بعد ما كذبوا الزرقاء، لكن بعد حديث الزرقاء أرى الزرقاء قالت أرى رؤوس أشجار متحركة، قالوا لها لا 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 أنت كذاب. بعد شوية جند بقى في أبواب المدينة. دي حاجة نحن as a human being بالذات متعلمين المفروض نتعظ منها، وده ما حصل. يلا في الحتة دي أنا ما حجاوب كالعادة في الآونة الأخيرة، الإجابة متروكة زي ما هم بيقولوا جنوب السودان كله. أنا ما أعرف ذاته جنوب السودان حدوده من وين، من نمر لجولة ولا ورفة. ده الإجابة بعد ده للناس بتوع جنوب السودان. أنت تجاوب على حسب موقعك أنت، على حسب الألم بتاعك. تعلم كيف انت تجاوب على قدر، لانه في عمل سياسي وخبز سياسي حاصل في الساحه السياسيه في البوليتيكال ارينا. طالما هي بقت كده، اهلنا الجلابه قالوا هي بحوك، يعني حتى بتاكلك، يعني صرف اللفظ باللهجه بتاعتنا السودانيه، الا ضفرك دي يقول بتحكها، مش عشان ضفرك احسن من ضفر الناس التانيين، نو، عشان ضفرك هو بيعرف موضوع الحته ذاته فيها حكه. عرفت كيف الفلسفه الفكريه هنا في الحته دي؟ يلا اذا ضفرك ده ما حكى موضوع الحكه، احيانا تحتاج انك تقعد مع نفسك، لتصبيح فرنسيه، وتقعد مع نفسك ما تلوم الناس، لانه السياسه بتاعت البليمين والبكايات احيانا بتخطك في الموقع بتاع الضعف، انك انت ضعيف. في واحد انا بتذكر ما اعرف واحده من الرومات قبل فتره كده، ما اعرف انت اتيك ولا واحد ثاني، انا سمعت كلام زي ده انه في واحد من الغربيين ديل من الامم المتحده ولا واحده من المنظمات دي وصف انه الايكاتوريين هم الحلقه الاضعف سياسيا. واحيانا الغرب عز ان هم بيجروا على مصالحهم، لكن هم صادقين احيانا في الكتابه والريسيرش والبحث. بدليل ده الكتاب بتاع دكتور كارل باجر، شوف ناولت الموضوع بشكل واضح وموسع، والحاجات المكتوبه هناك كلها بقت تحصل. فدي حتات يعني بتدخلنا انه نحن لازم يعني ما محتاج لمثلا علوم سياسيه او قدرات معرفيه عاليه، لانه المشهد قدامنا وحاصل. بالذات لما نحن انا ما داير اتكلم عنه تبقوا honest with you، لكن متروك بيد الناس. يعني الناس the people of South Sudan يس ما انفصلنا، لكن على حسب كلام نحترم آراء الآخرين أنه بيقولوا يا السودان كله بليدي، بينما يعني في واحد من الإخوة الشماليين ديل هو متابع للأوضاع في جنوب السودان خالص، يعني ذكر بخشمه يعني بفمه المليان أنه جنوب السودان كله بيعاني، لكن في بعض الجهات هم تقريبا شبه يختاروا المعاناة دي. كيف الإجابة؟ كيف تزول بيختار لنفسه المعاناة؟ يس ممكن أنت تختار المعاناة كيف؟ يعني مثلا أول شيء قبولك بسياسة الأمر الواقع، الشيء الحاصل قدامك and you starting to justify it، تقول لا ده بيقول أنك أنت قبلان. اثنين، النخبة السياسية أهل المعرفة والأكاديميين لما يبتدوا يعملوا موازنات كومبرمايز بقضايا عليا زي دي معناته هو قبلان. ده بالنسبة للناس اللي اختاروا براهم أن هم يختاروا الوضعية دي، وزعرنا الكاتورين هذا عشان تكون واضح الناس ما تفهمني خطأ. أوكي، الأهاتيكا والجمهور الكرام اللي حيجي يسمع فيما بعد، غير الدولة حقتنا المؤلجة دي ونحن عارفينها في يد منهم، ده ما داير له طرز عصر. أنا الناس اللي قاصدهم دين قيادتهم السياسية وقياداتهم الأكاديمية مش طلعوا زي كونديم وات هابن ان إيكواتوريا day and night، ولحد هسه مستمرين بنفس النهج. الكلام ده نحن ما دارين نخوض في الجدليات والفلسفة السياسية، نحن بنتكلم بواقع وحاصل قدامنا. المجموعة دي ذاته هي سبب أساسي للآفة السياسية الحاصلة في الإقليم الاستوائي. هم دائما بيكونوا أبسيكل لأي تغرب إيكاتوري أو الناس يحاولوا يجوا مع بعض، هم ضد الإرادة السياسية دي. وده واضح، أنا ما حتكلم فيه كتير. الداري يعرف يقرأ الداتا السياسية أو المشهد السياسي بتاع جنوب السودان. أوكي خلاص، نفس المجموعة دي سميها ما تسميها قالوا كلنا معانين. أوكي طيب ليه أنت ما تتكلم بشكل واضح وصريح عن المعاناة بتاعتك؟ ليه مكتمة؟ معناته انت راضي قاعد تعمل متاجر سياسي. اوكي، الجانب الثاني اذا تتكلم عن حاجاته او محدداته اللي بيراها مناسبه، انت ليه بتقف له حجره عسل؟ ده ما داير له سياسه ثانيه. ونحن كمان اهل اليمامه او سميها اهل الوجع او سميها اهل المصلحه، سميها انه نحن ما ننتظر زول يجي يرهن لنا الحاصل شنو. انت شوف قدامك براك، ده ما داير له مثلا كلينيكا سيئة. الخط قطعت انقطع. ايوه ايوه واضح هسه. معلش اخاتك ماسنجر، لانه الانسان المبسط انا قبل بحضر في واحد من الرومات كان متحدث فيها الاستاذ زنون، كلكم بتعرفوه كاكتيفيست في جنوب السودان، كان بيتكلم عن وضع الدستور. ذكر قال وضع الدستور ده، قال الزول المعني بالدستور ده هو كقانون، يعني ده ما شغل. نحن بنتكلم عن دستور، ما القانونيين براه يسال قانون بيصيغوه، لكن كيفيه صياغته والاليه بتاعته بتعني اي مواطن قال الزول القاعد في الراكوبه بتاع الغنمايه في محله ده عنده حق في الدستور ده، لانه هو مهتم بغنمايته دي، عنده حق طالما هو في الدوله المعنيه. ده البرنامج اللي احنا دايرينه عشان ما نتبع السياسات بتاعت ناسنا الكبار، مع احترامي كله ليهم، الجيل بتاع ابهاتنا ديل كل الاحترام ليهم، لانه زول ما بيبدا تاريخ من صفر. لكن عشان احنا نجي بحاجه مودرن نحاول نخاطب كل المجتمع، يعني ما نفصل بين الناس انه ده كده وده كده وده كده وده كده، لانه الالم لما يجي زي المرض، هسه المرض ده بيختار زول فقير غني، ما عارف قاعد في امريكا، قاعد في فلبين، قاعد في النيجر، بيجي يا زول، بس بعد ده امكانيات العلاج بتختلف من محل لمحل. وبرضه الحياه الكريمه كده. وكلنا نحن سمعنا بعض التصريحات السياسيه، او اقول بعض الكلمات اللي قالت في بعض المنتديات الجنوب السودانيه، والمنتديات دي يا اخوياتك نحن ما بنجي فيها فور فن، انت بتجي تتعلم منها وبتسمع حاجات اضافيه، حتى لو بقيت شنو ذاك باب العلم مفتوح. ودي هو الميزه بتاعت المنتديات، ما في حاجه ثانيه. سمعت انه في ناس وصفت انه الناس اللي قاعدين يسكروا والناس والحريم اللي قاعدين يعملوا شاي، كذا امسك الحاجتين ديل بعض. يا اخي السكر ده من زمان، من قلنا جينا لقينا ده قرار شخصي، انت زول سكرجي ده قرارك الشخصي، وما عنده محل معين عشان انت تقول ناس المحل ده كيف كده. ده واحد، مع احترامي لكل اذواق الناس. اثنين، وش فيري باد، يعني اي شيء يمس المرأة انا كجيمس انا بتعاطف معاه، بالذات في ظل الانتهاكات وفي ظل الظلم، لانه هم الحلقه الاضعف. قال يا اخي بغوا يبيعوا الشاي، الناس كلهم بستات شاي وكده. يا جماعه الشغل ما عيب، الشغل ما عيب، اي شغل انت تشتغله ده ما عيب. اوكي، اذا مثلا القصد منه تقريبا في ايحاء في الكلام ده انه الناس اللي بيبيعوا شاي دول هم اكاديميين او اهل معرفه وبيبيعوا شاي، اوكي، ما الجنوب خرب، بلدنا خربت، يعملوا شنو النسوان دي بشهاداتهم دي يضطروا يعلقوها في الحيطه، يقوموا يمشي يعملوا عشاء في سوق اللفه، ولا يبيعوا لهم شاي في ابو حمامه ولا في بانت. ما في طريقه ثانيه، حتعمل شنو يعني؟ ما ده الخيار المتاح قدامك، والافرز الخيار ده منه؟ ما هو السياسات الخاطئه بتاعت الدوله هناك. اوكي، والمسؤول من الدوله ده منه؟ ما دي اجابات شعب جنوب السودان يحتاج اجابات زي دي. نحن نكون ناس ساينتفك، نكون ناس واقعيين، نسمي مثلا اشياء نسمي تارة عواطف، ما اعرف هنا ندى، ما اعرف هنا 6 نفر، ما في حاجه اسمها عواطف. علميا ما في حاجه اسمها عواطف. اوف كورس انت العاطفه دي ما بتتحرك، عشان انت بتتحرك من شنو؟ وزي البوزيتيف والنيجاتيف بتتحرك بالعاطفه عشان تجي تدير ليه غطاء كامل. يلا سياسات زي دي، الاخ اتيكا والاخ الديرو والاخ سيجي والناس اللي معانا واخت حسنيه والناس اللي معانا في الغرفه هنا كلهم، ده محتاج ثاني لدرس عصر سياسي عشان انت تتكلم عن حق تغيير مصيرك انت، او تسمي الاشياء بمسمياتها. انا ما بسمي، انا كجيمس انا بقول بعد ده متروك في يد الناس، في يد البيبل اوف ساوث السودان. انت وتختار، طالما اخذته كده بعدين انت وتختار. يلا بعدين اختيار ده الاخ اتيكا والاخوه كلهم اللي بيجتمعوا مع بعض. احنا كجنوبيين ان جنرال لازم ادبيات المسؤوليه التاريخيه تكون موجوده، لانه نحن بشر وبنغلط. حتى في كلامنا ده احيانا بنطلع كلام ما جيد بالنسبه لاخرين، لكن بنعدل خطاباتنا از هيومن بي. برضه الممارسه السياسيه كده، احنا لو خليناها مفتوحه كده وما حصل اي محاسبه سياسيه، يهو بتجيب الاخطاء الحق هسه حاليا حاصله قدامنا دي. وبالنسبه لنا انا ما قادر اسمي نحن هنا منو عشان ما اخش في جدليه الجداضه والبيضه. ده حصل من 72 ليومنا هذا، المسلسل ده مستمر بس بنفس السيناريو، بس اختلاف الاشخاص في عامل الحياه والموت والتغيرات الطبيعيه اللي بتحصل في حياتنا as a human being. لكن هي وحاسس في المشهد السياسي حقنا. يلا ده حلوا عمنه، ده ما حلوا فيه. we cannot blame those people لانه هم sorry maybe some cannot accept it، لكن دي الحقيقه. لانه اي زول بيلعب على صالح ورقه السياسي. يس هو بيخنق سياسيا، لكن عنده اجندته الخاص. انت كمان العب معه بنفس الطريقه، العب مع سياسه عشان ما تجي تلوم، تجي تقول ظلموني الناس تغني الاغنيه دي في اي مسرح غناء، سواء كان في ملكيه جوبا او في البصري في واو او حي التلفزيون في ملكات. انت تكون ثابت في المواقف السياسيه عشان ما يكون في برنامج بتاع شنو بكايات. اخر حاجه انا حقيف وش الفرق يقول الميديا دي يا جماعه. الاعلام البديل ده هو كويس، ظهر حاجات كثيره بالذات في افريقيا ودول العالم الثالث. الغرب دخل لي وخواجات ناس عمليين من الله خلقهم وقاعدين يستفيدوا من التاريخ. لكن بالنسبه لنا نحن في دول العالم الثالث الميديا دي يعني ظهرت حاجات كثيره، وبقى في ارتفاع في ذاته نسبه الوعي السياسي، لانه الثوره اصلا او التغيير هو فكر ومعرفه وبتتراكم، وبعد ذاك حتكون تكون حاجات هي اللي بتودينا للحل. بالنسبه لنا انا بقول بالنسبه لنا، والزول بعد ده يفهم ما يفهم، بعد ده كل زول يغني وكل زول على لياليه. مثلا تغني اغنيه تقول يا اخي دي حبيبتي، وذاك يقول لا ده دي صديقتي، لكن في النهايه هي علاقه شنو عاطفيه. الحاصل في بلدنا بعد ده في يد المواطن، هو بعد ده يحدد مصيره عشان ما نعيد السيناريو ولا يلدغ مؤمن من جوع مرتين. انا حقيف هنا وححذر في اخر نقطه لي أن المنظمات دي كلها مؤدلجة ومسيسة. حتى المنظمات بتاعت الأمم المتحدة ذات الطابع الإنساني أو الناس اللي بتختص بحقوق الإنسان بيتعاملوا سياسيا. العالم ده فيه توازنات، نحن ناس بشر، نحن بشر بنو آدم كده. العدالة المطلقة دي يوم القيامة بعدين في أرض المحشر. الوقت ده ما ينفع جناك وما ينفع أبوك وما ينفع وضعك الاجتماعي. هنالك العدالة، أعمالك يهو بتنفع. لكن في دنيانا دي في مصالح وتوازن. نحن نعمل حسابنا وقضيتنا واضحة. وأنا حقيقي الأخ أتيك أدي فرصة معلش لأول مرة أنا أطلت الحديث في الموضوع ده، لأن الموضوع ده مهم جدا جدا. الناس تستفيد منه، يعني ما يمر ساي مرور الكلام. شكرا جزيلا.
أنا بشكرك كثير أخي جيمس، كلامك كان ممتاز جدا. حتى تعبرت better in Arabic you know عشان احنا عاوزين شعبنا يوعى، لأنه زي ما قلنا في النضال أو انتفاضة الشعب لازم يكون في وعي، ما بس يسكون خرفان. أنا شايف في نوع من التهميش من السياسيين في قضايانا، هم بيحاولوا يعلوا أنفسهم ويصغرون إحنا المواطنين اللي تعبانين. ده نفس الشخصيات اللي لعبوا دور سيء إن كان جوا ولا برا. عشان كده أنا ما قد نسيت فوقهم صراحة، لأنه كل ما إحنا بنحاول نتحاور معهم أو نوصل لفهمهم نلقى إنه هم ما عندهم يعني الإنسانية ولا حب المواطن. خليك بقى من البلد. فعشان كده بتلقاهم اليوم بيحاولوا يغامروا بقى مع المواطنين اللي في الخارج، وبالأخص الاستوائيين. إحنا بقينا كأعداد عشان هم يوصلوا في أهدافهم. وفي الجوا هناك اوريدي هم مركزوا حالهم زي ما انت قلت، وصلتوا بالتفاصيل اكزاكتلي. والمجتمع المنظمات الدوليه دي يعني بيلعبوا دور خطير جدا ضد مصالح بتاعنا، واحنا خاصه كسؤال. لانه هسه المرهون شنو؟ هو الارض الاستوائي. قضيتنا هو الارض وليست سياسه الذئاب اللي قاعدين يتصارعوا دي. احنا عاوزين ارضنا وشعبنا يعود، ما فاضيين لاي اوهام، لانه حاجات ده كله ما عنده فايده. عشان كده ما عاوزين ضيع وقت ان هم عاوزين يتفلسفوا فوقنا. الناس زي بس عاوزين يلعبوا، لانهم لقوا فعلا في ناس يعني قادرين يقدروا يكونوا ايزي اكسس. فانا ما عاوز اكتر ندي فرصه لمستر سي جي. بليز جو اهيد، اتفضل. انا ما اعرف رايك شنو طبعا، كمان تدينا في القضيه بتاع ترويكا الرسالة اللي وداها للناس طبعا أخذتها public letter بس أنا ما شايف ده إدانة غير إنه هو معارض. في ناس امبارح قال ده إدانة فأنا استغربت. طبعا اللعبة أنا شايفه واضح في انتهازيين عايزين يستغلوا بعقول الشعب وخاصة الاستوائية. مش كده عاوز ننتبه شديد في خطر هنا جاي وإحنا لازم نكون واعيين إنه ما نقعش في ريسة ثاني مرحلة ثانية رقم 3. SPLM استغلنا أيوة استغلنا ما يستغلونا تاني بأي ظلم. فاتفضل مستر سي جي بليز. افتح الميكروفون عندك. ميكروفونك مقفول انت قاعد تسمعني. Okay. I know guys you hear me well, right? Because CJ
yes I do. I hear you here.
Okay good.
CJ
ايوه فتح الميكروفون هسه. اتفضل مستر سي جي. افتح الميكروفون again وميك شور ما سماعتك تكون واضح. Go ahead. ايوه عندك ايكو. كان في ميكروفون بليز شيله برا بس قاعد يعمل ايكو. صوتك ما كويس. صوتك ما واضح. عندك ايكو. Can you take it out? I can't hear you. I cannot hear you. لأنه سماعتك ما واضح.
Fix my issues.
Okay, now it's good. Now it's good. Go ahead.
Yeah. I have something I'm doing, Can you forward it?
Okay. So إذا نعمل قراءة للتوبيك. قراءة لرد المكوي. طبعا المكوي يتكلم في حاجات لكن في حاجات. Okay. All right. Hopefully. Yeah. Thank you. So let me read this.
Can I just add something before you were gonna read? I think did you just read halfly? Have you read halfly and you haven't gotten to the Makuei one, much?
Yeah, not yet. Okay. But I want to hear from you too.
All right, I will just do brief because I'm trying to keep it here together. What really got my attention here is like when the Troika also at the same time they said they don't endorse this renewal to staying in power there, but you know what, they wanted them to give them certain proof to see that to give them a reason to support them to stay in power. But then that reason they have to prove it within the remaining time, because if we remember here, if we pay attention, the new renewal date start by next year. The 2 years period that they have extended start by next year. It's not active right now. Who knows? I don't know whether it's the remaining time is 3 months, 6 months, or whichever time is, but it's going to be active after that. So I'm saying here that it's impossible for these people to pull out anything, you see, to prove to Troika that here, look, this is what we're doing. We're staying on track, and now you can support us to continue to be in power for another 2 years more to come. And then the other thing is, I think one of the things that they try to pull it, whereby you're going to read it ahead, is like they try to do this, this quick cookie cutter, the cookie cutter, the graduation of the unification force that have happened here, which basically is not something that is pleasant, not something that, was been expected from the the international communities and the other helping bodies around the corner that is helping to make sure that South Sudan it get them Gidam or achieve the the unification and the peace and prosperity and stuff like that, stability in the country. So it's like this. It's like the good Anna. I wear the same clothes. And you told me that, okay, we want to see you, let's go, we're going for a party or something. I just came in my house and I came back in the same clothes, my home clothes, and I say, here, I'm ready to go. You see? And now I want you to support me. I want you to give me a lift or something, to elevate me to go somewhere, عشان يوصلني قدام. And then he look at me, it's like, hi, ما إنت هنا أنت ما عملت أي حاجة، أنت ما غيرت anything, nothing here. It's like the same thing. It's the same army that they have, you know, which is the tribal army that they came up with. The same system that they have never changed anything. يا هنا قاعد يشوف إنه الناس ما حيقدموا قدام. Even these people are very impossible to work with. Like that's why, like the thing that we're trying to open up the eyes of Equatoria is like this. Equatorians are, you know, dumping themselves in another situation again and again. You see, first of all, إنت ما حتقدر تشتغل مع زول أصلا made up their mind. You see, they're not changing. You see, if you now, for example, we said that okay, let's all accept you know unity and let's go back, you know, unite with these people and stuff like that. I don't know what we're returning ourselves into. That's the thing here. This is just something that I cannot even think, you know, because itaraji wara for the same situation wahid. You find Kir is there sitting, Riek Machar is there sitting, the same as a non gunman is there, the same tribal army. They're waiting for you, you know, and even you mean Bilai Biga, you know, even from the day that they graduated, even they started doing their daily job. Because these are the jobs that the regime is doing. They do not create any opportunity for the people in the nation to advance. They do not give that opportunity for the nation even to heal. They do not give that opportunity for the nation even, you know, to unite themselves, or even to for, you know, like even to reflect and say that, you know, hey, you know, Finas, you know, we have you know, Zalamnam, you know, Finas, we have oppressed them for no good reason. We have abused them. We have killed them. We have done all these things, you know. They're not giving that chance. But they're just proving to us that, you know, they will reign over us, whether we want it or not, through manipulation. And that's what they're doing. And even the international community and Troika knows that these people are manipulating the games. It's not like Troika doesn't know. It's not like UN doesn't know. They know it, you know. But just people are turning the blind eye. Just like you said earlier, Kaman, mushkila tannas, which it doesn't help here, is Equatorians do not want to stand in one accord in the right place. You know, Equatorians want to be good people. You know, Equatorians want to be doji. And what is really difficult for us is like, because at the same time we have our people who are there working in the government, and our people like we're divided into two. I don't know if you guys get it. And like we're divided into two. We have, you know, you got the good guys and the bad guys, and the bad guys are related to us, you see. So it's hard for you to dob your relative in, you see. So you're playing in the middle, you know. And then this playing in the middle is kind of like sacrificing, you know. There's a lot of sacrifice has to be made, you know. And we're falling in the cracks. We are falling behind in this sacrifice because of the bad elements that are within us, who are driving us. And also I will just leave it here, and then I will say that, you know, Deng Tong has asked a very good question that I did not think that the one that the question was referred to understood why Deng Tong had asked him. The question was to remind Equatorians of, like, you know, that we do not even know our status, you see. He has raised a good question, two good questions that, you know, I did not feel like the person that was asked the question had understood the question that he was asked. And I do not think that he answered the question, you know. You know, it's like he was trying to show us that, you know, the things are not really on the surface up here. It's deeper. There is a deeper level down, you know. So I think these are the things that I can contribute to now. And I think I couldn't wait. I was going to talk about Makuei, what he has said, but since you're going to read it, then I'll wait after you had read it, and then I will jump on that. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the chance.
Thank you, Didi. Excuse. Sorry, Andy, go ahead, strike it up. I apologize. Okay, I'm gonna read this one, please. طبعا بإنجليزي. So أنا بعرف إنه معظم أهلنا Equatorian can understand it. I wish كان في ترجمة، أكيد في ترجمة، لكن أنا ما فكرت أقرأه في ده طبعا في التمازج. تمازج ياهو ديدي posted in Clubhouse in the posting area. قال Makuei طبعا let me start Makuei blast Troika over hesitance to endorse government extension. So العنوان هو واضح. إذا كان قلنا لكم العنوان واضح يعني يقول لك Makuei blast Troika over hesitancy to endorse government extension. ما أكثر من كده. So statement that Troika قاعد يركز على extension, not about the peace, because they actually okay with it. Well, like Didi have mentioned, even so the things about this message, like everyone here who spoke earlier, and I appreciate. عشان كده عاوزين Equatorian لازم يفتح عينهم من ما كل نازل بيجي يفسر لكم حاجات ده الصح، لأنه في حاجات هم فسروها حسب أنا مبارك سميت يعني كان not right, not making sense. Wanted them to act like as إحنا نشكر لو في حاجة منطقي. We don't discredit إنه Troika ساعدنا. We don't. But we want them to also stand on the truth, because this is not truthful. This is just another political game. So Michael Makuei, National Information Minister at RGMEC meeting in Juba, 1st September 2022. It was photo. They have a photo of him there. The Minister of Information has downplayed the significance of Troika countries in the implementation of the Revitalized Peace Agreement. He says Michael Makuei's remark came after representatives of the US, UK, and Norway abstained from endorsing the 24 extension of the peace agreement. On Thursday, diplomats from Troika countries abstained from RGMEC voting endorsing the extension of the unity government. According to the foreign diplomats, there was no guarantee they would support either a roadmap or an extension. Addressing journalists in Juba on Thursday, the Minister of Information and Government, the spokesperson said the government is capable to fund process. After all, for Troika to decline to vote originally, the Troika is not a signatory to the agreement, and they are not even supposed to be sitting here, according to what he said. But he will allow them to sit, and if they have come here in order to obstruct our own initiatives and they abstain from it, then we will continue without them, said the Information Minister, adding that unless they come back to us. Last month, the Troika diplomats boycotted meeting that was for the announcement of the extension of the agreement. They argued that all the relevant parties were not consulted on the matter. Troika also stated that the extension should have depended on inclusive consultation process of the roadmap and extension, were to be seen legitimate by the people of South Sudan. So you see, Troika understand the meaning of legitimacy from what they're trying to say. However, the unity government ultimately extended its legitimacy for 24 months until December 2024, allegedly to give time for the implementation of the critical and pending chapters in the Revitalized Peace Agreement. The Peace Monitoring Body, RGMEC, finally endorsed the 24 months extension of the transitional period on Thursday. All out of the 42 members, said, because they, oh shoot, sorry, just give me a second, because I'm reading it from my tablet and just accidentally just disappeared. So give me a second, please, guys. I'm just gonna go back to where I left. Okay. It says where it is. Okay, on Thursday, diplomat of Troika countries abstained. Let me see, just the one. Yeah. Just a second. Okay, let me repeat this again. On Thursday, diplomat from Troika countries abstained from RGMC voting endorsing the extension of the unity government. According to the foreign diplomats, there was no guarantee they would support either a roadmap or extension. Addressing journalists in Juba on Thursday, the Minister of Information, the government spokesperson, said the government is capable to fund the process. After all, the Troika to decline to vote originally, the Troika is not a signatory to the agreement, and they are not even supposed to be sitting here, said. But we allow them to sit, and if they have come here in order to obstruct our own initiative, and they abstain from it, then we will continue without them, said the Information Minister, adding that unless they come back to us.
Last month, Troika diplomats boycotted the meeting that was for the announcement of the extension of the agreement. They argued that all the relevant parties of the agreement were not consulted on the matter. The Troika also stated the extension should have depended on an exclusive consultation process of the roadmap and extension were to be seen legitimate by the people of South Sudan. However, the unity government ultimately extended its legitimacy for 24 months until December 2024, allegedly to give time for the implementation of the critical and pending chapter in the revitalized peace agreement. Now, the peace monitoring body, REMC, finally endorsed the 24 months extension of the transitional period. Out of the 42 members in the body, overwhelming 37 voted in favor of the already passed resolution, while three Troika ambassadors and 2 others abstained from the vote. The diplomats have retained their previous position to oppose the extension of the transitional period, but requested for 3 months to review. Again, I want to repeat this one carefully. I want you to read. Diplomats have retained their previous position, opposed the extension of the transitional period, but requested for 3 months to review their stance. I mean, they're holding their, what they call abstain, but they also said they need 3 months, to review their stance. The American had withdrawn their support from the security mechanism, and we managed to graduate these forces now without the American support, said Makuei, referring to the recent U.S. withdrawal of support to the peace monitoring mechanism. In July, the U.S. government withheld financial support from the critical peace monitoring body, RGMC and CTSAM, VM. Washington cited with little progress in the peace implementation and lack of political will by the peace parties. However, during the endorsement of the roadmap, the Troika members countries said, although it cut funding to the peace mechanism, again, remember that, however, during the endorsement of the roadmap, the Troika member countries said, although it cut funding to the peace mechanism, it did not stop supporting other grassroots peace efforts. I wonder what's those, grassroots peace efforts like they're looking for? Because you need to look at this also as a challenging point here for us as Equatorian and as the people who are suffering. It added that the body will continue to call for lasting peace, democracy, justice, and accountability for South Sudanese people. This time, the agreement will be implemented from our own resources. We will not rely on others. We will welcome anybody who will come for support. But we will not rely on the person for implementation. Definitely, they will have the money, he added while addressing the media. This is also another worrying thing, is that this time, the agreement will be implemented from our own resources. Put highlight on the resources. We will not rely on any others, but we welcome anybody who will come for our support. But we will not rely on any person for implementation. Definitely, we will have money, he added while addressing the media. Of course, what resources are they talking about and who are they going to relate to? So this is the whole article. So I hope you guys understood the message. I want to know from your side, because I think I have my own opinion if CJ wants to say something on that. And I welcome Mr. Biri. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Biri? Is that your name?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you.
No, you want to say something? Okay, I thought maybe CJ, but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Add your thoughts. No problem. CJ will come after you.
Okay. Thank you, Itaka and James D and Sania. First of all, it's really too late. It's really late, very late where I am right now. And I wish I could have joined the conversation early. But before, I just want to say something quick about Equatorial need for independence. Yesterday, I was hearing some guys in one of the room. One guy was saying, the idea that Equatoria would be an independent country is really difficult, and it won't happen. because Equatorians are, they have many languages, and it would be even better if the Dinka were the one, were the one actually talking about the issues of independence. So I just thought that's not really true, because to have an independent country, you don't need to have one language, yeah. So it's not difficult. You don't need to have one language. There are so many countries in Africa there, and even that they have a lot of ethnic groups, and they don't speak the same language. So what about Somalia? Somalia is a one. It's there are so many tribes, but they speak one language, but yet they have been in war for decades. So Equatoria would be an independent state, because because it's possible. It's possible. So I just thought that's not a good argument. It wasn't a good argument, and we should not even listen to it. And I do agree with you that having Equatorial become an independent country does not mean we will go and fight just by arms and all that. But there's so many ways that we can use to become a separate country. We could use peaceful means. We could take our case to international community and expose all the atrocity that have been committed against Equatoria right now in South Sudan by Kir government. So I think regarding the Troika arguments, regarding why they wouldn't extend it, I think, for me it means that, they have witnessed a lot. They have learned a lot from the ground, especially from Equatoria, that, Equatoria itself is, although there are so many crimes taking place in other parts of South Sudan, but Equatoria, they found Equatoria is really the heart of the South Sudan. There's no Equatoria, and then South Sudan wouldn't exist. That's why they saw it by extending. That's why they are against extension of the 2 years extension of peaceful implementation, because Equatoria is in turmoil, and by continuing to support the effort for supporting them with resources to implement peace, they don't even implement it. And he said they will continue to commit more atrocity in Equatorial and other part of South Sudan. So Makuei is just a confused person. He's frustrated and it's an ignorant person. He's so he didn't implement peace, and yet he's asking for Troika to support them. Are they stupid to do that? While the facts don't indicate that they are for peace. So I thought the Troika working against it is a good idea, because we saw a lot of massacre in Equatorial lands, as you described, a lot of civilians being killed, people fleeing to refugee camp. So, South Sudan and even Riek Machar, they're not sincere people, and they just want to waste our resources. So, not only the resources of that is in South Sudan there, but you and I, plus the rest of other Equatorians who are in diaspora, the aid that is given to South Sudan, it comes by our tax. We pay tax here. We're paying tax in abroad. We're sending money there, and even the money that they get it for peace implementation is they got it from us. So why wouldn't care about it? So instead, that aid is being used to terrorize and even to cause more suffering. Yeah, to cause more suffering to our people in South Sudan as a whole. So we don't want to send money to victimizing our people. May I ask, sorry to cut you, but may I ask you something? Because you talk about money we are sending. Who are sending the money? Like, what do you mean by that? Can you elaborate on that, please? Okay, I'm saying, like, we're not sending money, but the Troika, UK, and all that, but they get money, right? They get the support from the Western government, right? Yes. Yeah. So where that money come? The money is it come by the taxpayer. It comes from the taxpayer. According to what they say, yes. Even I can debunk that, but go ahead. That's what they say, taxpayer. But I don't think all the taxpayer can make sure that they, because you know how many times America have funded many countries in the world, not only South Sudan, but you go to Korea, South Korea, you go to South Korea, you go to even Afghanistan before, Iraq, you got Israel, you got Egypt. Israel get like every year support from U.S. financial to support them in their government, and also the same thing with Egypt. As long as you're ally of U.S., you're always going to get that. So you think those money, if it was in U.S., imagine the population of Americans, count that population, and then add that how much U.S. is going to generate, and where this income, because it's just impossible. It's not just taxpayers, because the other resource, there got to be another resources. Just to put this clear, because some people, they're using the word taxpayers. Even before, I remember they used to say in South Sudan, we are taxpayers, but when did South Sudanese ever pay tax? Most of the time, the people don't even see the dollar out there. Instead, they see dollar coming from outside, or from their family who live outside if they are, or if they're not, they're going to work hard to get just a little bit money. So I don't think they're even able to pay tax. But yeah, I understand what you mean. But I understand you say the government, the government, the Western governments. Yeah, I'm not referring to people in South Sudan, but you and I who are we are in diaspora, but the people here who are, for example, Equatorians and other South Sudanese who are against the game that is being played there. I mean, that aid, actually, it's because the government approves that aid. And where did the government get that money from? It's from people working here. That's it, right? So I mean, yeah, so they want the money. They want the fund to be used for the right reason, So that's why they didn't extend it. That's why that's why they're ambivalent. They're hesitating about it. So let me ask you this question. Sorry, I'm gonna. What about these guys now? When they spoke this letter. They sent this letter statement. Yesterday, I bet you heard from the other group who are interpreting this letter about the Troika statement. And what was your thoughts on it? Was it really relate to what's going on? And can you just elaborate that statement? Does it match with what we see as contradicting? Because we don't see that Troika really spoke clearly on support of the people, but in support of the peace process. Do you agree on that, or do you see what those others yesterday were interpreting it in their different way? Because I was in their room and I was seeing they kind of interpret it in a different way, but it wasn't convincing to me. But go ahead, I want to hear from your thoughts. Do you think
Like you just mentioned, Equatoria, yes, they're suffering, we are suffering. Do you think this statement will help Equatoria in the future? Hello, brother Buri, you're mute. I don't hear you.
Sorry. So I'm not quite sure when it was yesterday or something. I don't, but I heard of Troika not supporting a peace implementation effort or something like that. So that's what I not supporting or but I think it look like the statement they're not clear. But I'm just sticking on it. They are not supporting it, and then it's obviously true because there's no progress. You know, that's what I think I heard. But I did not attend specifically about discussion about why Troika wouldn't support.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's what yesterday they were saying, and that's what I was saying. When you read that statement, it does not say that they don't support the peace process.
Yeah.
But they don't support the idea of extension. So there was no any discredit to from what Troika said. They are not discrediting this peace process. The only thing they have a problem with is that these people do not extend. So this is why I said yesterday's interpretation was incorrect. And from these guys, they seemed like they were doing more of propaganda than doing it facts. Well, because if really Troika, sorry to cut you, but if Troika really are sincere, they need to kind of like dismiss the whole thing from the start with clear message like, listen, we did not support the peace process, we did not support anything, and now you're coming up again with violation to the right of the people. But they didn't say that. They just said we do not agree with the extension. So that's why yesterday when I was hearing them talking all these, trying to kind of confuse the people by saying some things which is not true. It was not true at all. It was just something that, everybody can read that. You can read it. And then you see Makuei even was mocking, but yet Makuei also has a hidden message behind it. When I say hidden message, that he's talking about the resources and about there's some people, like he's confident. When he was talking that one, it's not like he was angry. He was more confident that you guys, the hell with it. Because Makuei, he always have this street language. He don't care. It's like you can go whatever. We still have power because he's in the privileged area, so he's acting like that. But also there is a reason why he said that, and there's also a reason why Troika said that. That's why earlier I mentioned Troika are using a political language to act. If you read it carefully, if you put in a legal term, this is just a vague word. At the end, you look at the final word says, but we will try to look at it and study 3 months, and we will see if they give us a reasonable point, then we will vote for this extension. But if there is none, then we will not go for it. But they still will not disagree to continue with the peace process. But go ahead.
I think if they are genuine, there's no. There's enough evidence that it is they're not going to implement the peace process because what we have seen is just a game and worsening of the crisis in South Sudan. So even what they so-called the unified forces, to me it looks like the unified forces are not the forces of states. They look more like a militia because even they are not reflective of the majority. They are not reflective of especially Equatorian are not quite there, and not many. So what does that mean? So that's why I'm really against it because why would Troika continue to support such a thing and the funds it's gonna use to play the same card, So it wouldn't make sense. and it's unfortunate, and I think Troika not aware. They're not quite aware of the history and even the politics of South Sudan, and of course, that's why they are beginning to learn. They're beginning to learn about it. Even the recent crisis that we're having right now, that gives to the current continuing crisis is, they're not aware. It's really tribal. It's not quite political in a sense that it's more like a national problem, but it's a tribal, which means it's more tied to the rivalry of the two tribes in government. So I it's really too late where I am, and I don't want to take so much. And it's good to join and talk about issues of Equatoria and try to educate, our Equatoria to be aware, and that these ideas are not a job, and it's going to lead to the outcome that we want. So, thanks. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brother Buri. I appreciate your point. There is some things, CJ, go ahead if you want to say, because it's your turn, but if you give me also a chance to add some thoughts in this, if it's okay with you. Just if it's up to you. I don't hear you, by the way. Are you there? Because I see your mic is on, but you're not able to speak. No, Mr. CJ. I see his microphone is on. I mean, it's off. Like he's trying to speak, but I don't see him. Maybe he needs to exit and come back. Well, I just want to add something, Brother Puri, for what you said. Because why we brought this topic in particular, because when I read this thing yesterday, I automatically saw where the trick is here. They're actually not saying they're supporting the people of Equatoria and call for anything, or even they're not even mentioning, because they're just putting it in like surface. Like, yeah, we understand all the people in South Sudan suffering, and also you have to understand this response of years to this extension. There was a reason, because US began to notice that there is some disagreement, and mostly is from the side of the opposition, because opposition also now are gaining some hints from us. Let me be honest. We came out here speaking for Equatoria, but we put facts. The opposition are not putting facts. They're just putting their own, what earlier Didi said, the gimmick. They put gimmicks. Gimmicks on what? Root cause. We need to go and discuss it. And they were talking about the government system, the way how they need to do, but they never focus on the main things that we all see the danger is. The identity of Equatorians are in danger. The land of Equatoria are in danger. Don't forget the injustice and the crime against humanity committed by SPLM. They're not able to mention this because most of them are SPLM anyway. So they will try to kind of like work, and that's why you see them all the time. They will be easy for negotiation, then really come up with statements, say, no, we don't agree, we don't acknowledge this, and they will never say that, because even they will be condemned if they said this regime is illegitimate. Then they'll say, you worked with them before. Now you want to call them illegitimate? You've been part of them. You've been member with them. You've been one of the ministers. You've been one of whatever. So most of them were hired by these people, and then they got fired. Some of them say they left. Yeah, we know some of them left it. But regardless you left it or not, you're not have the audacity to speak out for the people. Because if you really care for the people, that's one thing they will say. We don't acknowledge this regime, and this conflict is not a conflict of the whole country. It's a tribal conflict. Don't call it ethno, whatever you want to give it a term, because even the European are the one who put this word, not them. And you can even see from Carol Berger is the one who actually mentioned that this is an ethno politics. So because she's seen the political system is built on ethnicity, so she defined it perfectly. But for us, Equatorians, we are in limbo. Because we are not able to put our voice in a clear standard. Instead, we are confused, and we are willing to be confused too, because I've noticed, my brother, some of our people, like yesterday when I was listening to their interpretation, they're making it as if like the whole Troika is against this and they are going against the regime, but they're not. What they're doing is they're saying, we have doubts and questions about your extension, but we are willing to work with you as long as you are committed to the peace process. But if we ask ourselves, what type of peace are they talking about? This is a peace of the same political party of two tribes? That doesn't make sense. And then we, Equatorial, are left behind. And then when we ask the opposition, how can you stand? They cannot even stand for us. Because even the issue of Equatoria is not about the power in South Sudan. It's not about the government. It's about the land and the people. This is the essence of who we are, we're fighting for. So when people coming up and trying to confuse people, it makes me sick. You know, and yesterday when I was listening, it was just like they're putting some things that out of this world. Because you can read it carefully and say, this is what they said. Like, we do not see eye to eye with the extension, because they brought them even for that specific thing. They were not brought to discuss about the peace process, but they discussed about the extension so they can continue with, because they said they have obstacle to finish all the demanded thing in that peace. And when you look at this peace, it's only between two tribes. Two tribes who claim to be the majority in the country, who claim that they are the majority, so they have the government. Even yet, Dinka government, because we have to call it like it is. It is a Dinka government. They are now the one who are running this country by their tribal mindset, by their tribal hegemony, and to the extent they wanted the people to submit without question. So, and then also they have diplomats outside. They begin to sing that message that we are South Sudanese, the fight of each other. Because I remember it was these people like Aldo Ajo came out into DC, they spoke into one of the Woodrow Wilson and others. They really made the issue of Nwere Dinka as if it was a political crisis between Riek Machar, but it wasn't. It was not true. It was actually based on the tribal grudge that they held. Yet then Troika knew about the conflict. It's tribal. Yet Troika do not want to extend to the point where they want to interfere without the voices of the Equatorian to speak. Because even when they message, and like earlier my brother also mentioned, Brother James, these guys message one thing. They said that Equatorian are weak and they don't stand up for themselves. That was a clear definition to us. Even that letter by Alan Boswell was very clear. Yet I see my fellow Equatorians are still not trying to grasp it. Why we are weak? Because we are not challenging those so-called leaders to stand in our right, in our case. Right now, Riek Machar, if he was standing for South Sudan and his people were massacred that 2013, do you really think he would have succeeded? The man straight out went to his people gathered around him and said, they kill our people. And he went to the European and he spoke to them and said, listen, this regime massacred innocent people because they are from my tribe. Our issue politically, there is a difference. But then they went and waged war. But when I see my Equatorian brothers and sisters, those so-called leaders, none of them spoke for our people that way. Not even saying that our people are being massacred. I do not have any problem with politics of that. I'm not even looking for power, but I'm looking to protect my people, the land of Equatoria, the people who are being killed and displaced. That's what my objective. But they want to say we are South Sudanese. Listen, you're not South Sudanese when somebody else from that area call you, you're a foreigner. These people have called us foreigners. They have called us many things. Troika know about it. When you say they don't know about it, my brother, I believe they know about it, but there's some things maybe they don't know about it. One of them is the danger to come. You know? Sorry, I don't know who's calling me. The danger to come. The danger to come is those the dangerous after effect. Because right now, this process is going. We want it or not, it's going. And I'll be honest with you, these opposition have no chance. Like I said, there is a topic we're going to talk about. That this is a checkmate to them. The checkmate is already there. Even that extension is part of the checkmate. Let me tell you what is going to happen right now. In this point, of course, there is 3 months. They're going to revise it. if it come positive or negative, yet the Troika is still going to work with them. United Nations, in a message, I read it earlier, if you focus on that message, there was a message brought up by, I will try to call you Uncle Aiko a little bit, just give me a minute. There was a Troika, not Troika, UN. UN had a message. I don't know if you remember that message. I read it here. Nicholas Hayson. I might read it if you want it later. But Nicholas Hayson mentioned congratulating Kir and the whole regime, the illegitimate regime of this Dinka tribal regime, by saying that you guys have graduated, you are working in the process of peace. That was a couple of weeks ago. I mean, last week, the time when they said they had graduating forces. Then the next day, on September 1st, automatically the U.S., they brought them together. Troika, it's not U.S. alone. Troika, all the members of the Western countries, because they're the one who are carrying the issue of South Sudan. They went and started talking about what the issue that they don't agree with this extension. But they agree with everything but not extension. So that was the clear message. So that means it doesn't help us. In reality, it doesn't help Equatorian. Because this extension is only to tell, okay, you guys, I think we acknowledge you as the government because nobody else have any issue. You're trying to make your best and we have united forces. Even now, there is some people said that Troika now is questioning this army integration. There is a violation. Of course, this regime will violate it any time. But there is something hidden behind here. Troika even mentioned they will continue supporting financially to the grassroots. And I asked, who's those grassroots? If we ask, who are those grassroots? Because if we can combine these grassroots, right now the grassroots, either they are the same group who control the government, or they're the same, or they are United Nations, NGOs, who are playing the role of they are helping South Sudanese. Even United Nations were the one who were training some of these returned forces or these so-called, those part of the revitalized peace agreement, because these militia were prepared. I remember there was a couple of years ago, they brought an article, they were saying they're training some policemen, and yet there was no accountability. Even though accountability even written there, there's none of them been implemented. I understand US is also putting that as a question mark, but it's still, those guys are working with them. So that's why my concern here, as an Equatorian, where are we in this situation? We have no voice. And our leaders here are running around like clowns or chicken without a head, trying to tell us we are all one people, let's focus on Equatorial, let's focus on South Sudan. We are all fighting for one thing, we are all suffering. No, let us be clear, the suffering caused by the people in Upper Nile when they brought the war into us, in particular Dinka, let's be clear, we don't have any hate against you guys, but Dinka are the one who created the chaos. And then when we were brought, as IO soldiers were brought into Equatoria, that's when the conflict began to engulf the second time, 2016. Do you know there's so many Equatorians were killed that time and nobody want to acknowledge them? Even us, Equatorians, we don't want to speak about it. Yet we're trying to hide it, but say, oh, Kolai, yes, they killed one, but they also targeted us. Dinka were focusing on us too. That's why we see it, but why are we ignoring this? So when we don't speak on our issues, then we'll be lost. And then tomorrow we don't have to blame anybody but blame ourselves because we're not willing to speak on our issues. We're not willing to challenge the wrong. Even if he's my friend or my brother or my sister or my mother, if they did wrong, accountability is a must. And yet US are now playing politics because they see everybody here playing blind. Even those opposition are playing blind because opposition, the objective. They have an objective. Objective, they want to be in power. Power change. That's what they call it. Kir must go. If Kir fight, kul shi biyahsal kwez. Yet you could see some in, some out. When they're pressured, they go in. When they're pressured inside, they go out. Like, are we dumb enough to let this continue? If those are blind, let's Equatorial not be blind. That's what I want to put. So, but go ahead. CJ, are you able to speak?
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you. I read earlier, Inaida, Makuei, and the other earlier letter from Troika. So I don't know what's the interpretation to it, both from the letter that Troika put and then the message of Makuei. Thank you.
Yadaga?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, CJ. I just want to say something quick about what you've been talking about.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
before. Yeah. So I think I agree with you when you highlight the issue that where are the Equatorian leaders, and I think especially those in top level official in top official in the government. For example, the ministers. Here I'm referring to, for example, the Minister of National Security. Even Elia Lamoro, the one you mentioned. I think right from the beginning, when we had the event of 2013, it was clear if those guys and some other guys that I don't know who are in the Kir government, I'm sure if they would have resigned for the interest of the nation, not just because they want to mobilize other Equatorian to fight them and keep them in power. I'm telling you, today we would have a different, of course, keeping the status quo. They are the one, who went and they brought out thousands recruits and sent to where? They sent to the Dinka land. They go and when most of them died there. Even some of my friends from my village, I remember them. They are gone. They died there for a war which is not ours. So this is the greed of our people, especially those in government. Maybe because they are not aware of the ideology behind this. I don't know. So now they realize it's too late for them now to even reverse what they did, because they know it was they have been duped. So that's what I just want to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Buri. CJ, go ahead, and I will later. I will bring you. I will call you so you can add your thoughts also. Go ahead, Mr. CJ. Thank you so much, Mr. Buri. Go ahead, Mr. CJ, unmute yourself and add your thoughts in this. Because we're trying to deconstruct the Troika statement. Because I don't seem like yesterday when I was listening to the others, it just does not make point. But please go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, let me say hello to every one of you guys, and those who are listening to us also, who will come later, particularly those who are in the camps, those who are also under threats, under Kirill's young regimes, and his Dinka elders and all that. Well, when we come to the point of the issue of these extensions and the ongoing back and forth kind of, let's say, complex, if you can put it that way, or arguments. For us Equatorians, we are now in serious situations. Something that, we wouldn't have expected, of course. One thing is that, we can see the letter of Troika letter, is actually some kind of acknowledgement, of course, to the ongoing militia regimes. These militia governments that hijack the government of the people. It is quite easy. What they're just putting it here, of course, is some kind of acknowledgement. They don't want, of course, to lose their ground also. Because as we saw that the people who are there, there are all that organizations who are out there. Of course, everyone has a benefit to do, as an interest. So if you can see, it is like remarks, Yes, they're just giving some kind of remarks that, okay, since you have said this, but, we are suspicious in these areas and all that, particularly, for instance, in regard to the collectivity, inclusivity. Definitely, that's one of their issues, and that they, of course, they say we acknowledge what you're doing is toward the roadmap of what we call, revitalizations, the solutions of the complex in South Sudan and all that. So you can see that they're very, very, of course, careful, the way how they are addressing those people. Leave alone that, remember, African Union, if you look to African Unions, what had happened to Bashir, when he was about to be arrested. Remember the African Union language, they are trying to avoid the Europeans, because they don't want the facts to be said. They don't want any corrections. So it looks like Troika is now, despite, of course, they are more powerful, yet, they're always to the side of what's so-called the African Union and IGAD, people like IGAD and all that. That's why they're at the back of the lines, trying in a way or another, not to provoke or do something that may hurt them. If you look to the 2015 agreements, it was really, they were supposed to take over even, if you could see that. Troika, the way how they draw the agreements, those people, Kira and Mashar wouldn't have a chance, to exist. It's unfortunate. When the IGAD took it over, having those neighboring countries who have interests in South Sudan, or working for their interests as well. So this has become a backlash, particularly for people in Equatorian. If you can think thoroughly, if you can think about that. So the language here is that, okay, in order to have a genuine, of course, elections, toward that, of course, they went on against that idea, and that is not inclusive. And then they highlight some areas of concern. That's according to them. At the end of the day, the question is, are they more effective or not? Now, who is in the lead? You have the country of Sudan and Uganda. They're the one pushing on with this young kind of nations agenda or plan, long-term plans of occupying Equatorian areas. Now, if you look to this graduate, those elements who have just been graduated, because those are all militias. To this day, we still don't have, despite if we even, let us say, we went on implementing all these, the agreements, the solution of these agreements of the revitalization agreements, if we were to implement it in one way or another. Despite that, still, we will be the losers as Equatorians. You know why? Because in the first place, is this agreement, does this solutions of the solution of this country, what is that? Yeah, the solution of the country issues, bringing this country into an order so that they can go for elections. Is that really fair? It's not fair, of course. As you can see, it's the agreement of two individuals, as you have said, and we have already agreed. We agree on that. It is those two individuals are the ones holding these agreements. It was their fight. At the same time, instead of settling it outside the arena of the national arena, they bring it in. They confuse it. Today, it has become guidelines. It has become our constitutions in that country that can push those people ahead. So at the end of the day, those two tribes, whether, let those people understand clearly, whether or not we, the vast majority of the 62 tribes, if not 61, will be the losers at the end of the day, whatever the reason is. Yeah, because one thing the question that we would ask ourselves is that, what could we expect from the Europeans? Those Troika and United Nations, all that, those, they're supposed to come up with perfect plans that, to keep those Kir and Mashar out of the arena, so that give the government to the people. The transitional government is supposed to be held by the people. People are supposed to be inclusively, establish their own civil government.
Mr. CJ, I just want to remind you, sorry, don't give a lot of class lesson to these desperate politicians, because they will take this idea, because you know how they begin to grasp anything you said, or we think just give it brief. Yeah, just give it brief, because let them. I want to see their end game, because we don't want to waste. We don't want to give any thoughts in this, but we know exactly what we want. Equatorian, when we become a nation, we have an objective. We know how we're going to form our government, our constitution. But those clowns, let them run around and it was like chicken.
And from my side, I'm really upset. I'm sad of all those people are just talking, coming in and out. But the thing I can see is that everyone's in that country, in this burning country, this bleeding country, the country that's now bleeding, particularly Equatoria, all are for their interest, ladies and gentlemen. Every one of those who have come in to help us as people who are just coming to rescue us, it's unfortunate. Of course, when this Dinka and Nuer war erupted, those people jump in, particularly the neighboring countries, trying to solve it as a good Samaritan. It's unfortunate. They were not good Samaritans. To this day, they are not good Samaritans. If you look to the agreements, there was a warning, of course. If you don't sign, that means you're against them. You became a spoiler. So that's one of the things, the key things that we should understand it clearly. So it seems like we're leading to that particular point. Now the question is again to the people of our people. Supposedly, if these things were to be delayed, or let us suppose that these things has been executed on time. If those of Kir went on, under those conditions that they went on and imposed these peace implementations, could we gain something from that? None. We will gain none. Still, those two elements will still be there. So now the main point is the position of Equatoria. Equatoria as the vast majority populations, tribe-wise, and all as the tribe-wise. Tribes, whether they like it or numbers, compared to Kir, who took over the government, of course, as the president, took over these regimes by force, eliminating the others. Now they have established what now were in the point of establishing what's so-called the Dinka nations, according to what Berger have told us. Now this is what Dinka nations look like, guys. Whatever is going on that is the establishment of Dinka nations that they have been dreaming about. So for Equatoria, what should we do? Like we have said, we are now scattered. The enemy have used money, our own money, to bribe, to silence many people and kill and all that things. So all these things are still ongoing. So this is the time that we as Equatorians are supposed to come up collectively and work toward that goal of how to stop those people, particularly of displacing the Equatorians in general. Remember, most of our people are in the camps. If you have 4 million, supposedly a total of 4 million people out of the country, how should you go for what's so-called peace, revitalization, that means bringing the country into an order? You won't be able to do that unless you need to establish peace. We need, first of all, what we are calling for is security. It's unfortunate there's no security to this day. Whatever happens is going to hurt us. As says the Americans here, the Troika put it clear that whatever these people are doing is toward what's so-called the solutions of that country, the solutions, the peace and solutions to the conflicts of the ongoing conflict in South Sudan. It's unfortunate. That is not correct. For me, it's not correct. Because the ongoing conflict is a tribal. First of all, if you look to the shape of the country, we are tribal now. We're totally in a tribal dominations country, where two tribes wanted to dominate the entire nations, people. Playing the games that we're all suffering. No, none of us are suffering. It's only the Equatorians. It's only non-Dinka and non-Nuer are the people who are suffering in that country. Because if you look to those Dinka and Nuer, each of them, they are fighting for the first ticket, the head of the presidency. The other thing is also, army-wise, each one of them wanted to establish his own army. If you look to those forces, the armed forces who are now in that country, they are all, of course, majority of them are from both those two sides. So the other sides seems to be silent. Some of us wanted to say, we have to play the cool kind of card so that we can get to that point. No, you will not. As you can see, those people are now deeply going in. So for Makuei, of course, his statements, what he had come with, of course, he knows there are those Africans, those who are the African unions and the IGADs will always be to their sides. That's why, they're playing that games. But when it comes to reality, we should be the people. People are supposed to play a role. Well, we as people are supposed to play a very strong role to kick those people. Call for what? Not recognize this government. We shouldn't have recognized this, neither the 2018 peace deal, because revitalization, imagine, revitalization of what? What do we have to have as a people? Why do we need revitalization? For what? Have we ever get into any conflict with anyone? No. It was Kira and Mashar, Dinka and Nuer, who have been killing each other in that country. So why wouldn't those people separate, the party conflicts from the people conflicts? So we began to look like, an ignorance or by means, excuse me for that, as stupid people, where we just let things go. No, we shouldn't have allowed things to go. We should stop those people. We should come and say, we don't recognize this government. For Troika, we should go and call Troika, tell them clearly, whatever statement you come with, it's not helpful. Because after all, Troika is for its interest. We understand that. But we're not saying that we're against Troika. If it comes to their investment or anything that is going on in the country for a future investment, we're not against you. But what we're saying is that, as people, we can't be a victim again. We have been victimized in South Sudan, marginalized in Sudan, in the United Sudan. It's unfortunate. Today, we're supposed to be given our self-right. So you should help us on that particular point. It's unfortunate they're not helping. They're just saying, okay, let go. So whatever the reason is, if elections were to happen tomorrow or the day after, it's not going to be, something genuine, but we'll collectively get the entire nations so that everyone will contribute and we'll have a right of speech and all that kind of civil rights and all that. No, we will have none. So are we for that as people? No, we should stand for that. That's why, as the Equatorian Civil Associations today, our guidelines is clear. In the midst of all this mess, our vote is simple. Now the land, because of the land, you want self-determinations in any way possible, be it peaceful or in any manner. That's exactly what we should stand for. Recognizing this, whether or not there's a government in that country, no. For us, we don't recognize that. We don't recognize it because we know if you look to the history of those people, how they come to the government, how they kept on disarming people. In the first place, those people of Kir and Mashar, with their militias, they're supposed to be disarmed, not recruited, and establish some kind of joint troops and all that. No, nonsense. How could you claim that this is a joint troops, the one that we have just recently graduated, when majority of them are only two tribes? Isn't that a violation to human rights? That's the question. So it is too much for us, guys. I wish we would have people can come and stand with us and say, we know there are people in Upper Nile, there are people in Bahr el-Ghazal who are also under pressure. We recognize, we acknowledge that. There are people who are under pressure. They're supposed to come up and also, and join us, but not randomly, the way how it happens during the SPLA, the first movement. No, we're not going to go there. Some kind of course, that is of course NAS, that is the policy of NAS and his allies. But we're not for that kind of policy because we have learned lessons, which those of NAS and the others, those of Ghana Moon or all that could have learned that. I know Ghana Moon is flip-flop. Sometimes he can say, I'm still, my position is still there. In another way, he could claim that he's in the positions. Now, the last point that I had to talk about is that.
Sorry, CJ. I just want to help you there. That he stated it last time. He said that he's still the Secretary General. I don't know what Secretary General he is, of SPLM or something. He stated it last time.
Right, yeah. He says his position is still there. That means the government can go there and will have his position. Of course, there's no doubt on that. That's based on my understanding. That's what I've understood. What it was clear. It has been recorded. We can play the record again. It tells us similar things have come from Ghana Moon. No, that is Makuei. Remember when he was asked whether or not he's with the government or with oppositions, he says, well, I'm there too. So they are playing. Some of them, to this day, even the regime is still saying that, they have shared. During these divisions of when those positions that were being given to IO and SPLM, which is Kir, those people are there. They are inside the government and outside the government. So I'm really confused. Where do they belong really? Are they oppositions? The reason why I doubt those who are claiming nowadays that they're oppositions, they have already people in there. So how could you claim that you're in oppositions when you have somebody playing it in and out? No, try to stand. You need to stand firm and have one directions. One side. You have to take a side, not to be flip-flop. When you're flip-flop, it's put people in jeopardy. That's why we say there's mistrust between us and those people today. So I will end up here. So, the issue, the last issue was, of course, the civil society. According to the Troika, the statement here, that says, of course, they're saying, the civil society were not given enough time to go over the proposal of Kir and Mashar, those proposals that came from those people, this regime, the ongoing regimes, and that they were given limited time to review the comments on the government and proposals. That is, of course, another issue. Now, the question again is that who are those civil associations? The civil society group. The civil society group. Do they mean? That's why which any one of you guys will tell me. Do they mean those who are inside the government, inside the regime, the key regimes, or those or in and out? People like us, for instance, who are also calling for right, despite the self-determination right, the right of having a new regimes. We wanted to have a total change. What's supposed to take place in that country is the total change. Removal of those Kir and Mashar. Unless we remove those of Kir and Mashar, there will be nothing so-called South Sudan or Equatorian. That's why the point should be clear. We would like to know from Troika, do they mean here? Do they mean those who are in? Those who are in already been bought. They've been bribed. They can use any tools possible because they have no right of speech. They don't have any right of speech or anything that they're not free. They are locked down. So that's the question. Do those people represent us as well? Those who are in? No, they don't represent us. If I'm not mistaken, they don't represent us. They represent themselves. Working under, they are loyal to the Kir, and they have recognized that there is a government in that country. When the constitution is an individual constitution, one person's who have recent constitutions, the power is all based on Kir. Kir is the power, he is the first man and the last to decide. So the country that we have been dreaming about, when we went to vote in 2011? If you believe that, okay, then recognize this government. Say, okay, we have a government. That's not a government. You know, that's not a government. The ongoing is not a government, because even those who are now claiming that they are oppositions out here, who have recently called for you know, the round table conference. Do you think those people, if they went in, they will give you the right in people? I don't think so. They will not give you a right, because they are going to be under the ongoing regimes, the tribal regime of Kir and Mashar. So at the end of the day, they are going to play the cards of Kir and Mashar. They are not going to go for the right of the people, the so-called South Sudan, you know, neither Equatorial, of course. So I'll end up here. Thank you guys for the chance.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you want to say something, or I
Yes.
wanted to add?
Yes. Okay. I'll wait if you wanted to go.
No. Go ahead. I'll
Oh,
wait
thank
for
you.
you.
Thank you. It's been so good, really. It's so good, and I love that it's really recording that. Yeah, people will benefit from it when they're going to listen later. Yeah, CJ, I really agree with what you say, that, you know, why do we need to revitalize agreement? Yes, indeed, like us Equatorians, we have not fought. You know, we haven't fought anybody. We haven't engaged in any kind of civil war or tribal war or even regional war. We have not even engaged in it. So why are we included in this? And that brings me to what I usually say, that why do these people, when they wanted to resolve these issues, why are they resolving it as a whole country? You see, like you say, that is a two-man fight, Machar and Kir, and then plus their tribal men, because Machar and his tribe, Kir and his tribe, and then the other one that I said that you know, when these people always are saying that they wanted to talk about the root causes and stuff like that, then they're including the entire country, that you know, we need to forgive each other, we killed each other in Munudak. But in reality, Equatoria was not even involving in this thing, and there are other people too who are not engaged in this tribal war. But which is really funny. That's why, you know, when people go around, you know, to these meetings or to this RGMEC or these peace agreement sittings, you find out that these people are sitting there talking, narrating their issues, and then you find out Equatorians don't have any story in between there, and all they were there is just sitting around begging and holding these people back not to fight each other, and begging them to compromise, to come into agreement, or you know, to make peace and stuff like that. This is all the jobs that Equatorians were doing, and being a busybody, you know, acting like, you know, taking sides, like they're narrating, you know, oh, Kir is the bad one, oh, Munumun is the bad one, something like that, narrating things that has no business to do with them. And that's why you see when Equatorians were there, they've been ignored, you see, and because, like, you know, just to look like as if, you know, just like, you know, you're not being ignored, like, what are you doing here? So they insert them into these positions whereby they're the busybodies, you know, they're the people that have been sent, bring water, calm these people down and stuff like that. And that's what Equatorians has been doing all this time. المفترض Equatorian يجور نفسهم بعيد ما يتدخلوا في موضوع ما موضوعهم خالص، تعرف، لأنه مشاكل ده بدأ من وين؟ بدأ من هناك، من أبانايل، ما بدأ من إيكوتوريا، وما دخل إيكوتوريا فوقه خالص. You know, because when you trace after this issue, it goes deeper to the root causes of ancestors and stuff like that. A war that has been politicized, you know, a tribal war that has been politicized. So how does Equatoria fit in? How does Equatoria fit in this story? That's just the million-dollar question that we could not, you know, if you question them, they could not even answer it. And then the other thing is, like, you know, what I wanted to say that about the what Makuei, well, it's more Makuei, well, the Makuei, when he said that you know, Talisat Hago, you know, when he was really downplaying you know, Troika and stuff like that, he forgot that for them, the country that they're sitting in it was Troika. That was the backbone of it. Wasn't I right, guys? He was It was not
exactly.
Yeah, they were the backbones of it.
Troika is the one that actually behind the establishment of country South Sudan.
Exactly. And then the other thing is, when when they were establishing the country, the people that they brought in come thousands of armies, from outside, thinking that Sudan would attack and stuff like that. Who were those people, sweating on this process? Those were the Troika people. And even they ended up electing a governor for South Sudan from a lady from one of the European country, wasn't it? That was what was taking place there. So, and I don't know what happened. Yeah, the governor. I don't know for South Sudan. South Sudan has a governor. If you have a governor, that means that you have to have a queen or something, so or something like that. Or am I wrong or something? I don't know. Countries like who are still under the European leadership and stuff like that.
And the colonialism.
Crown, yeah, under the crown of the colonialism of Europe, they do have crowns. I mean, they do have governors. You see. So yeah, there was a lot of system that was set up by those Troikas, and then at the end of the day, they left. And those system have never been accomplished yet. The question will be that have they left the trap there, the empty gap that they are coming back? They're leaving people to mess up, and then they will have a reason to come back. I don't know. You see. So and the fact that he even went along and started saying that what you talked about, highlighting the resources, yeah, that's a really a good point. Like if you're talking about that, your whole life has been funded by someone, you've been financed by someone, and all of a sudden you say that because this person said this thing, the Troika even they don't even know why the presence of Troika here. The Troika are not part of the non-signatory agreement. It's I don't know whether he lost his mind really. Like he left his thinking hat somewhere, because Troika was actually your godfather. He was not part of the fight. He was your godfather. Yeah. He was your godfather that is financing you. He was the godfather that is stopping you, stop fighting and stuff like that. He's the reason why you're having this country, holding this country together for you. You see, he is your guarantee that this country sitting there and Sudan is not invading back with his allies, which are the Arabians. See, the Arabian nations. So and then he's here dancing, saying stuff that doesn't add up. And then the fact that even he talked about that if they don't want it, if they don't want to help, anyway, they have money. Where has these people have money from in order to finance this? Their whole finance system, they have declared it that they don't have money. They're poor. They say that the oil recruits have been sold in advance. In advance, they don't have money. They said in order to get money to pay people, they have to start working. It's like they have to borrow from, I don't know, ahead of from ahead of a couple of years in order to pay people now. And they fail to pay people. And the money that they've got they have circulated the money doing money laundries, helping the economy of the European countries, the West countries, and the Eastern, the neighboring countries in Africa. They're too busy helping those improving those economies by buying houses there, by putting their kids there in schools, their wives lives there, their entire family relatives lives there. This is that's where they live. Actually, and South Sudan is just a hunting a backyard for them to come and hunt. You see, and then at the end of the day, they go there, they live there. The health system also is based in these countries, which are the neighboring countries. So the money all gone there. So who is going to dip their hands in their pocket, deep down, sell one of their building or dip into their accounts in within East Africa to bring it back the money in order to to finance the what do you call it, this RGMEC or these peace agreements that needed to be implemented, which Troika is asking them that within the leftover time. They're not talking about the extended period. They say that they want something to be proven to them before they could even back then the 2 years from next year. They want them to prove them, to give them a tangible proof, you see. So I don't know, either something has to give then. That's why you see them doing a lot of deals with the Arab nation, Saudi, Japanese people are now donating to their country. Nobody donates the country for nothing. Gali for humanitarians, nothing, nothing gives for nothing. Life is about give and take.
Nothing is free.
Yeah, nothing is
nothing's
free.
free.
Life is all about give and take, you see. So yeah, so they have got something in motion already to sell, like what he said that at the end of his statement, he gave a very strong statement as what you read here. He said that they will finance it. They have resources to finance it. These resources like this mean there's more lands to be sold, more deals to be done, more resources to be sold, you see. So these are the things that they're doing that, they have already guaranteed probably some signatures somewhere because there were people like the people from the I don't know, the Saudi or somewhere that were waiting to come back again for, so that they can do some more deals just to sign. They've already agreed everything that, they were selling to these people, a certain land that they were going to do some
Not to
experiment.
cut you, Didi.
Yeah.
Not to cut you, what you said is true. Like even, these people of the RGMC members, most of them, they have contracts with South Sudan.
Yeah.
Just look at, this is the irony of it.
Yeah.
Like, you think these people are just coming there like out of goodwill? They all have, stocks in, if you can call it stocks. Like they have some things that actually promised by this regime. And that's why I say, like, when I look at the opposition, they're wasting their time in all these nonsense because they are not serious and they're not honest. They think they buy, because these people are bargaining bigger chips and they are bargaining the people here by saying the people will. But actually, at the end, these people will is only the people in diaspora. And I will explain that later. Just remind me, because there is a lot of big things I want to explain in this point. But go ahead. But just look at the RMGNC. It's like all of them are there voting only, except the Troika members who try to play the politics that they are not satisfied, they're not happy. But I believe that they will somehow play a role and they will succumb to it, because I don't think that they were not serious on even questioning peace agreement in itself.
Yes, that's true. But if you see it up to today, the only people that left is Equatoria. Equatoria up to today have never narrated their story. The only way you can hear the stories of Equatoria being narrated directly and challenging the things that are happening is when we sit down like this and we talk about it directly. You see, with no shies, with no fear and stuff like that. And that's why people often get to fear, people are afraid. And then that's why you see people started telling each other, there is a lot of muamarat going on, people telling each other, don't go there, don't allow them, and, don't listen to them and stuff like that. And you see now this like in people, in this country that we live in, we're still part of it. It's like this, you know me. If I'm going to be part of something, you join this part or you support me because you're my friend, or maybe because you're my relative, and then your friend follows you and something like that. So if I see that you're a threat to what my relative is doing or my friend is doing, so ana babda bamal muammarat, it's like, I follow you because you're my friend, and then we go and we brainwash other people too. You brainwash your friends and your relative and stuff like that, so that people to withdraw from putting the cases of Equatoria straight. So the case of Equatoria should be just something that is just like just a shadow of it, but not really reality. People should not talk about it. So the only issue that we're talking about is now like Riek Machar, Kir, and the civil war and Munu were too busy. People just like brainwashing people, confusing people, so that Equatoria will not stand for themselves. Because in reality, if the case of Equatoria has been put out there strongly, Equatorians come out all at one accord, Equatoria would actually just like receive independence in no time, you see. But because some individual who have ties with these people, especially if you see it online here, it's really terrible. The level of isolation, what they do is isolation, especially with this social media. People enter locker rooms and begin to talk about people, what they're gonna do, the things that they, how they're coming here to behave to people, and then the system of isolation and stuff like that, and harassment and bully. You get assigned people that will follow you. There is a lot of people around us, but they're agents. These are all agents, you see. then you get harassed, and there's a bullying going on. And if you're in a common public place here around here, one of the rooms, and the minute you start writing that, you see people started harassing you, started bullying you and stuff like that. And some of these people would actually act like they were friends before, or they were once fighting for Equatorian and stuff like that, and you would actually be surprised. And I think you don't see, or they have no shame in their game, really. No shame in their game at all. So these are people with really what you call it, multi-personality syndrome, So how would you abbreviate that, like multi-personality syndrome? MP.
Bipolar, just call them bipolar.
Yeah.
Schizophrenic, schizophrenia. Because those are the people who have no multi-personality.
Yeah. And NPC, like I will put it like NPC.
These are men, like most of them are men.
Yeah, women too. Women are notorious. Yeah. The women are the worst notorious because their job is assigned to confuse people and to look attractive, especially to men and stuff like that, and isolating people and stuff like that. Yeah, I call them like the NPC, like, multi-personality disorder, especially if they are Equatorians, they kind of like not straight into their identity, really. So they sell themselves too cheap. And then the other thing that I had wanted to touch, like, a question that really bothered me, that when somebody was speaking, or things are happening, these things, just your mind straight away begin, like, to think faster. What does that person mean, or what are they saying? You think deeper than the surface. When this guy asked a question last time, he was asking about, two questions that would really struck me so hard. And the answer to him was no. The guy was to him like, no, he doesn't know these things were happening. And I'm thinking to myself, this guy is challenging a leader, your leader, and then your leader got no answer to this, and he doesn't know. And the way he presented the question, he because he has spoken multiple times, but people are really shutting him down. People started telling him he's a hate and munu that. When this, like, kind of like a prophet, or is going around warning people that, you're about to die, the end time is here, and people don't want to hear, like almost like Noah, like, I'm not saying he is, like, I'm just trying to give an example. I say like Noah, when Noah was, going around telling people it's going to rain, like, we're going to build a boat and stuff like that. And people don't want, until it rained that day. And they died miserably, you see, because it's just of stiff neck, of stubbornness, because of, you just being a follower, you see. And they died. They didn't want to, they just want to be part of the majority. You just want to be in the circle of majority. You just want it to be accepted, because you don't have a personality of yourself, you see. You just want to follow people. And that's where you end it. And this is what I see Equatorians are doing. Equatorians love to be so lenient, you see. And when, for example, the question was projected that, do you know that people who have been trained, the people that had to do a certain, action, for the regime down there. And he said he doesn't know. And then when he was asked again that before 2013 happened, did you know that the motion was already set before the 2013 happened? The motion was already going to happen. He said no, he doesn't know. So to me, when the question was asked like this, I looked at it that, and the guy, even his voice, you can see his voice was a voice, like telling him that you don't know anything. You don't know. You just up here being used, or you're just up here just running around, but you just don't know what is happening around. Like, it's like almost telling that there is a deep state. For me, his question and his narration to me is telling me that there is a deep state within a state. He's talking about the deep state, and deep state is talking about a body of a totally influential members of a government, agencies, or military, or just close circle that that runs the country, that they involve in secret stuff. There's secrecy that is happening. There is the government that you call it the government, you're part of it, but there is a deep stuff that are going down. Things are happening, motions have been passed, you don't know. That's why all you come to know is like when the results happen. You see, so you've been used as a puppet. And that's the same thing that they're using Equatorians when they send Equatorians into this RGMEC, this peace agreements and stuff like that. Equatorians basically has nothing to do. All they're there is just sitting there listening and bargaining with these people. Please just accept. Please don't do that. Please react, accept. Please nasa react. Nasalva kirkida kida. Please. You hear them talking these things even in the clubhouse. And they thought this is an honorable things that they have done. But no, that's not honorable, really. You've been reduced to that, you see. So and then you think like they held themselves very high that they've been part of something that they're doing for the country or for themselves as Equatoria. But then this has nothing to do with Equatoria. Then you wonder why after they finish here and they go back, Equatoria is still bleeding and is suffering. Because the cause of what you're doing is the problem of the Upper Nile. It's not the problem to do with Equatoria. It's time for Equatoria to abandon all this thing and begin to deal with Equatoria issues, you know. Tackling the Equatorians' issues. Why are we in this situation? This situation has nothing to do with us. We want these problems to be removed out of us, and they should go and resolve their issues somewhere far from us. And we want to carry on with our lives. We cannot be held hostages. We cannot be held hostages. Rather than Equatorians become mu'arrasin, you know, biharrisu ba'adum and harassing other people. Like even the things that sometimes you see when you see in the comment, like we being called. That's why last time I made a topic, but you know the topic went on like, you know, sorry you were not on, and you know, so yeah, and then the topic went off, but I will put it back talking about leaders. What does a leader mean and what does a leader stand for? That we should come out and clarify and speak about these things, because some people understand leadership is different. You know, they come out and they insult you and they talk about even deeper things, private stuff that does not even include them, you see. And you see people calling people names like, you're so low. Like I've got this guy JJ come up to me when I was just sitting there listening to a room, and then I looked at the comments and then I saw the guys insulting me, and I don't know what to say to him. I just told him, I think you're undeveloped, really. Like I told you, look, you're undeveloped, really. Because how do you sit there and you begin to harass a woman that is sitting here listening, paying attention to what is going on, and calling me that I'm low, and I'm thinking I'm low of what? It's like you're the one who's low, who's harassing a woman that is fighting for your ass, that has been raped by Dinka. You see? A woman fighting for you, fighting for men who's getting raped, getting back-breaking. And here you are insulting me that I am low. Here you are insulting me. I am low. And here I am fighting for Equatorian men and Equatorian children and Equatorian mothers, Equatorian grandmothers, Equatorian home, which has been burnt, you see? And here you are, the group of you, like Tombek Lojubek harassing me and talking about me even into deeper intimacy, whether I have a husband or not. He did not care whether a person is a husband to me or whatever. He doesn't care. And then he just goes on and insults me about this thing, deeper things that does not even involve, just because he's related to a leader. Yeah. Just because it's related to a leader.
You don't even to mention them. Yeah, I know. They have
so it's like they don't have this shame that they are men and they're doing this. And they don't know whether you have a family member or children or something, and they could be seeing this or something. But instead of talking to me in the level of the politics that we're dealing with, but you go attack me in things that are very degradeful. That doesn't matter. But yet here I am doing a job that they as a man could not do it. But then just because this person is your relative and from your tribe, you think you can really invade my privacy. You see, because it's your relative, you see? And this is what Equatoria has been reduced down to. Running around after people or running around after somebody because it's your relative, is your tribe. That's what the mentality of following other people will bring us to this. A people who once great reduced to a mentality of tribalism, a mentality of supporting a leader notoriously because this leader is their tribe, or because this leader is the tribe of their friend, or because they have entered an agreement, they entered a locker room and made peace with each other because there's a group of them who are many from this tribe and that tribe, and then they say, let's isolate these people. You see, because they keep saying this and they're not agreeing. We are different. We are nationalists, Equatorians nationalists. We are not Soma. You cannot make us to agree with some of what they're doing. You cannot make me to agree with NASA with something. I am definitely standing for Equatoria, and I am a watch person for Equatoria. I cannot come out here and agree with nonsense. You see? Like, that's what I'm saying. When even a person that you support, when he was asked about a deep state question, he could not even answer it because he doesn't know that there's a deep state going on. You see? He does not understand this. But I have never been in any political arena apart from my relatives, my family, my stuff like that. But I could understand. I've never been told about this thing, but I understood it so quickly. He's talking about a deep state, things that you don't even understand. And then the other thing is, I even wrote to the person and say, I don't think this man understands what you're saying. I don't think so. So the other thing is, the Equatorians, like people, he talked about these things that, for example, you will be put a leader, okay? You'll be sent somewhere. And this is one thing that a lot of our people in Equatorians have found themselves in this situation. Those of Waniga, those of Jadala, those of all these people, even those of Thomas Cirillo, all these people have found themselves in this situation. You have been chucked somewhere as a leader, for example, okay? You've been sent somewhere with a group of people to go on assignment, to go do something. But in this assignment, the position that you've been sent in, you don't even have any knowledge of what you're doing. This is not even your faculties, okay? This is out of your criteria, you know, and you have no clue. You're not even been told that this is what you're gonna do. But guess what? There were already a couple of Dinkas that knows what they're gonna do over there. You're the leader. The next person could be even somebody else, but the third person is Dinka. But the Dinka person will be the one signing the paper, not you. You will just sit there in the hotel and then go eat, go sleep, go sleep with women, go do your life, munu's dark and stuff. You know, get paid, but you don't know why you're here. You don't know why you're here, your purpose of being here. When you begin to question things, that's when you enter blue hat or something. Or else, if you somebody that is just, just want to, just want to leave, you continue to live like the rest that are living over there. And these are the things that people are experiencing. The reason why I understood these people are sent or are put in this position so that to make people and the international law, communities see that, they are very inclusive. You see that they are very inclusive. They're including people. You see, that's why انت بتسمع لما الناس بيعملوا رومات حقهم هم بيقولوا ما في منو داك ده ياك ما في ونيجا ما في منو داك ده in the power ما في اللي لو ما في لو بونغ هناك. Why are you saying that the government is very inclusive government, but in actual reason these people have no power? You see Waniga bending in on his knee begging Jamadesh and my shokolo badom. But has he begged, has he kneeled down to beg Jamade Mayek to Naso? Mayek to Naso fi Lebanon? Mayek to Naso fi East Equatoria? Mayek to Naso fi West Equatoria? Wala fi Yei, wala fi Mahal Tani, wala fi any kind of in Central Equatoria? No, because he's not allowed to say that. He's not. And most of the time, the meetings are down outside the office or outside the meeting hours. This is what you call the deep state that is happening. You come and then you're given an assignment to do. This is what you're going to do. Whether you know it or you don't know it. There are people who already know what to be done. All you do is just a puppet. You see? You walk around with people looking like fool. And that's what they call it, Galina Escobar. That's what we call Nascobar. And they're here looking like fools. Yep.
There is one thing that I wanted to talk about to those people who are there was killed. Those are loyal.
Don't forget, guys, I was going to say, I not to forget my thing I was going to say because I was waiting. And then also, Budi said he wanted to say something, just a quick reminder. And also, we will talk about this. طبعا منتظرين the last person group ديل خليه يظهروا كلهم. And then we're gonna نطعن لكل الشخصيات اللي ظهروا في كلاب هاوس اللي قاعدين يتكلموا you know who they are. Yeah, we're gonna talk and put some points. We're gonna challenge these things الشخصيات ديل على أساس سياساتهم. تفضل.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll just leave it here. I'll leave it here. Here. Yep.
No.
No. Yeah, I was just even roundabout to conclude. I just thought CJ was also just adding a point. So yeah.
Just interjecting.
Yep. Welcome.
Trying to clarify more. My point is, those of Waniga, those who are working there. Supposedly, if we were to be, if we were to have two parties, let's suppose, Democrat and Republican, when you become Republicans, what do you think you're going to do? Are you going, and you're Equatorians, are you going to work for Equatoria? Supposedly, if Republican are to work for North Bahr el Ghazal or whatever it is, okay, those people who are calling themselves South Sudan, do you think those guys will look to your interests, or they will look to the interests of those Upper Nilers? Definitely, they will look for that, not the Equatorian Islands. They will not look for the people of Equatoria. So those of Wani, Iga, and who are now being recruited by those people, let them not claim that those are Equatorians. Those are not Equatorians. They are loyals. And in the first place, they are SPLA, SPLM, or IO. Those are the same elements who have been with them for 21 years. How do you expect that, we can change those people within a period of time, a short period of time, or by means within a night? No, it's impossible. We can't be able to do that. So let them know, Equatoria are not, there is no any representations of Equatoria down there. All those who are there are loyals. That is the clear mind. Because if you ask them, they are SPLA. If you are not an SPLA, then you have no words, you have no say. Whatever you do may lead you to hell. You understand? So let's separate between that particular points. That's why today, as I can see, if you can see the government, the structure of the government itself, this regime, this tribal regime of Kir, you will see that, the dominants, those Nuer, they are rivals Nuer, and at the same time, the Dinkas. Dinkas are now, they're the one holding everything. One of the worst things is that, if you are to be appointed as, let us supposedly, if we give you as a minister, you have no say. There is an old young who's hiding behind the line over there, who will be with you in a post, will be recruited to stay with you in the office, despite whether or not he knows anything. He will be the decision maker. As a minister, you will have nothing. You can't be able to do anything. You're just a figure. This kind of method have been used. The Arabs have used it long ago when they come to Africa. That is how they use it. They are just temporary. In today's world where we are living, you can see it clear. So let us not confuse ourselves and say that we have representative over there. No, we don't have representative. People like Adi, for instance, who says, well, let those Dinka come to Mangala, for a period of time, because of the flood, then they will be back in 3 months' time. It's unfortunate. Look at it, what it happens. So it is we, the people, who have to use every tactic in order to have our right, our people, our own representative. Not a representative that can be elected or by means appointed by Dinka or Nuer. No, those are not going to help us. They're going to be to the side of Nuer or Dinka, which is not fair. Thank you.
Yes, you're right. That's true. Thank you very much. Basically, that's it. Really, it's like what you stated. It couldn't really get perfect than this. Like, you will be a minister, but this is you'll be a minister, but you're useless. Basically, you're useless. You're following just already a brochure that you've been given that do this, do that. This is what you're doing. Yeah, and you're on phone call to them. You're basically marasla. You're working for them. They send you around and to be a sellout for your people and to strengthen their system. And this is what these people are doing. And also for you to be confusing your people, hold your people hostage, and then they will be weary, they will be tired. As time goes by, they will surrender to the system. And this is what you see, what is happening. Even if our people are getting up to fight, to hold up a revolution, to fight for themselves, you will see an individual, some of us that will come in and be a destabilizers, power breakers, that will fight hard to break down the people and to confuse the people, to isolate the people, to threaten the people. These are all mechanisms that are used by these people. And you think that the leader that you think that is for you, it's not, that leader is not for you. If he does not even know that there is a deep state, that means you're in trouble. you're in trouble. If he's been here, and even in these opposition parties that you guys are seeing, there is a deep state that is happening within them. And you saw one of it even last time has been spoken in one of the greatest room that we have held a while ago, whereby people are appointing people. And when the timeline is coming, they want to move, they want to kick some people out, and then they want to come up on top. People are operating in secret as the secret services around us, you see, and using even some people around us, just to bind us Equatorial, so that we live in fear all the time, and so that we get confused all the time, and we feel weary as time goes by. We end up confused, and we just don't achieve what we want. Just like considering the regime down there is tackling us, you see, and now we have our borders has all been locked. We are locked in like Ferran, you see, and within us also we have people that are working against your own people. That's reality. This is the reality that we have to accept. And they're using their people, their relatives, their children, their nieces to come in and confuse people. And this is just the reality of the fact that is happening. I'll just happily leave it here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me, Buri, you want to say something quick, please? And then also welcome Mr. Paul Mature. I don't know if you're ever aware of what's the topic about, but I will kind of like later put a brief explanation on why we said deconstructing Troika's statement about SPLM's 2-year extension. I see some excitement yesterday on the message, that statement that was sent by Troika, but to me, I see it as, anyway, I will talk about it later, but let me hear Buri. Fadal, Mr. Buri, please put your final thoughts quickly so we can go ahead to the next. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
Thanks, Itaha. I just want to, because I'm going to be leaving, because it's getting late where I am. I really want to thank CJ and D for their critique of what's called revitalized disagreement in South Sudan. I think you guys did a good job on it, and they rather call it revitalized peace agreement from ethnic conflict. They rather call it that way because by saying revitalized agreement on the resolution of conflict in South Sudan, it's they try to convince the rest of other South Sudanese that this conflict is a national problem, so which is not true, as you know, and we discussed so many reasons why it wasn't. It's basically it was a tribal conflict, and they just want to bring other people and try to convince the international community that this is a political problem. Okay, so I thought you guys did a great job there, and I also agree with D that some of our Equatorians are becoming followers, and even the negotiation of was what they call it revitalized peace and agreement in Addis Ababa. Some Equatorian prominent Equatorian politicians like Dr. Wanit Tombe, Ladu Gore, some of those people went there and attend the revitalized peace agreement in Addis Ababa, while in fact they and even they were supporting. So they're supporting Reconstruct, So, and imagine another problem here, that they are not, they're quite timid and not critical. So just they wanted to be followers, and maybe because they want to speak up, just for just maybe to secure a position in the government, So what happened now? When they came back, Riek Machar, what is he doing? Include now they killed Wanit Tombe, and I don't know where's Ladu Gore, and they even murder they murder Martin Kenyi. Yeah. So yeah. So those are the people who follow Riek Machar. You know. So that's in this mindset that we as Equatorian nationalists, we cannot be fooled. We don't want to be fooled with those people. So they murder them because they know these are the leaders who who can really. These are the leaders from Equatorial who can lead. But they didn't allow them a chance. They killed them off. You see. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Buri. Welcome, Mr. Paul. As you know, the topic is about Troika and also the response of Makuei earlier. I think, Didi, you can repost that one for those who just came in. I just put this one earlier for a reason of trying to say where is the failure of Equatoria? Once you read this conflict and crisis in South Sudan, Equatoria, for those who in Facebook, Equatoria Free Forum, and in YouTube, I did not post it there, but in Twitter, yes, there is, and some other places that we post. This conflict and crisis in South Sudan, Equatoria, is actually one of the reports was written by one of the journalists, Alan Boswell, for facts that he noticed some atrocities committed against Equatorians, and Equatorians are not speaking out. And then he looked out in the side of why there is some failure in Equatoria, and then they put all these points. So this one just earlier for the discussion. So we put this this link, but the actual topic is about the Troika. So Didi now switched it. It's about Makuei, Blast, Troika, hesitancy. Earlier, we mentioned that the Deconstructing, this Troika statement about the SPLM 2 years. To us, this statement of Troika is vague, completely vague, and does not benefit Equatorians. Let me be clear. It does not. Does not benefit Equatorians for one reason, for many reasons. First of all, like earlier, we defined, we kind of like put a lot of definition why this thing is not. This agreement is on between two tribes. Maybe you disagree, maybe you agree, Mr. Paul Matur, that's your point, that's your view. But for us, we who are living in the other side or in the receiving end, we know what's going on. We are the one who's suffering and paying the price. This conflict is between two tribes. It was in this political party, and yet it was a political, it's like inside a political party umbrella, but it has a deep-rooted grudges and problem, and one of them is the tribal. Even Mini Dinka says 1991. When you talk about the Nuer 2013, they always mention that. And then, of course, now the Nuer is actually not happy with what happened because there's no accountability for the crime committed against them. Of course, Troika and other countries came before to try to make it peace and also accountability, but the first one failed. 2016 came up, fight started again. They went to another revitalized peace agreement 2018, and this is what the result today. This government of coalition, whatever they call themselves, and yet they are not still in the same page. So Troika wasn't concerned about if this agreement is fair or not, but more focused on the issue that this extension is unacceptable because there is no reason for it. They're supposed to continue with this until the end of the coming months, the next year, which is next year will be the end. I think it's February or something. So, but the regime knows that they have been violating many things, but they still continued. So they brought some other members of the RGMC, what they call themselves, and they voted. Only Troika abstained. But Troika also mentioned in there, after they abstained, they said they will actually wait. They will give it 3 months to revise and see if they will ever change their thought. And also Troika tried to play democracy. But if you look at it, it's all people of influence, people who have no connection with the issues that really deeper like rooted deep in South Sudan. One of them, the tribal conflict and the tribal regime that is running the country. And plus, even Troika are not taking responsibility that even the regime coming to power was wrong. Yet they accepted them. They even congratulated him as a president when we became a nation. So there's a lot of mistakes here, but I want to say to the people, yesterday I seen a lot of people were excited, putting definition on that. Troika has been speaking, rejecting those regimes, but in reality, there was nothing that I was excited about. When I read it carefully, it just shows that this is a political lingo, it's almost like a gimmick. And if you are naive enough, you think they are standing with the people. But they are not, because they have always stood with this regime. If Troika really want to take action, they will. But I don't see that. And plus, United Nations, a couple of days before the Troika statement, United Nations was congratulating Kir for, making the regime, getting, their soldiers unified, whatever they call them, graduation. Nicholas Hayson, like last week when I read, he was giving congratulations to Kir that he's doing a great job, but they need to do more. So, it sounds like he's actually advising and congratulating than actually questioning, And Troika come up here, say why you want to extend, because there was a meeting for extension approval by the RGMC. So they began like only Troika acted as if they are not interested. But Troika, even if they give their statement as they reject it, yet that's political appearance. But in the ground, you will see them work with the regime, regardless they want or not, because they have the embassies there. I know Troika, I know US, so I know those countries. Once they don't like this government, they will take their embassy out completely, and they will condemn it. Like Iran, for example, like Syria, like Iraq before, like Libya. We know when America was really against those people, they would go against them. But because there is contract, and even Makuei, when he was blasting arrogantly, some people say this guy's crazy. Yeah, he is, but he's acting thuggish, a thug. He's always like this street boy. He will come up and say whatever he comes to his mind. This guy had a plan to speak on that. He said that for a purpose of saying, like, we don't care. We still have allies, and we got approved anyway. People approved it. So Troika has nothing. Yet, you don't know what's behind the scene. But I don't want to go far. Let me hear from you, Mr. Paul Mutter. What's your thoughts on this Troika statement, if you read it? Do you think this statement actually condemning, or is it just acting neutral, in your opinion? Thank you. Go ahead. Are you there, Mr. Mutter? I don't hear you. Can you exit and come back again? Because I don't hear it at all. I don't know if you're wearing a microphone or something. Welcome back, Mr. James. Yes, sir, Mr. Mutter. Now I hear you.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. Sister Odese, Sister D said something earlier.
You call me Sister Odese? Oh, Jesus. Mr. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's late here, and I started my speech earlier, and you couldn't hear me. So Sister D said something about deep state, and that's like deep-seated, rooted kind of, I don't know how they call it in Arabic, whether they call it siyasa al-mudabar or
something like that. I think maybe CJ and James can say yes.
I think so.
That means
Welcome, Paul.
Thank you. So that's siyasa al-mudabar. And everywhere, siyasa al-mudabar there is kind of hard to discover, but human beings are very intelligent. That little bit of disclaimer here, I'm not representing any tribe. I'm a South Sudanese and one of the leaders of South Sudan Republican Party. So that's all I can say. Yes, with the Troika statement, politics is something very complicated. Somebody said something that politics is a dirty game.
And somebody contrasts by saying that it's not a dirty game, it's being played by dirty people. So people who are involved in this, it gets complicated. And my Equatorian brothers and sisters would think that they are the ones that are being put apart by the regime. But it's not just Equatoria alone. And somebody stated somewhere, like if anybody from one of those tribes that somebody would think that they are privileged, if somebody rebel, that person will be exterminated. Will be taken out very quickly, like October 7, stuff like that. So all in all, a lot is going on. There is even a song that is composed by one of the singers that somebody actually go against even his own brother, and that song it happened to be in one of the languages that I understand. So yes, the division is deep rooted in people. When you come to Troika, like giving thanks at the graduation, there's something called layman language. Layman language, you don't sound rude, but if you want to be rude, right? I think that's what is going on, and others would call it fine print. There's fine print into that. And the extension, Troika actually put out a statement which they are standing with people of South Sudan and not with the government. It's a clear statement. But when they are standing in front of people and congratulate President Kiir, it's a matter of being professional. Professionals, they had a certain way of carrying themselves. It's our South Sudanese brothers that are usually blunt, which is acknowledged in the Bible in Isaiah 18, that people are aggressive with a strange speech. And other versions said people aggressive, tall with smooth skin, people fear far and wide, something like that. So it has been acknowledged that there's a little bit of aggressiveness going on. And I think that's what show up in Makuei the speech every now and then, here and there. Makuei is a lawyer by profession, and I was with him in Addis Ababa when we had that talk. He appeared to be saying certain things, but when it comes to real discussion and debate, that man can debate. I was with him in that meeting, and I was amazingly surprised how he could, put word together. Emmanuel Ajawin and I, we were in the same room, and Ezekiel Olgarkwat. That man can talk, like he come up with surprises in his communication. So with some of the Equatorian whom was said they are given assignment, and if that assignment is when it's time to go somewhere and get paperwork signed, it'll be someone else that is signing that. That's not supposed to happen. And some of those things, when they are seen, if somebody see it, bring it to my attention, because I'm not afraid of speaking up for my people. And when I say my people, I don't mean Equatorian alone. I mean the whole of South Sudan. I have been dragged into being in the politics. I'm an ordained minister of gospel, whom was to be ordained as bishop, but I respectfully declined. So I don't get anything out of this. I'm doing it for my people. So thanks for bringing me up, and I'm aware of what is going on. And when people speak up, there are certain things that are neutralized. You see, people got released in jail because of people speaking up. People, receive what they're supposed to receive. I have listened to my Equatorian brothers and sisters. They say something about culture differences. Yes.
Mr. Matur, So we don't get out of the topic. My question to you, because you just explained on Makuei, but my question to you on Troika's message, what was your stand on this? Because I want to hear from your side, from your own thoughts. And I don't know if you heard yesterday, there was a group of other rooms been playing this Troika statement, and they were looking at it as a good thing, but to me, I don't see it. From my perspective, it's only just a vague statement that has a strong message, only focusing on the 2-year extension. Other than that, there is nothing else that they really mentioned, which is credibly could tell me that they are, even if they said they are supporting peace, which is, what peace is that, and which contract of peace that they are talking about. So I want to know from your side, do you agree with the statement of Troika on questioning this, the 2 years extension?
Troika said clearly that they are not supporting extension.
And why do you think? Why they say that?
Extension? They say they were not convinced that 2 years extension would make difference. So that is clear in the statement that I have somewhere, which is an official letter where all the other regions have signed. So
yes, I read it.
Yes, they have signed, and they are not supporting the government. They are standing with South Sudanese people. So basically, the ball is on your court as a citizen of South Sudan Republican Party. What are you going to do with that information? Thank you.
Well, you're trying to play politics. I can't understand that, but let me ask you this. This is a good one. You came up. If we define this war, do you call it a civil war, or is it a tribal war, or is it a political party war? Which one you will say? Because I can dismiss 3 and go with 1. Which one are you dismissing in this point?
The author put something there. It's like what is happening in Equatorial does not fit any description. I think that's a correct way of putting it. There is something to do with identity here, and the Equatorial felt that they have been taken advantage of, although they have been acknowledged here and there, including some of the singers like Panchol Dengajang. When SPLM was at its last leg, it was Equatoria that have helped utilizing their resources, including, when I say cultural differences, when there were Dinka in Equatoria, there was this cultural dance that was taking place. And the song was, Aninya don kwer, 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 Aninya. There is queer going there in that song. So the Equatorian heard it, and it couldn't fit in their mind. So it was like Dinka Maliko, Torbambe, Linka Maliko, Torbambe. So that song was turned into something that could be understood, and that's part of education. So education starts from the known to unknown. You see, the same thing when our late Gloria Modi, when he was involved in the cultural dance, and our leaders were celebrated by then more than they are celebrated now, and they were given opportunity to dance, and of course it was him, Dr. John, and I don't know who else, and and then there was this song where people have to do certain things and jump, and it was like like el toro mind grunde gal el toro grund in the grund cop bell and then so
where this one goes with the conflict that we are facing. Yes,
well I'm coming with the whole thing. So and then Gloria Modi came with his version of song, which is and then Gloria Modi's version was you see, it's like something have been worked in here. they have accommodated themselves, and now it is your time, our time. We have to think of ways of how we can, accommodate ourselves. And if there's something that is going on where somebody would be given assignment as a leader, and somebody is allowed to sign on behalf of the other person, that's not fair, and it could be questioned by all of us, not just one side of South Sudan talking about it. Something came up when we were in Addis Ababa, where the deputy of Dr. Riek Machar was the one to sign during that time, but it was Angelina that signed instead. So there was a talk that went on, at that time when we were in Addis Ababa. Thank you.
Yes, but you still did not answer. You did not answer me.
Anything, man.
You just give me a narration of songs. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Let me ask these gentlemen. My friend, aren't you the candidate? The president's candidate? I understand, if there is you, my question is simple. If at all you will be asked the questions whether or not, which community tribe is the most trouble in South Sudan, could you say? If at all we put them aside, could we be in peace or not? Thank you.
Thank you. To pinpoint which tribe is more trouble, when we look at the way of as things started, we all have a little bit of everything. We have all the flavors. We have aggressors in every tribe. That's how I could put it. If we go back to the time of Anyanya 1, it started in Equatoria, and then the rest of the South Sudan joined in. And when when people come up to name the government, which is the version of SPLM now, it is called Enyenye, which means sim or poison. You see, so now we have SPLM, which is the daughter or son of Enyenye, and now we are seeing it as sim or something that is poisonous. What would you expect if Enyenye give birth to the child that is called SPLM? What would be the outcome? Thank you.
It's simple. The question.
Let's move on for that, because I think
it's not simple. We have 64 tribes plus, is that right? The most troublesome tribe in this country, if at all we were to put them aside, I believe South Sudan will be okay. Dinka is the most trouble if you don't want to answer. Simple. If Dinka were to step aside, believe me or not, the country will go smoothly, irrespective of everything. Because, Dinka went on after the Nuer, Dinka went on after the Murle, Dinka again went on after the Equatorians. In every subdivisions, Dinka has a problem. Do you agree or not? Thank you.
You can say that when there is a majority in something, there sometimes the advantages and disadvantages outweigh each other. And when there is something like, actually, there are a lot of Dinka people out there, and they don't speak one voice most of the time. And so there will be somebody that will say something that will provoke someone else, and it will be equated that is Dinka who did it. And there are the innocent Dinka somewhere. So when we go to those bases, that is called a stereotype, which is generalizing people because of few individuals. If you have observed, like census haven't taken place, and whether Dinka is large or not is being disputed. I remember when I was in the conference in Washington, D.C., representing South Sudan Republican Party, when South Sudanese parties met. Yeah.
Gentlemen, I get it. Thank you. That's it. You don't want to answer. It's okay. Thank you. Go ahead. It's not a history you are talking about. It's just only a simple question. You should have given us an answer.
Okay.
Today, worldwide, as South Sudanese and Equatorians, today because of a specific community, now we are toning it down. Is it primitivity or behavior? Simply the issue is behavior. If you can't get along with people, you're a danger to the people. So today, as you can see, Nuer and Dinka conflicts is still hanging on, and we're looking to establish a country when those people are the one who spoil the country. So without accountability, if I and you were to fight, then all of a sudden we're again, time and time again, put to be the leaders of those people. Do you expect that there will be a solution? There will be a mess. It will be a mess because at the end of the day, the point is that I and you are supposed to be put aside if we prove beyond a reasonable doubt that we are troublesome kind of individuals. So this has never happened.
Okay.
So in a country like ours today, do you think there is a future for that country? And then what so-called militia that Manyangayor and all those militia arms today who have just been recruited and graduated recently, do you think there will be a future for that country? No, there will not be a future. Accountability should come first. If you make a mistake, if you kill somebody today, supposedly, you're supposed to be jailed. You're not supposed to be left free to move wherever you like. So in South Sudan, people kill. There are some elements who kill others, and then they're left to move around. Sometimes even put to the extent that they have to be our leaders. Is that the country? So it's really horrible. It's horrible. The way how we're living, it's like, a jungle. Probably with the ongoing situations, that is the establishment of jungle country, which will not help us. If indeed, we have fight, if we recognize that, we once fought side by side. It's unfortunate. Today, it's all about conspiracy, and that's it. Thank you. And go from there. Article.
Thank you. I just want to
have something to say. Go ahead, Odysseus. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me get to, because they're fresh in the room, just quickly, because like I said, we want to focus on that, deconstructing this statement of Troika. Because when I asked a very simple question, Mr. Paul, and you could not answer me. Because there was a reason why I asked that question. I think CJ brought it another different way, but I don't want us to prolong it in one person, because we have also people who they wanted to ask questions, so maybe they want to interact on these. For me, I've said there is two things here. You got Makuei respond, because this is what I was hearing people responding on these two statements from Troika and Makuei. Of course, Makuei is always Makuei. You cannot change that. But when we talk about based on what is happening with Troika, we got to be very clear. I want to know from your opinion, because earlier we spoke on it. We explained clearly the statement. The statement to me is vague. Like I say again, it's just simple word vague. Why? Because Troika is not stating on the whole conflict. And why I ask you, this conflict, was it a civil war? Was it a political war? Or was it a tribal war? You got to dismiss three and put one as an answer. I ask you which one you would define it. And I know you know the truth, but you're avoiding to answer it. And I wonder, if you know the truth, do you think Troika, his statement, actually is standing with the people on this matter? Because some people are hyped up by just any time everything is all right. No, because these people, they have embassies in there. I've been in places where there is some things when U.S. do not agree, just giving you U.S. because we all from America as citizens, they will first take their embassy out of the country. They will condemn the regime, and then they will begin to give sanctions without another favor. But I don't see that in the issue of South Sudan. And for us as an Equatorian nationalists who are calling for separation, we don't at all acknowledge anything that is going on. We're only looking at it as even it makes a bigger, wider, it opens a wider
passage where there's no any solution. The only solution for us is to take our side. And I stick with that word because I know why, and I already explained it, but I'll explain it later. But I asked a simple question, you could not answer me, but I'll leave it later. So let me welcome Mr. Mariel Did. Later I'll give you a chance, Mr. You want to say something quickly? Because I want to give a chance to Mr. Mariel Did.
Okay, you can go to Mariel Did.
No, go ahead, Paul Motor. You want to say something? I don't want to also make you not forget your point. Go ahead, just say your point quickly so we can give a chance.
I think I have answered your question when it came to what the position of Troika is. And also, I'm not sure whether you're aware
not Troika. I ask you, what is the war? What do you define this war? It wasn't about, I said Troika had took a side, and I was going to come up to it.
With the war, I've already answered it. There's this article, I don't know whether you read that article. The person, the author described it that this war that is taking place does not fit other description. It does not fit the description that have been mentioned. The one that is taking place in Equatoria. So you could call it a little bit of both if you want me to chime in on that. So it's a little bit of both. There is a little bit of civil. There's also something to do with the rebellion that is taking place. And when something pop up here, then the government respond in kind. Which end up the victim that end up suffering are the ordinary citizen that don't have dual citizenship of any kind. So basically, the victim here are ordinary citizen, Motonin, that are affected.
I heard you. I heard you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we will not see eye to eye, but I respect your point. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Did you have any question or any thoughts on that? And so make sure let's brief it so we can give a chance to the next ones. And then the moderators get interact if they want to ask.
Thank you.
No, it was Meryl did. Meryl did. You didn't see him. He was the first one to raise his hand. I was invited. Go ahead. Mr. Meryl did.
Okay, thank you, comrade brother Odyssey, whatever title you might like me to call you, and I salute the rest of our audience in the rooms. Let me say this: the position of the Troikas, they were against the extension of the period for the 24 months. They did not really support it from the beginning. And what I can see here, they might have changed their position as a process of the tactics. It might not be 100% they are happy with the government, but they have left with no option. They have left with no alternative where they can really go about it, because the opposition itself is a toothless opposition, doesn't have any impact, and also they have been trying a lot and they never achieve any result. And since then, the opposition is divided itself for the two factions, of which the IO is a part of the government, and the regime itself is benefiting from that hybrid sort of system that they are about to go in together. And at the same time, it doesn't change the position of the Troikas, in particular the U.S. I think they might be observing things in a close look. And if you look at, there is nothing really that will change significantly, but since they have the graduation of the unifying forces, that is another maybe a good or positive factor that might contribute to make the change that the people are hoping for. And that's something might not be have to see it overnight. Something maybe you might have to give it a couple of months, maybe from 3 to 4 or 5 or 6 months at least, before they can make any analysis over what is happening, if they are agree with it or they are actually upset with it. And since then, I think they are just observing things closely, but not because they have changed their position, because they rejected it from the beginning.
Interesting. What is your prediction on that then?
prediction. What do you think Troika going to? Because they said they're going to do revision on 3 months, and then they will come up with their final and solid statement in that moment. What's your thoughts?
There is a lack of the partners here because the Troika cannot act on behalf of South Sudanese as you might wish to. And since they don't have a partners that they can really rely on it, because the opposition is divided, the opposition doesn't have any objectives. So they might be having other options. They might be having plan B or plan C that they might not reveal it to you, as you wish they can reveal it to you, that you will know that what direction they are going on it. Do I make sense?
Well, it's your opinion.
Yeah, Marielle, there's a debate going on there. It says, are Equatorian oppressed by Dinka, or did Equatorian oppress themselves? I
haven't touched that side. I'm just talking from the position of the Troikas.
No. What's his name? Paul focus on this, sorry to say, because that topic is just weird, because even it's ridiculous to say. I mean, I know the person, she's always doing controversial topic, but it's worthless, it's useless, because I won't waste my time listening to that, because Equatorian, they have a problem going through, and we know the problem. And I asked you earlier the question, the conflict, starting with the conflict, why you see people talk about the root cause of the issue. And when I asked that question particular, and I will ask this again maybe to Mr. Marielle did, what do you think this conflict is? Is it a conflict political? Is it a conflict of tribe? Is it a conflict? I forgot. Just look at it on this term. What do you see the definition? Do you focus that this is a political conflict? Is it warlords that are in disagreement for power? Or is it a tribal? Because, there's a lot of
conflict of identity.
Oh, no, it's called a civil war. Because I'm talking about this, about tribal. Yes, hold on a second. Hold on. I was just talking and then Paul interrupted, but Paul added, says identity. I don't think there is any issue of identity, but it's more issue either, what is the question? Political? Or is it tribal? Or is it another word, because I forgot the one that I was trying to say, or is it a civil war, as they say, some people? What are you defining it, Mr. Mayadli, please? Shortly, so we can give another people a chance to. Thank you.
Okay, how I define it? It's not like this. It was started as a political because it was within the SPLM party, whereby the elite of the SPLM could not really agree to how to work together. They could not have a unifying frameworks. And then it has involved ethnic line, of which it was clearly Dinka's versus Nuer, even if it's not what it is, but it seemed to look like that one. And then later on, it has labeled it to the insurgencies. Like the Equatorian one, I could not call it as a civil war because they have no army that fighting the government. They have maybe highway robberies. They just cut the road, killing people, grab something and run away with it. And you cannot term those people as a rebel because they don't have a rebel that actually attacking government, and they did not capture any city that you can call that this is captured by NAS as if you are a NAS or if you are anyone else. So it is involved all the three definitions of the wars: the civil war, the ethnic line, and what else? The political one. That's how I see it.
Okay, I was asking you for one answer, not to combine it. Just a simple one, because the world are not going to look at this thing. They just want to look, what is it defined? Tribal, civil war, or political war? And you try to combine it all. I already said that there is people who try to take a side on these things.
I gave you the answer.
I got you. So, yeah, I got you. I know you're trying to escape it. I understand you. You don't have to move on.
It started with a political rival within the SPLM party, Riek Machar versus Kir Mayar. And then...
I heard you. You don't have to repeat it. I apologize, but I just heard you. You already explained it, and people have heard you. But I was trying to just get one
point in that three things that I've mentioned, but I appreciate you actually elaborate more. Thank you. So people, it's up to them to agree with you or not. I have my own also thoughts on this later. So, but if you have any question for us on this matter of Troika or Makuei, then we can answer you. But if not, then we can give a chance to Mr. Makar, and then we come back later to you if later you have anything to add or you came up with another new thoughts, if you don't mind.
Exactly. I'm not going to hold the discussion as one-on-one, or maybe this is my humble sort of the way I look at it. The Troikas are not really happy with the government, as I said earlier, but they don't have partner that they can really work with it, because always U.S. goes for the interest, and if all the opposition are not serving their interest, why are they going towards their term then? You got me right. They will have to stick with what they have in their hand until they find the partners. Maybe you might be the next partner, who knows?
Thank you. You're very interesting. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayardit. Mr. Makar, welcome. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome.
Me?
You have any? Yes, sir. We hear you clear. Do you have any thoughts on? And I think CJ earlier blinked something, but CJ, you can come after Makar, Mr. Makar, if you have anything to add. But let's hear from Mr. Makar on Makuei and what his response, and then also the deconstruction. Deconstructing this statement. What is your thoughts first? My first question to you: what is your thoughts on the statement? Do you believe this statement has a strong message, like example, standing with the people or against the people or against the regime? And do you believe that their approach has a valid, point to challenge the regime, or just another political game they're playing? And what's your statement also on Makuei? On his statement on blasting the Troika. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. I think Troika has its own interests. These three countries, the Norway, British, and Britons, and the US, they have their own interests. It is not the interest of South Sudanese, nor is it interest of current government of South Sudan. I say this because when Riek Machar and Salva Kiir Mayardit signs agreements back in 2015 in Addis Ababa, Salva Kiir refused to sign, and then he went back to Juba. But then there was a pressure, I think, from US and maybe these two countries and maybe other countries in the regions. They pushed Salva Kiir Mayardit to sign that agreement. So the guide came to Juba and the agreement was signed. That was in 2015. 1 year later, in 2016, we witnessed the J1 fight, and it was very unfortunate. So the agreement was thrown asunder. It was not binding anymore. People went back to war. Riek was retrieved in regions of Western Equatoria. Unite, whatever, the UN forces in Congo, and it all happened that he ended up in South Africa. From 2016, part of 2016, 17, and part of 2018, Troika said nothing. And it was well known that Riek was like under house arrest in South Africa until Sudan under Bashir, and South Sudan itself, and some countries in the regions took the initiative. And this is how the idea of so-called revitalized agreement came into existence in 2018. Troika was not part of it. And so here came back to Juba, and then they drag on like that. They are not implementing it fully. And recently, when they decide to extend
you're in a matrix. You were in a matrix, Mr. Makar. You were in a matrix earlier, but go ahead. If you are moving, maybe that's why it makes that matrix sound. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, now you sound good now. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm saying the revitalized peace accord, Troika is not party to it. Is not part of it at all. when it was signed in Khartoum in 2018. And so whether the stakeholders, Riek side and Salva Kiir side and other stakeholders are not being honest to themselves in the implementation of these agreements, Troika should be there as just an observer. These stakeholders do not take Troika positions as their binding positions because they've been there as just, people who are just watching. They were not party to it. And this is what Makuei is saying. And as they came in as friends of maybe South Sudan with other countries, and according to this article, there were about maybe 41 countries represented by the embassies or ambassadors, and 37 voted in favor of the position taken by the government of national unity, the position taken by Riek and Salva Kiir and other stakeholders, that the agreement has to be extended for 2 years or for 24 months. So it was agreed by 34 ambassadors, diplomats. And these three countries, the Troika, they abstained. And this is how Makuei came in with the idea that in the first place, you were not party to this. You were not part of it. When we agreed in Khartoum, you never been part of this. So it was our goodwill. That's why we call you here. So in that regard, I agree with Makuei. Because if Troika is actually a grantor of the agreement between Salva Kiir and Riek Machar, they would have taken measures back in 2016 when there was dogfight in J1. They should have not waited until Riek Machar, Salva Kiir, Bashir, and other regional countries revitalized everything again. So they were not party to it. That's all I have to say regarding that. Any question? Maybe I will explain that.
Excuse me, Yoman. What do you understand from non-intervention in state countries, in other people's affairs? Non-interventions in a sovereign country affairs. Are you aware of that particular point? And what does it sound to you when you talk about US? That they are not a part of that. And how about the sanction? Who's using the sanction? Under what text does US use the sanction against countries, such regimes, in South Sudan, like the one that Kiir is now holding? Thank you.
Well, US being the superpower, in the world, its relation with weak countries.
You're in Matrix again, Mr. Makar. You're in the Matrix again. You're in the Matrix. Sorry about that. You can unmute and try again. Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, I'm saying that US is a superpower, and it always do what interested, it interests. That is the first and foremost position that it takes in its relation with other countries. And so whether there is an article talking of non-interventions in affairs of other countries, US would do whatever suits its interests. In our conflict, US, of course, it's been playing a very good part, but there are some parts where we have to blame, the American government. And so they are very good at keeping sanctions. Salva Kiir is sanctions. Riek is also sanctions. Makuei himself is sanctions. And those who are not even in government today, they are sanctions. And that sanction is still binding, I think, is still holding there. But then they pretend to go around and say that we are friends of South Sudan, and therefore we have to support these government of national unity between Riek and Salva Kiir to make sure the best interest of South Sudanese would maybe be attained to, maybe at the end of a so-called interim period. But how would you say you support?
Yeah, Makuei's sanction will be revised in May 22. It's in place until May of 2023.
Can you let him finish, Mr. Paul, please, respectfully? I know you want to say something, but let him finish first, and then you can respond quickly so we can give a chance to the next speakers.
No, I was just inserting the deadline for sanction to end. It will be May of next year. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Makar, continue your point.
So the government is under sanctions. Individuals who are in that government are under sanctions. Since Riek Machar went to Juba, and Riek has stated it 3 days ago when the unified forces that is like under, the situation he is in Juba is akin to the situation he was in South Africa, that he's not allowed to move. So given the intelligence and the superpower and they know everything, why did they keep quiet until Riek have to open up? So in this regard, I see them as people who pursue their own interests. And whether this Salva Kiir Mayardit would play a politics that would favor him in the end is something that we will wait to see. To me, myself, I tend to blame, and I don't blame them very, very much, the opposition, South Sudanese opposition leaders or political leaders. Like they said before, that the term was going to end in December this year, but there were no campaigns. There were no leaders, canvassing the country, trying to tell people that election is coming up in December 2022. And here I am as an alternative leader to Salva Kiir Mayardit and to Riek Machar. There are no voices like that.
I was, and God is my witness.
You never been to Juba, my brother. You just talk about.
Excuse me, my friend. This is not a proprietary country. This is a country of the people. It is not an individual country where you can come up with your term, but there is no alternative. No, it doesn't work that way. When there is peace and stability, that's the time when all these things will come to play. What is today? Those are resistant forces. You can call them resistant forces. To this day, there's no yet, unless there is freedom of speech, the civil rights and everything, press and all that, then we can come to say, we may come to that alternative of saying, well, we have Mr. X that will have to succeed. The other thing is that, have you ever, come to your sense and understand and say that, look to the situations where we are? Kiir and Machar have ever since 2011, when they hijacked the people government, which is supposed to be a transitional government, since they hijacked it, they kept rotating those people as if they are the best in that country. When they are criminals and have blood in their hands, they're supposed to be held accountable for what they did for each other. Could it be Dinka against Nuer or Nuer against Dinka? The reason why, simply we can say that the ongoing war in South Sudan is endless tribal war of Dinka and Nuer. It's not a civil war. Don't mess it up.
Let's hear from them first.
They decide to spread it all over so that they can sing the songs that, everyone is planning. Dinka are suffering, Equatorian are suffering. We're all the same. You know that. It was just through the
Hold on. I got CJ. Can you quickly and hold on. You're coming. Just CJ, if you can rub it, yes, your point, I agree with you, but just
America is against the extension. The content of the letter, could you define the area that can show that America is against this thing? الراجل ده قاعد يدي proposal الله قاعد يديه ده عبارة عن شنو remarks أو تنويه على أساس أنه if you can see to the if you can see the language, the content of the language of the letter, there is nothing so aggressive. There is acknowledgement at the same time. هم قاعد يقول لك أنه شنو أنه يا أخي أنا بشوف أنه الطريقة اللي أنت قاعد تعمله ده ما بيقود لحاجة شنو will not lead to a fair elections and all that kind of things. So how could you say I'm against? It is, the guy is expressing his ideas. Troika is here showing that these areas, it's unhelpful. And with that is what it is. It's not against. To be against, there should have been. He wouldn't have come say that I acknowledge the regime tag, RFK. So it's irrelevant. We ought to correct ourselves. U.S. Troika is not against, but the way how they have come up is some kind of correction. That will like لا الطريقة أنا ما كده الطريقة ده كده في تصحيح في حاجة اسمه تصحيح وضد لما تكون ضدي أنا العبارة بيكون واضح زي عملية بتاعت كيلو مشهد الواحد لما يكون ضد الآخر لما يكون مشهد بيقول لك شنو عارف كيف أنه أنا مثلا إنتوا النوير إنتوا ما ممكن تيجي تاخذ موقعك الفلاني لما تشارك في الموضوع ففي اختلاف هنا. There is something that is wrong. Let us not misinterpret Alua things, if I'm not mistaken. Go ahead, guys.
Okay. Just
Maka, quickly, 1 minute. I shall let the first Agot, and then we want to welcome Mr. No, Mr. Deng, Mr. Dominic. Yeah, your point is clear, Mr. C. And I agree. I don't have disagreement on that because that's why even we want to deconstruct this letter content, because some people misinterpret it in the wrong way, as if they are actually condemning. But they are not condemning. But yeah, go ahead, Mr. Makuei. You got 1 minute, please.
Okay, so
if you can sum it up.
Other political parties that are in government today, they didn't speak up against the extensions. But as South Sudanese, we would want election where environment would be conducive. If Thomas Chirilo, for example, is still out, then we would say there is insecurity in the country because Thomas Chirilo is fighting the government. We look at and so we would want government of South Sudan, where Riek Machar is party to make sure that they bring all other political parties or other groups that are outside, including Malone, so that when we go into elections, we would make sure that every corner in South Sudan is conducive. This was not done. And therefore, that alone would warrant, would make me agree to extensions. Why would Troika wait until South Sudanese decide to extend, South Sudanese leaders decide to extend, and then they argue against it? They should have given these people pressure that Malum must come in, Somers must come in.
Okay, I heard you.
And what other groups?
Thank you. I heard you clear. Yes, we gotta respond. Just write it down. I know. I just want us to write notes down.
There is one thing I have to understand, my friend. It is not the oppositions that is most important than the refugees, the 4 million populations who are outside, including us here out, unaccountable for, unaccountable. It is the people who are supposed to go back home to their respective home and then start using their right to vote and do everything. It's not the people. Masalan, those oppositions, what do you think they are? Majority of those they are all SPLA. They're the one who said
we are not.
They're the one who wrote. No, they were the ones.
Let's focus. Hold on a second, Jama. Point of order. Because that's why I asked. Definition of this war will determine if people understand exactly where we're going as in this conundrum with our politics. That we, Equatorian Nationalists, we already clarified our point. We don't see eye to eye with anything in South Sudan because this so-called opposition or this so-called regime are not in the side of truth. Instead, they are playing around the same ball that they have been throwing it day and night, out and day, like every day. I should get a tell the cortisol big that they break rules and then they will try either to ally themselves with the regime or they will go outside and figure out how they can get back. So I will not want to comment here. Just let us give a chance. So later we can come back. Moderators put points and then we're going to put our last words in this. I know Makani didn't speak yet, but I'll give him a chance later. Good. Please go ahead. I'll give you 5 minutes. So please make your point clear.
I'm pressing tunnel. You know, in America, there's a long tunnel. You know, when you enter there, the service is not good. Member of Muslim Malaysia, Odasu, James, my friend Didi, and also CJ, the panelists and the audience. Your topic is very good. Deconstructing Troika statement about SPLM 2 years extension. I disagree with Makuei. I agree with Makuei in the recent statement. Ajama Shuf into European Dole. I don't know whether Mafi or any guy in the way. I don't understand this, but let me make it this. In 2015,
Matsi, it's attention, Matsi Azan, please. Matsi, I mean, Maruf. I'm going to including me, so I'm not going to use Matsi, no, it's wrong. Matukul mind to mind, please. Watch your words. Thank you.
My apology. What happened is this. In 2015, when the peace, that peace actually, there were 3 colonial masters. The Khartoum under the foreign, ambassadors, and also with Ethiopia with the late Sudan Muslims, Catalonia, Tigray region, the former minister of foreign affairs of Ethiopia, and then you have the nation of Kenya under Uhuru Kenyatta. These were the 3 new colonial masters in South Sudan. Okay, that peace alone, it was engineered as a destruction to the Republic of South Sudan. Because Khartoum, into plan, because Khartoum government, with the new colonial masters, wanted to destroy South Sudan at its birth. Salva Kiir, and that's why I always get upset with Salva Kiir. Salva Kiir raised the South Sudan, don't understand the foreign policy and how it works. That Troika are 5 countries. Okay, there are 4 countries, and all the Troika, meaning of Troika, came in when the first Troika arrived. You need to go to the books and understand this. Salva Kiir, he said that I'm not going to sign this agreement. He promised South Sudanese at the airport when he departed on his departure to Addis Ababa. Later on, he was threatened by his commanders, including the chief of staff, the foreign chief of staff, General Malong Galo. If you sign this, Sudan. Later on, he came and he told the African Union, he got that I cannot sign this peace because my leadership is under threat. He said, I rather sign in Juba. And he signed it on Shirin Shatamania, 2015. Later on, resulted into July the 8th, 2016, where we lost 419 in 29 minutes. Why I'm saying this, Troika are not part of September 12, 2018 period. Because Machar was detained in South Africa for 2 years. And when this guy came to power, Dr. Abiy, when he came to power, he has President Bakir bring your brother to peace. Because he understands the meaning of Africanism, or the Pan-Africanism. Rais Bakir listened to him, and he brought Machar to back to the peace negotiation. I disagree again with Salva Kiir. He shouldn't have done that. Jabu and the peace didn't work in June. And that peace, Bashir, so Bana into Fursa Kabir, and the range of fusion to fulfill his mission that was not done. Bashir had another Khartoum, and in fact, there is a lot of witness. This guy, Giri Chuang, Galiaki, and the people they were forced to sign agreement by that white Bashir fled from Khartoum. He sneaked out because that field was coercive by military force. If you don't sign it, you will bunya, you will come from, but you do more second or sabdak. So that peace, it was a Bashir peace. But why it became important to us? When Bashir was out of power, that peace became an African peace. There is no longer an interest of the INFNC Muslim Brotherhood in Khartoum. So Troika, they refuse to be part of that peace. That's why I want to say I want to agree with Makuei. Okay, since they refuse not to be part of the peace, why now? And that's why I am coming out to Salva Kiir to South Sudan. That's now he lacked the foreign political interest or political understanding. In 2012, when الجيش بتاع جنوب السودان طرد الجيش بتاع السودان في منطقة بتاعتنا في طنطاو نادي كل يجري. Rais Salva Kiir عمل شنو؟ قال لبنكمون when he was called that you have to exit from that area, and he said that I'm not under your command. And less than 3 days later, he rescinded his statement. That statement right there.
You got 1 minute, huh?
That statement alone, it destroyed everything in Sudan. Okay, because the Troika, America is superpower. America can do anything to you. And recently you heard from South African foreign minister, when America want African to support the West against Russia. And if you go back to the history of Soviet Union, the only superpower that support Africa to get rid of the imperialists was Soviet Union. No one can determine our future. Salva Kiir is Sudan, supposed to understand on his shoe. America is America, but America cannot determine the future of South Sudan. And then we came here not because of America. In 1985, Ronald Reagan was supposed to marry. So everything is an interest. So Sudan is supposed to make itself very clear. Makuei, I don't support your government now, but I agree with your statement.
Thank you.
Wallahi, Odysseus, just like their favorite word. Odysseus, just like their favorite word. I think muskila wallahi, we are good.
What I'm saying is this, Jama. And I want to also support CJ in his statement. There's no way out. Guide folk the law hagimshi. Guide folk don't say that there's no alternative. Akuma is called Hakuma. And in the Shab, we have the right over everything. We are the custodian of South Sudan. So Akuma, if this government is not doing anything right, and this government damn has to go. And Akuma mind to fight that this government even execute people using judiciary without using the rule of justice. So Akuma SPLM has failed us, and it's time for Shab and Ginubi to unite together and dismantle this government at when the time is right. I'm going to thank you so much. Troika is a part of this peace. Shukran Gizil.
Allah, Taliban got a kalam jamit. I didn't know that. Let me ask you this. If got to go to execution, can separatists that you want to execute us? Just a quick question to you quickly. Because all the people who were here earlier before you, especially the guests, قلت لك الحرب ده تعريفه definition of this war. Do you call it civil war? Is it a tribal war? Is it a political war? One you have to pick. Don't have to go far. You don't have to elaborate. In 30 seconds, please. عشان ندي فرصة لأخواننا التانيين.
Okay, this war was engineered by the foreign powers. Like they want to turn South Sudan into new
اسمع أنا ما قلت لك أدخل في conspiracy theory. Very simple answer. I gave you 3 options. You can pick. Sudan for America. It's a lawyer, right? You know how when you go to test, you got to pick choice. Yeah, which one?
The answer is this war is a civil war created by the SPLM themselves, and it has nothing to do with there's no tribe in this tribe is innocent. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Because you target an ethnicity, and then you want to now justify the civil war. All right. CJ, if you don't mind, you want to add something quickly on 30 seconds? I should let you first and then Brother Dan, and then Brother Dominic. Yes.
Yeah, Monsieur Agot, when you say it's a civil war, do you mean a nation war?
It was a coup d'etat. So coup d'etat is split into a civil war between the Arga Shabi themselves, but because of mentality of 70% of people, it become like
let's not make it one-on-one.
And also foreign interest involved. Foreign interest want to use it as a justification to steal our resources, like they have done it in other Africans.
That's why I tell you, Mr. CJ, what Agod is saying is the same thing that Kid was saying publicly. Is a coup, is international community behind it. So we know this drama that they were saying, but it's good that Agod answered his point, and I appreciate at least he's sincere to tell what he believes. Let's go to
America to go to hell. America cannot intervene in our business. America is superpower, not for us.
خليه قاعد في أمريكا هسه بكرة get deported. Get deported, don't worry. I lost voice, we're getting lost of this. Who lost? Don't worry. Let's go.
My friend.
It doesn't matter. America didn't claim my brother. You know, if America knows my business, I would say no. Get the hell out of South Sudan.
I know you're passionate about what you believe. Then let's forget it. Then let's move on. Good luck. المهم بس خلي أمريكا ما يسمع كلام ده والله شفت FBI يدخل في بيتك لما تكوري. المهم منون go ahead. اتفضل. Go ahead. You got 5 minutes. I want to hear what your thoughts in this Troika. Do you agree with the statement that? What do you see? What's your understanding from this statement? I'll just put it this question from a Troika to SPLM, and then also what's your also view on Makuei response to Troika? Do you agree with it? Do you disagree? Please, you got 5 minutes. You can elaborate on them. Thank you. And if you have any question for us, also feel free to ask us later after you finish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, producer and CJ and McCarthy and the rest, and James, which as moderators and the rest of the people in the panel, people down there, listeners, great listeners there. Thank you for the opportunity. I mean, I just review some articles. I reviewed the article that you post, and also I review some article outside what you post. Statement of Troika, you know, there is also a statement today, which is that the Troika and EU acknowledge the revitalized peace agreement extension. Okay, this is the one, and also they know that the roadmap have a clear detail and action, you know, and time frame that can deliver if it's implemented. Regarding on that also, they know that they have consent, and their consent is based on the step that the government will take to ensure that the roadmap is going to be implemented. And the other concern is they want to see the transparency in financial management within the national unity government, where the revenue transparency, including the oil revenue and the budget that is managing the national unity government, they want to see the government is funding the extension of the agreement for 24 months. And that means they're saying that if that happens, then that will be good to bring the confidence to international community to regain confidence, because now they hold any support to the agreement because they want to see transparency and financial management in the government. If they saw it clearly, government is interested or is serious about implementation and funding, then it means that the international community or Troika will be interested also to inject some funding to the implementation of peace agreement. Therefore, in budget 2022-2023, there is element of or some allocation of allocate money showing that part of implementation of the roadmap that was actually for the extension of next 24 months that's going to come soon. Here, I agree with the money speakers. The Troika actually, they are just supporters in terms of pressure, political pressure, and financial support for the agreement. But when it comes to agreement, 2015, it was actually a pure African initiative, and even revitalized peace agreement in 2018 also was a pure African initiative. And though a role of the Troika here is to support in terms of advisory, in terms of capacity building for implementation of the agreements, because you know their role is extension of 2005 to the 11 agreement. That's where they were involving seriously about Sudan peace agreement in 2005. But for this one, their role is very limited. It's very limited. Therefore, the statement that they abstain does not mean they are against the extension itself, you know, but they want to see some action being taken politically. If the government, because if they just say we support it without having some concern or putting some observation, that means it's going to let the government relax not to implement what they promised to do. And also they're saying that the extension is a choice made by national unity government, because if they were really serious, they wouldn't done implementation agreement in literal spirit rather than requesting another extension of 24 months. That means it was their choice, and that's why they are not supporting. That's why they withdraw some support, because they're saying it was intentionally made. They are not serious to implement the agreement, and that's why they extended. Therefore, it's showing that they are not against the extension, but they have some political observation. And if the national unity government answer those observations, they will be interesting to support the process of implementation, because the Troika here, their interest is to see South Sudan is sustainable, peaceful, for the interest of people of South Sudan, regardless who are opposing or who are running the government of South Sudan. It's not their interest. Their interest is to see South Sudanese people are sustained in peace. As long as there is sustained in peace, the people of South Sudan also have an opportunity to exercise their right in the end of it, an interim period to vote for their choice to choose their leaders. That's the rule of the Troika. There's no more that I can see Troika can do.
You got 1 minute.
Yeah. Yes, in that regard. Therefore, I agree with those who say Troika is not really the decision failed to offer an alternative for extension. When we say,
let's not worry about the position. I want to ask you. Sorry to interrupt you. For that 1 minute, I want to ask you, what's your? Don't forget Makuei. What's your analysis of Makuei response on that matter too? So go ahead. You can add the position.
I agree.
You can explain on the opposition, and then go ahead.
Yes, I agree with Makuei's statement, because Troika are not a part of that. This is an African peace agreement. If there's any people we should blame, IGAD, the African leaders who are produced as an African agreement, which is a part of Africa need to do their own business. We don't want to rely on colonialist power, But the problem here, the African, they are not committed to what they're supposed to commit to show to the world that we as African, we can do our own business alone without interfering of foreign countries or outside the region. So that's what I can see here. So I think Makuei, what the statement of Makuei is right, is correct. It's correct. It is up to them. If they want to support it, they can support it. If they don't want to support it, they can absent. They can stop their support. Shouldn't be a case at all.
Yeah, thank you. You will get a chance again, but just let's hear from the other brothers here who are also waiting patiently. But just if you have any question later, please add. And I think maybe some people have questions for you. So thank you for your. I know we're gonna come and ask and talk about it. So I see Brother Dominic. I think Brother Deng is not here. So go ahead, Brother Dominic. Welcome. It's good to see you. Go ahead. Give us your thoughts on this deconstructing Troika statement and Makuei, and then also from the gentleman here was speaking. So welcome.
Yeah, thank you so very much. As somebody who is in the political scene, observing what is happening, you see the statement of the Troika to me sums up what we've been telling about the government, the lack of the political will, and the desire not to implement this agreement. And by the way, for those who are saying that Troika is not a signatory to this agreement, of course, it is an agreement, for the South Sudanese. But Troika has been there. So America, Britain, Norway, they've been there monitoring these mechanisms. Yes, they were there as observers. Who may remember before the end of the tenureship of Obama, because when the war started, it was during the time of Obama, how those people were very quickly, concerned about the crisis that will later escalate, causing humanitarian. And over the years, they were there telling the people that, you have to have this agreement, sign, implement it in Latin and spirit. And I think you people might also remember when the protagonists decided to lock Riek Machar in South Africa. The roles of the Troika and the friends of IGAD in while bridging the gap between those factions was so very evident. So those people who are trying to say that, you know, Troika is not there, they are just lying to themselves. You know, and the presence of Troika was not only during this current war, but even before, during the time of the CPA. So why is it relevant then and not now? You see, and some of the statements that are just saying this just misplaced statement. You know, because we were part of the Sudan, yes, and if these guys were in favor of South Sudan, why not this time round? But if you look at the revitalized agreement, there was a pressure. You may all remember that even the Security Council, they came to Juba. Machar was not in favor of coming back to Juba. But the Troika told him and told Salva Kiir that it is important that you go and implement this agreement and see, let us see who is actually going to dishonor this agreement. And by the way, over the years, it was actually proof that the government, in the persons of Salva Kiir, do not have the political will in order to implement this agreement. In most of the mechanisms that were created, whether this is RGM, Citizen, FV, VM, verification and monitoring. And by the way, Americans were paying money. The Troika was paying money. I was just reading a news test from the VOA where Americans decided to pull out their support from those mechanisms. You know, because they say they are paying money. Yes, they say they are very committed to the people of South Sudan because they know that the government that is there is not responsible. And they said they are going to support UNIMIS so that UNIMIS can now help, with whatever they're doing, monitoring of most of these meetings of the JMIC and the citizen and the security mechanism that were created by this agreement are attended by those friends of South Sudan, including but not limited to the Troika. That is why all along they come with statements. Their statement is actually on the observations of the things that they have seen. And I have an inner source information from all these meetings. That whenever the government delegation...
I'm back. I was at work, but I'm back now, please. Later on.
You keep quiet. It's important for us to know that you cannot... Somebody's talking. One of the things that stand out very clear, and that came into the letter, was that the government delegation, normally when they go to those meetings, either to distract, to oppose, or to just downplay everything. And this is where the frustration comes. And even they say, these unified forces that were created were not unified forces that were professional, aimed at, bringing a credible reform within the army. This is what they have cited, you see. And it is true. Because the government forces were not condoned. They were talking about barracking. They said they have their barracks. How can they go to the cantonment areas? So where is this unification of the forces that people are talking about in terms of the doctrine? It was not there.
Yes. A reminder, Brother Dominic, sorry to cut you. You got 1 minute, but I give you extra 1 minute and a half. So just finalize your point, and then welcome, Brother Deng. You're after Dominic.
The statement of Makuei is a statement of somebody who is desperate. It's a statement of a desperation, because at first Mawaka Ferraz, you remember they were crying about financing because America decided to withdraw its finance from those mechanisms. And even those of Tai, the chairman. And by the way, this guy was also insulted by Ilya Lumoro. But they are there making their money. So why do you have to cry about the monies of America? No. Amma Hayal Tani Hina. The Troika are talking, and let me conclude with this. The Troika are talking about the opposition members that are partners into the agreement. They are not talking about the fallout, because our positions with regards to this agreement was very clear. From the time we pull out of this agreement in 2018 in Khartoum, because of the duress and the interest of the Jalaba that is in this in this agreement. History was here to observe us and prove us and vindicate us that we were truthful to the cause of the people of South Sudan. Today, this agreement was not being implemented, and it is dragging, and we are not seeing anything that is coming. So when the Troika is talking, they were talking about those people who are currently implementing this agreement, IG, IO, SOA, OPP. And this is what we told them earlier. Go and implement this agreement. If you implement this agreement, then we who hold out, we will not have any, political leverage to continue, outside here. Was history not here to observe us? Now they have extended it to 24 months without any, they didn't put any plans of how they can be able to implement the other critical task that has to do with this agreement. And that is the concern of the Troika. I rest it here as a case. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. I might maybe if somebody has a question later. I want to also welcome Brother Sabata and Menon. Hold on, Brother Deng and Brother Sabata did not speak yet. Let them speak, and then from there we can come back to you. Mr. Deng, Brother Deng, welcome. What's your thoughts? It's good to see you again, brother. What's your thought on the deconstructing? The statement. How do you deconstruct this statement of Troika and Makuei in the same time? So welcome. Feel free. You got 5 minutes, but go ahead. We give you extra time when you need it. You're welcome.
Thank you. Ana mahajawu the Troika lanu maruf peace mina well is to there is no peace from the beginning, and the peace this is about the game. Everyone in Troika or anyone in the IGAD is playing his interest. So ana ma bamshi na katir. Ana swal ta ana bas bijara jaw swal ta gibilta salta halal harib da harib bitad gabaliya wala harib siyasiya wala harib مثلا
سياسي حرب civil war like حرب أهلية.
الحرب ده حرب قبلية ما زي ما قبل في ناس بيلفوا فوق وبيدوروا حرب قبلية، لأن من يقتلوا قبيلة واحد وقبيلة واحد بقتل قبيلة ما ده قبيلة ده قبلية. لو كان الحرب ده لو كان جنوبين كلهم بنفسهم وكان شاكلوا مع نوير بقتلوا في نوير جوجوبا 64 tribes 63 tribes كان بقتلوا في نوير، ده كان بيكون حرب أهلية لأنه ده كان قبيلة نوير جاوا قاعد يشاكل مع جنوبين كله. لكن طبعا انه كان دينكا او كان بشكل مانوير ده حرب قبليه، لانه كان دينكا بيسد في تارب ده 1991 حتى كير بنفسه طلع قال it's not going to be like 1991. كل ما يان قال it's not going to be like 1991. It's a revenge. It's not about ده حرب بين حرب اهليه ولا حرب سياسيه، ده revenge. فلانه فوقه كلمات وفوقه 1991 تاني ما يحصل، وكل زول عارف كلام ده، بس عشان ما دايرين نسيس ما دايرين نمشي الموضوع كده نوير big weak. So at extension بتاع سلام القاعدين يعملوا كله بسنتين ده to weak as نوير عشان نوير يكونوا ضعيفين، ما يكون شتتوا قوة أي قوة بتاع نوير شتتوا يكون ما نوير ما يكون ما نوير يكون ما عنده قوة يلا بعدين بيعملوا سلام الحكومة دايروا بطريقة اللي دايروا، لكن هسه قبل ما يشتت نوير لسه هيكستن كل سنة بعملوا extend لفوز لحد ما ينتهي من حاجة اسمه revolution بتاع نوير يكون ما في بعدك بيكون بيوزوا نوير against the rest of the Equatorian different Equatorian other separatists ولا other بيكون بيuse نوير against you. وهسه حتى القوة الكراجة and they will use نوير against the rest of the revolutionary. وده حاجة معروف. انتوا ما تقدروا تشوفوه زي بسيط كده. Then now they come to sense ما بيقدروا بيشاكلوا براهم and they have to use نوير. So ده حاجة عندنا نقول لك بس إنه حرب قبلية. Well, they will use Nuer against the Equatorians. It will happen. It will شوفوا براكم بعد شهور أو بعد سنين. وده الحاجة الماشي. فالحاجة عندنا سيد فوق بس إنه الحرب ده حرب قبلية. أي زول ده يجي يقول لنا يسايسوا يقول حرب ده حرب بين شنو ده كذب ساكن. حرب ده في جنوب السودان ده حرب قبلية. أنا زول بقول لكم بدو انا زول تعريبين انا لا سيبراتيست زي ناس نيميري ولا انا سيبراتيست زي كل كده كان زول تعريبين يوم انا ريبين بتاعي على بعدك شلا انا يا بحر ولا جوزاني اللي موسى ولا ما عندي مشكله بعدك لكن قبل ما نعمل ريبين هاجي انا ما عندي قضيه اللي موسى وفرتقو كل زول شيء لان لو فرتقو جنوب وانا ما عملت ريبين ما هلقى حد بتاعي سو بعد ما نلقى ريبين هاجي بعدك اننا بنقدر نشوف نقعد كيف لانه تزول ملاك حاجه كابتا ملاك حاجه كابتا عشان يعرف حاجه ده لما يكون في يتامى بتاع نسوان دينكا وفي يتامى بتاع دينكا بعدك نقدر نتكلم في بيجي عندنا يتامى وبيجي عندهم يتامى بعدك نتكلم لكن هسه كده ما في سلام ده كلام فارغ ساكت انا يا مظلوم بيجي يقول لي قال انت يقول لي قال نركع تحت معناته انا يا هو اي سرندا ده ما سلام كده سرندا ده ما فوق حاجه اسمه سلام كلكم ما تجيبوا كلام بين ترايكا قال السلام ما في سلام ريك سرندا فات جوا جزء من نوير كتير سرندا لكن لسه في نوير ما سرندا لسه في نوير بسيطين لسه ما سرندا we will see to organize ourselves and then we can revenge back ده عندي نقول لكم بس so ما في الكلام انا جاي من كلامات كله بيجي ما في لو داي الا بعد زمن كده هيكون في اكشن وجنوب السودان بيرجع في سكوير 1 انتوا هتصدقوا الكلام ده السنه الجايه ده جنوب السودان هيرجع في سكوير 1 كلكم هتصدقوا نوير اللي بيشابه ست النوير ما قاعد يلم نفسه ده ان شاء الله نوير هيلم نفسه وان شاء الله جنوب السودان هيكون زي نار وده الكلام ده نقول لكم بس وشكرا.
Thank you so much, Brother Deng. Actually, I agree with you. What you said is very true. And I love that sincerity that you said, because I feel like this insincerity among South Sudanese, especially when they're trying to use the I get the mujamalat, sweet talk. We got to be honest. This conflict, like the other one want to say, Fingilab, ma Fingilab conflict in Sudan. They made a conspiracy to accuse Ashanik that you get support by the international community, Riyak Mashar Amal Ingilab, and then they began to go and hunt Nuer. It was a tribal. That's why I was asking these people.
أننا في السودان زمان تكون غير تاريخ السودان ولا بيجي ده دارفور ولا دارفور اللي كان الاسم أقول طبعا هو ده اسمه أقول هو أبوه من دارفور لكن بس ده يجي يقول قالوا ده كان من مالو الدين فأنا ما ده نخش هناك أنا ده نقول لكم لو كان ده ده إنقلاب عندنا عبود عمل إنقلاب لأسحري هل كان عبود مش قتل أهل أسحري؟ لا نمير جامل إنقلاب لعبود ده إنقلاب هل مش قتل أهل نمير عشان قال أن أهل عبود عمل إنقلاب شوايقة؟ لا نمير الصادق جامل الانقلاب اللي مستضيف نمير هل مش قتلوا الناقله عشان قالوا نمير كان دنقلاوي؟ لا هنا ده اسمه شنو ده بشير جامل الانقلاب للصادق هل مش قتلوا اهل ناس الصادق المهدي عشان قالوا ده انقلاب؟ لا فاللاجئ اللي بيمشي بيقتل القبيله واحد شنو لو كان انقلاب تاريخ مشار اللي بيقتل نوير فوق شنو؟ نوير يا اوريك مشار؟ دور تو دور ده يا اوريك مشار؟ نو انت لو بتزور عندك حكمه عندك حاجه بتشوف حاجه ده قبليه ده حرب قبلي فعشان كده اي زول يجي يقول لنا قال بعرف تاريخ وده يتكلم بالسياسه ارجع لتاريخ بتاع انقلابات ما في انقلاب قال عملوا زول واحد عمل انقلاب بشروق عشان بتاعهم كله ده ما حصل يا جماعه لنا السيد ورئيس قال بنفسه is not gonna be like 1991 قال بنفسه يا جماعه ده لو كمان درس عصر ونزل يقول لنا انقلاب شنو احنا كنا قاعدين نعمل انقلاب ده مني عمل لو ده انقلاب شيريلو في انقلاب لو قال ده انقلاب pagan في انقلاب لو قال ده انقلاب pagan ده شنو شيريلو ده من غرب سيرفيس وايه ليه ما قتلوا حلو ليه ما قتلوا حل ناس pagan ليه ما قتلوا حل ناس دينالور من دين كتابي ليه ما قتلوهم ليه ما قتلوا حل ناس الناس كلهم ما كانوا في انقلاب ليه ما قتلوا حلهم اللي قتلوا نوير بس ليه ما قبائل ثانيين في ماريج ليه ما قتلوهم يعني دين ذاته كان في الانقلاب ليه ما قتلوا ناس تابور تاو فده ما حاجه اسمه قال حرب بتاعت السياسيه ده حرب قبليه وده حاجه بيقولوا ريفنج وعشان كده جنوب السودان هيليف من ريبين لو قاعدين سوا جنوب السودان انا بقول لكم دينك لو صبروا من 1991 جعلوا ريبين في 2013 نوير ممكن يصبروا من 2013 لحد 2020 something لحد 2020 something اللي بيجي ده مثل 30 ذاته ممكن بيجي ولسه بعملوا
يا اخوي
This guy have to have a point of order. Brother Deng was talking and you kind of interrupt. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
أنا وقفت. أنا دايما أقول لك we live from ريبين ناس ما يمكروا حتى لو إنتنا سكننا سنوات سكتوا ليه لما تجوا وسلام ونفسهم قالوا حكومة واحد وطني الناس قعدوا لسه هيكون في ريبين. Don't think about حاجة ده خلاص بتفول مراس ناس باب زي ده مرة واحد. في بيت هسه قفلوا. في يالا هسه قتلوا أمهم وأبوهم في no reason. في واحد قتلوا أخوانه كله في no reason. في واحد قتلوا يالا أبوه في no reason. في واحد قتلوا وابوه هو شاف امه عملوا ريب قدامه في نو ريزن في واحد قام في كام ده لما بيجي راجل في كام ده لما توضى الناس حتى قال حاجه ده الناس بيسوا ساكت يا جماعه no it's not. It's not gonna be like something before we ساكت زي ده بوب زي ده خلاص قال السلام تجي قال نقعد سوا ما دين قال نقعد سوا ده ما بالطريقه ده يا جماعه ما بالطريقه ده الحاجه ده will take a time. لو دايرين حقيقه مدام بيجينا قاعدين ريبين 1991 ريبين وعملوا في 2013 and then 2013 will take ريبين in 2030 or 2035 في ناس ثانيين بعملوا ما انا دينجا بعمل بعد مرات ممكن لسه قاعد ندري في ناس ندري فيهم نقول لهم في ريبين هيجي prepare them we want to prepare our kids and our grandkids too نقول لهم في ريبين دينجا ده كتلونا عشان كده النيوز في كل يوم 15 بيعملوا يشوفوا الصور انه يوروا لهم انه دينجا قتل ناس وقتل اهلنا في 2013 we have to do them we have to teach them. So ده ما حاجه هاي اللي اقعد انه تيجي تشوف ده حاجه ساي جنوب السودان برجعوا سوا وناس بيمشوا يقعدوا سوا ده كلام فارغ بنقعد هاي بنرجع هاي بنمشي تاني هاي now we see our weakness and we know what is our weakness and we know it we will have to learn from our weakness زي ما كان دينكا زمان لما كان 1991 كان في weak ما عملوا شكل ربين في 1991 او 1992 جامل ربين في 2013 6 years long the same thing we're gonna wait long too we're not gonna be hurry for revenge they mean I'm not hurry for revenge but I will be revenge but I'm not hurry for revenge because revenge need to be really sensitive حاجه بعمله عشان تاني يزول يكون عنده اكو ماد وابو ماد ويذكر انه لما قتل ابو زول ده زمان there will be a revenge too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you a quick question, Brother Deng. Do you think this revenge can end if there is accountability and justice? If there is, because Kalamta accountability and justice, they be use it, but they are not implementing it. Do you believe genuinely that this justice, if it's there, people will come to a sense of they got vengeance through justice? Or soon it's not going to help. Still, people will revenge even fair accountability.
ده بالحاجه اللي بيجيب prevention لانه لا قاعدين يلعبوا ناس بيقول ده حكومه يا قتل ناس انت لما انت ما تعترف بحقيقه انه انا قتلت ناس ومعلش انت لقبت في راس حكومه you will make more pain you will make more wound عشان كده انا قاعد نقول لك حتى لو جابوا accountability بعد 8 سنه it's not going to be that what we're looking for. من اول يوم كان دينكا كان كل يطلع يقول حاجه العمله كير لا دينكا برا منه ما تلقطونا يا نوير ده حاجه بتاعت اننا برا منه كان دينكا كل زي دينه يقول لنا برا من كلام ده يامروا السلاطين تام يجي طالعين ويجي يقولوا ما نوير يبكي ما نوير سوا يا جماعه حاجه اللي حصل في توبه ده ولا حاجه ما نعرف يقول لنا ما دنا كلنا اكوان حاجه تاكير ما كير براو ايوه كده النوير بيكون قلبه بارد انه حاجه ده بتاكير براو لكن did you see what they do they mobilize and they go and they say wallahi it's not going to be 1991
even I see some people celebrating
that بيقول يا اخي والله اننا ما قدرنا 1991 ويشون 1991 انا عملت شنو يا اخي ده ما حاجه اللي هيكون فوق وحل انا دي انا اقول لك حقيقه حتى لو جابوا جيسس الليله ده جبت له جيسس انا مش ساكت باي لا ساكت لانه زمن جيسس فات زمن اللي كان بعملوا فوق جيسس فات في نيه بتاع نوير كله حتى نوير كلها ساكتين ساكت فات كل الناس كله خلاص ذات انه في حاجه اسمها جيسس فده الشيء ده نقول لكم انه كلام جيسس بيقولوا بكلام كشم ده إذن كان هيلب انت ما قاعد مع نوير قبل كده بقول جيسس بعملوا خلاص نوير بس ساكت هاي ممكن نوير هيس كده نوير في جوبا ده ساكتين ساكت ما عشان انه في حال لكن لما تكون ويك انت لازم يو هاف تو كومبرومايز انت لما تلقى نفسك انك انت خلاص مضغوط في ركن حاول خد راحه شويه كمان عين العدو ده كويس فما في حاجه خلينا نمشي جوا هناك يقولوا خرجوا ما يخرجوا يعملوا in 2030 ولا 2028 or 2027 yeah we will see what we can do from there لو نسكتنا بعدك مره واحد معلش لكن انا متاكد انه ما هيسكت لحد 2030 and دينكا عارفين دينكا الكويسين اللي عارفين انه they will prepare they know عشان كده لما راح له دينكا من لما كان حاجه ده كان قرب عشان يكون في محله راح له دينكا من ملكال كان شالوه ودوه في يي وراح له كان في النيل كان راح له ناس كتير فوق عشان شنو they know دينكا البيزنس بتاع نوير بعرفين نوير بعمل شنو لكن هسه حاليا نوير become a weak and divided by قروش وباقي ماشي لكير وباقي ماشي وين نوير are dividing هسه now let them enjoy the peace اللي بيقولوا بنقبل بيه peace بيقولوا مش نقعد ساكن نايم لكن لسه حاجه خليناه شكرا.
Thank you, brother. Kalam, that's very important. Thank you. I appreciate it. Even I share your sentiment on that point. Go ahead, Didi. You want to say something?
Yeah, the man, the very man that I was really looking forward to ask, and I need a question for him, if he Would love, if you want me to ask, I would love to ask him a question.
Yeah, go feel free.
Yeah, you can ask your question.
Then I wanted to ask you that, you know, you speak of things that like, for example, matters of deep state and stuff like that. I know about deep state, they should know Arabic. I cannot translate that, but I want you to elaborate for us the deep state that, like, I felt like last time when you were questioning questions, or when you say some stuff talking about deep state, secret things that I felt like you're trying to show us, that's what I understood, that you're trying to show us that there are things that are happening underground that we do not know.
Yes, أنا داير عشان نوري جنوبين كله بالحاجة اللي دينكا بعملوا في جنوب حتى موضوع اللغة لأنه هيغيروا اللغة هيكون لغة دينكا يا شفتوا مين أقعد يا كلام داير يقول لكم كونكوج في international ده international فوق أي قبيلة بيقول لك كونكوج داير يقول نفسه إنه دينكاوي. So أنا شيء ده نقوله إنه في حاجات كثيرة صارت لسه ما لقيته وإن شاء الله شوية تحتلقوا. لكن أنا قاعد أجيب مع separatists في كل حاجة ليه لأنه you guys are Equatorians, you will be a victim more and more and more. You will be victim more and more if you don't pay attention. لحياة بتاع دينكا قاعدين فوقه, you will be victim more and more. And then الشيء ده نقول لكم هو إنه أنتوا يا Equatorian, you need to pay attention for your future. It's how you define your future. ما نوير ولا ما دينكا ولا دينكا ده نحن ماشيين ورا ما مشوا شلا كان مشوا رجعوا في غانا بنرجع معهم في غانا ولا رجعوا في وين أنا بنرجع ورا ما بنسيبهم لحد ما نلقى حقنا. فالشيء اللي نقول لكم هو إنه في أسرار إنه جنوب السودان ده بيجوا من كل زمن بيجي بحاجة شايف اليومين ده طلعوا بموضوع بتاع الامتحانات هدول الناس بور يلا بعد الامتحانات الجاي السنة الجاية بودوا الناس بحر غزال بودوا الناس أويل يقولوا لأويل يا جا أوائل بعد سنتين يودوا الناس وراب يقول يا جا أوائل they will circle themselves عشان يودوا يال بتاعهم في مدارس في scholarship they will play it and Equatorian will be the victim and Equatorian they will be the victim. لكن نوير إننا border إننا هسه قاعد نعلم يالنا في إثيوبيا we don't have no problem مهما كان دينك نتفق بنمسك فقراء لسه ماشيين وراهم مهما مشوا قروا ذاته مع يسوع لسه أنا بنقرأ مع شيطان لو قرأ مع يسوع. So ده الشيء اللي أنا أقول لكم بس you guys will be a victim and you guys will remember one day أنا أقول لكم you're victim بتاع دينكا. So ده هو كلام عندنا يقولوا لك لكن في أسرار كتير إننا بنتكلم فوقه إن شاء الله.
إذا في آخر سؤال تاعي لك do you think إنت مفتكر Equatorians say understood مشاكل تصاد السودان ده صحيح? Have they really understood what is going on? Or they just jumping in something from the wrong end, or they just never understood what is going on?
Equatorian, they don't understand Dinka Nuer. They'll be honest with you. Equatorian, they don't understand Dinka Nuer.
Thank you.
But they don't understand exactly who is Nuer and who is Dinka. Just they keep, we are so Sudanese, just blindfold, we are so Sudanese. You guys are more unity, fake unity without not paying attention to who you are. Hata Yesu wazato galeko mfeketa mukades, akla kasha balfeana za wajatakla kasha balfeana ko. ما ممكن انت تكون يونت اللي درجته بغلاها رد بتاعك لسه قال يونت صار السودان يونت صار قالها رد
وين Equatorian please tell Equatorian Mr. Blind
اذا هتسكن وين انت لو شالها رد تاع براد كله شاله زي هسه دينك راح له كله تجابي تاع تشولي ترى تشولي في مسكره هسه اشول لما نرجع بس سنتين في جنة يا تشولي بعرف المنطقه بتاع ماكوي وين هسه ولده قبل شهرين في نادي في كام في يوغندا ما بعرف اشولي ما بعرف ماكوي وين هسه ناس طردوا من لما سموا منطقة بتاع بور تبنوا ملهم سموا بور نيو بور حسب العيال بتاع نمل المشى ولده بتاع نمل المشى ولده في يوغندا هو بعرف نمل اللي وين سو حاجات دي كلها والناس طردت كايانا ما طردت كايانا ما مشى في يوغندا are those people do you think that will know أنا جانا ولده في محل تاني في كام هو بعرف حاجة عن بلده no you the one was يالك ده يا واحد سفر one day you the one will be loser one day not them دينك مرتاحين بيبنوا في بيوتهم طالع يغلق على في مجال في بلد أمارة قاعدين يبدو بيشون قول على في مجال بلد أمارة دينك بيبنوا أمارة بيشون ده أمارة وشو لقاين كله شارع قاين في بنيان إسمنت بيسرب بقول جاي من وين لقى على بلد في وجان ناس شبانين في جنب واحد وناس جانين في جنب واحد so أنا نقول لكم أنتوا Equatorian you don't pay attention to your land بتاعكم you don't pay attention to it بعدين تكونوا زي هنود بتعرفين هنود في أمريكا هسه بيقولون عندهم مالكوز ده اللي على البلد بكتب في respiration بكتب فوق عشان ياكل ويشرب هناك بس ساكت ده هيكون Equatorian one day and you will believe me one day you say كلام ده دينغالو تقوم من امريكا هنا انا ماشي بلدي ماشي كتير تلقى ما عندك بيت ولا عندك ارض ذات ما تنزل بالنو تزول عندك بيت لا عندك انت ما تنزل في بيت منو ده انا اقول لكم كتير ما تنزل في بيت منو انت بيت عرض تاعله يا هو اي ما تاعله انت ما تنزل وين so you need to think about انا ما تنزل وين انت ما عندك ارض يا توصلها في امريكا في استراليا مرتاحين لكن كواجب يسال where are you from كواجب يسال يسال where are you from originally انت تقول from South Sudan so عندك فوق شنو يا عربيه بتاعك عندك فوق شنو tomorrow you're going to say from South Sudan I'm educated first I'm a doctor I'm by a degree so what زول بيموت بكلام وطن ده عشان كان ماستر ديجري بيموت بكلام وطن بتاعه دايرين انت خلي الوطن بتاعكم زي ده تقول تي يقول لنا قال انا ايكواتوريا ناس كويسين ناس السلام جنوب كل واحد كيف ليه كانوا بارغزال على المنطقه بتاعكم ولا شنو ما يبنوا بارغزال ما يبنوا امارات في جوبلين ما يبنوا امارات في بارغزال so انتوا لو you don't pay attention انا قاعد يا كلمه بتاعي لكم you don't pay attention ده ارضيه بتاعكم خليتوها على كيفكم تكونوا هنود بعدين يو جنوب تعالوا لنا نجي نشوفكم تكونوا هنود تشتغلوا معنا في اسواق على كيفكم ده you choose that
في حاجه واحده اظن ناخذ منك انطباع من المعروف تعرف كيف؟
تفضل.
ايوه اسمي اوكي. طبعا كثير لعب دور قوي جدا جدا لما حصلت الحرب تعرف كيف؟ يعني بين النوير والدينكا. الراجل مشى ورط جاب القوات اليوغنديه وبلش يمشي ورا قبيله. هل الكلام ده في نظرك هذا الكلام مقبول ولا غير مقبول؟ واليوم نفس الزول اللي عمل لكم العمليه ده يجي عليكم اي اسمه شنو؟ will set up what you call an agreement that dictators will come and set up an agreement so that the new emerged country people will come and sign it. That is ridiculous.
أنا ده نوريكم سر أنا ما قاعد أقوله كل يوم لكن let me say it today. أنا في شغل هسه لكن let me say it. I'm at work but let me say it. أنا ما قاعد أقوله كل يوم ما ده نقول لكن شانيتو ناس separatist كان ده نقول لكم. نوير لما عملوا defeat للسياسة الخارجية. نوير هسه كلامكم ما عندهم محل بيجي فوق السلاح ما عندهم محل بيجي فوق ذخيرة. دينك قفل الطرق كله. قفل إنه حتى ما إثيوبيا. قفل العلاقات بتاع نوير مع إثيوبيا. قفل أي حاجة ممنوعة نوير قاعد تشوف ده أيوه شنو ما عندهم محل بيجي فوق أكل ولا عندهم محل بيجي فوق ذخيرة. ده نوريكم سر من ليش كنا ما يقولوا أيوه يستسلم ساكت يستسلم لأنه ما عندهم محل بيجي فوق حاجة. دينك وزعوا نفوسهم around the world to give the message to ناس إنه نوير دي الناس قاعدين. طلعوا نوير دي الناس عم مشاكل نوير ناس ما كويسين نوير ناس ما مجرمين نوير ناس ما بيحبوا قانون نلعبوا كله اشتغلوا كله. لكن after we figured it out late نحن الناس ده باعونا we figured it out late and it's not too late for us but we will do it for the generation. شكرا كان نقول لكم ربيع ماشي لأنه we know حسنا نعرف شنو ماشي. So Nuer get defeated outside policy. External policy, Nuer get defeated. لأنه Nuer they didn't focus outside policy إنه بيقولوا ممكن ده حاجة internal. لكن حاجة ده فات internals. Denka Hasidi around the world they see themselves like people that they have the country, the people liberate the country. Yahoo Nuer ده ما عمل حاجة ودينكا يعمل حاجة ونوير تلبس ده خرب بلد كل حاجة ده كله قالوا فورا نوير. أي حاجة كاب لبوسه فورا نوير. لو أنت قابلت خواجة أسبن ولا قلت له أنا من نوير يقول لك why you guys destroying South Sudan؟ بيقول لك كده.
Makuei.
Go ahead, Makuei.
Going round.
Repeat it again, please.
Who's talking? What's going on? Oh, that's Deng?
No, he's a
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, Manon, hold on a second. I just want to appreciate you really, Brother Denton. أنا دي ذات السؤال لك إذا تقدر تhold كان لك فرصة تتكلم تاني بيكون great. خاصة أنا سؤالي بس simple about لأنه نمشي نخلي الناس لأنه في ضيوف معنا نخلي لك أنت بس hold if you can. سؤالي عن زول اسمه تعبان دينك because this is actually a puzzle to many because طبعا الناس بيعرف and let me be sincere with you. A lot of people know نوير كلامهم straight. ده حاجة معروف إنه الناس اللي في أبنا لما يتكلم كلام straight they are نوير. Why they say that? Because في أحداث كتير ناس شافوا. Even I can give you an experience. One of my family have experienced it. Well, this is from my experience. In وقت في أحداث حصل, the only person stood with them. The only people stood with him was Nuer. Defi Khartoum. It shows that Hum is straightforward, and they pride themselves on it. You know, but what shocked me is when the Abandenge betrayed Riek Machar. And that was nothing, nobody expected it. But like it's a good so what if you know the detail later, can you explain to us? Yes, thank you. Brother Sabata, welcome.
Can I thank him just for answering my question? Thank you
so much.
Thank you, Deng. Thank you, Deng, عشان like ادتني فرصة عشان أسألك and then you answer it. Thank you very much.
ليه تكلم عن ويكنس تنوير برضه يا دين انت ما تنسى ويكنس بتاع نوير لانه جزء من ما مالته فوق ده this is weakness بتاعك وانا قعدت مع نوير كتير being some of the saying so I know them but I will not tell you right now.
انا عارف انا بتكلم فوقه ما في مشكله.
في منون داري ask question انا طبعا منون wait for لما الناس دي هنا الشباب داري يتكلم اول brother Sabata and Matut and
دين طبعا دين بقى دين ماشي دين في شغل.
هو في شغل لكن قالوا بيقدر يانسر بس انا قلت شنو ندي فرصه للناس الثانيين وبعدين في اسئله كثير ممكن يجي. Thank you so much brother Deng for this real sincerity, and I really appreciate you because we need to really talk on honesty when we come to these issues. I know ما دنا نجي نجامل ونعمل دعايات لأن حاجات دي بيجي make Equatorian and South Sudanese schools sick because I don't feel like I can trust politicians or trust any one of these so-called political advocates because they talk only praising themselves أكثر من يتكلم عن قضية الشعب. أنا صراحة ما لقيت حقيقة في كلاماتهم فبشكرك لكن وأنا appreciate everybody who was in the speaker forum. لأنه really I see the courage and the love for truth and bringing حتى لو كانت against us whatever أنا أعرف قول ده طبعا نخطو طالبان we don't have to worry about it. Sabata, welcome.
I thank you, Brother Odysseus and all who have come to participate in the discussion there. And Anna, the ones who directly the Kalamal Makuei with respect to statement and Wamolo. Anna, I agree my statement Kibel, line and Dominica, ones who can statement and Makuei it's out of frustration. And Anna explain an assassin of frustration to Makuei I mean the fact that nas Makuei extension with that al-Hakuma al-Intighali, the transitional government of national unity, it has not yet been endorsed by JEMEC. And Makuei is factually correct when he said that statement Troika is insignificant. That line is factually correct because the truth is Troika has only a JEMEC is overseeing this directly. But politically, Troika basically broken, or rather furnished the platform. The deal has been made. So from a political standpoint, Kilma bita Troika or silence bita Troika becomes worrying. Right now, whatever the JEMEC says, Troika will go with. If JEMEC decides to endorse the 2 years, I don't think Troika will do anything because Musulia bitat implementing this peace negotiation is left upon the Africans right now. Gibel Fuwahed Amul statement. Right now, it is the African problems solved by African people. However, the Troika are just lying low, but their statements or their actions from a political standpoint is very strong. Now, extension there, Amolu, JEMEC has not endorsed it up to now. And that is now worrying Nas Makuei and all the government cohorts who are running the regime right now. And this is where statement al-Gibel Dominic Amole is correct. Al-Assassin, it's a frustration because right now they are worried whether if the government will be legitimate following January 2023, because in December, Mufrut, based on the agreement that has been signed, in December, Mufrut, there should be an election, and then in January, Bukun fi Teslim, bitat Sulta, le al-Hakuma al-Jadid, be it can Hakuma Desert, re-elected, and with him there will be a transfer of power, and then from there, people will cross into what is called the government, al-Nas Bishuf, in the aftermath of this implementation of this agreement. So right now with the extension another 2 years of the same transitional government of national unity, and JEMEC being silent, Mamal endorsement, right now Nas Makuei and Naskir Kulu are worried as to what is going to happen after January. Will the international community hold their regime legitimate or not? And one thing to understand is these people, Sahara, they are part of what is called the global system. And they are members of the UN General Assembly. They are expected to adhere to certain principles. And that is why from time to time, the international community gets to sometimes push them to act in a certain way. So right now, Yemen, IGAD, are even having their own problems right now. The countries that comprise of IGAD are having issues with them. Ethiopia is having issues with them from within. Sudan is having issues with them from within. Uganda, issues with them. So right now, IGAD is not making any endorsement with this extension, and Nas Makuei will be crossing their fingers. Al-Assassin is a Troika recognize the extension. It will make the IGAD cornered to basically also endorse. Lakini IGAD that will benefit Sumasa are worried if they just endorse the extension, how will Troika see them? Will Troika not see them as supervisors of the peace deal are very lousy? Implementation has not been going on. They have not been doing much. Extension bitat Hakuma bitafoda is being done, and they are endorsing it. Yeah, and it might spoil their credibility in front of the Troika, because Troika is very strong. From a political standpoint, because so many surface platform all these agreements. So right now, I agree. Al-Assassino Makuei is worried, and his statement came from a standpoint that Zola frustrated. Thank you very much. They have analysis on
Okay, thank you. I have a question for you, but I kind of like, when I read it carefully, I don't think Makuei, he sounds scared, but there is something also about him he's more confident, because if you look at him at the final word he stated, it's like, it doesn't matter for us, we still have allies. You talk about IGAD, okay, because I thought, okay, the IGAD, because this is one important thing you mentioned. If I may ask, IGAD seems to, like, this is not the first time. IGAD never been concerned about South Sudan issues carefully, because even one of the IGAD have violated the way, how I could say this, like earlier I asked most people to tell them to define the war. And let me ask this first thing. Do you define this war tribal, my brother Sabata, or do you define it as political? Because I do agree with Brother Deng Tong, but what is your opinion? Because I bet maybe you have a different opinion. Do you agree that this war is tribal? Because this one is crucial, because the next question is about IGAD after that. What do you think? Is it tribal, or is it political, or is it civil war?
Civil war, okay. Now, in order for me to answer this, brother Odysseus, allow me to define a civil war first. Now, based on definition between civil war on what is called Wikipedia. Here it goes. A civil war or intra-state, intra, who are the same, civil war within one territory. A civil war or intra-state is a war between organized groups within the same state. Now, in our state, Junub Sudan, based on this definition, the good civil war is a war between organized groups. Now, these organized groups could be tribal, by the way. These organized groups could be tribal. So that will then eventually question the nature of those fightings. It is true that ours, it started from political differences within the SPLM. It started more of like political. Lakin, for the clashes to happen, it was tribal militia that were organized to do the fighting. So it basically has a dimension between all. It started as political, but then when it came to the fighting, the clashes itself, it was actually tribal militias that were rallied to do that by particular politicians. So it has the sentiment of a tribal, however it started a political. But in total, it ended up a civil war because it is fighting with, in one territory by organized groups. This is how I define it.
Okay, so even though I disagree with you, but respectfully, I understand what you mean. But because organized group, it has to have an ideology. And I understand everywhere that we can define this. And we have to understand also English as a language that is not ours also can be a little bit tricky, because even we in America or Europe, we know in the English side that English always, when they say something, maybe it means something else. But I don't want to go there. But for me, I stand with what Anton mentioned. It's a tribal, because there was no reason. Because also, if you look at it, this one I could put, SPLA is an organization already. One organization holding all these people in. Riek Machar, Salva Kiir, even the people now calling themselves opposition. Those groups spread after the 2013. Some of them took it as an opportunity to form their own organization, and some of them actually allied themselves with Riek Machar, and later some of them also defected from Riek Machar, created all. But those are the other group who have no, like if you look at them, they are not the main protagonist. The protagonist is between Kiir and Machar, which is they focused, because Kiir was actually intentionally trying to target Nuer for this issue of 1999, and he even accused Machar as trying to make a coup. And like what Brother Deng mentioned, he brought important example, said like coups happen in Khartoum. Why those people didn't target those tribes? Why suddenly they target only one tribe? Because if you look at it, that 2013 was a clear tribal. It wasn't something else. And then also the Nuer have to react because they see their brothers getting massacred in Juba and nobody's there. So they all arm themselves to fight back. And this is a clear tribal. So when you go and say this is a civil war, I disagree, because the only thing that made it look like civil war is when we Equatorian, because we are always in the receiving end, when we joined, we got ourselves confused. That's what it got us, but it's not still a civil war. Can you just give me 1 minute? Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Even when Deng Tong was giving his assessment, he was talking about if this one was not a tribal, why was, for example, Shirino, Pagana Amum, Ladu Gore, Yandeng, and all this kind of stuff. And that goes to what we, even in the other opposition, define these problems as political, ethnic. Like Sabata said, it is started politically within the political house of the SPLM. Because if this war was between Nuer and Machar, what is the interest of the other people to come up and say we wanted to have a reform within the SPLM? This is why we are missing the picture. But I agree, the notion that came thereafter was to use the tribal sentiments in order to attain their objectives. And it started from even 1991. And not even that, the 1991 has also an anchor in 1987 or 85 or 84. Okay, so when you are trying to define the conflict in South Sudan, you have to also be very mindful of these things. Not because, people don't know. Because you can war with a Nuer Odinga, Zambi with a Nasa Tanin de Shnuya, just to be part and parcel of their war that is going to consume their own people. But they would have left them to butcher themselves. Even with this revenge, it is good now that, even for people who are Duabet as separatists, if we are going to revenge in 230, then why should I wait to be part and parcel of this country? That is going to take me over a vicious cycle of revenge. Because once you revenge in 2000, the Dinka will also come and revenge. Why do I have to be part and parcel of this? Then I have to separate from you all and then go and stay as a nation. Then if there is actually fighting among ourselves, we can now do it that way. So sometimes we have to be very careful also. Thank you.
Okay, I got your point. But yes, CJ, I see you want to say something, but I have a question for Sabata about the ECAD. But go ahead, CJ, quickly, and then we'll go to Sabata. Manon, I know you're...
Has those of McCartney spoke already, or?
No, none of them talked yet. Majak did not talk. Logrinyang, I think.
Yeah, because sometimes people end up running out of time, and then they had to go. Yeah, because sometimes they leave. You see, especially most of these people in our team, they sometimes leave, and then they didn't end up really sharing what they're supposed to do. Yeah.
Yes, and I apologize, guys. We have to be kind of just, if you feel like you have something to do while you're trying to interact and you really need to speak, just speak and we'll give you a chance to speak your point. CJ, go ahead quickly and then we can go to the next. I have a question for Sabata if anybody is willing to give me a chance to speak, ask him a question. And for the Mr. CJ.
Well, I wonder, for those who are saying, enter the state war based on a definition of vocabulary, they say it's a group of people, for instance, when they got engaged in fighting, that could be defined as a civil war. Now, what do you have, guys, to say about when the Dinka were ally against the Murle? What could we define that particular fight? Is that a civil war? Is that a tribal war or tribal war? So there's something wrong here. Leave alone that, even at the starting points in 2011, when those people entered the country, they were allied as tribes. The two tribes, each of them was fighting in order to take over the country. It's unfortunate. It ended up to kill, of course. They end up agreeing that, okay, you will be first, one of them will be the first in command, and the second will be the second in command. The first in command, which is here, and then following by Mashar. So let's not confuse ourselves. When you say civil war can engage anyone. They have tried, those people have tried to turn the country into a civil war indeed, but they failed. Remember when they say intercommunals? And then all of a sudden they kept on jumping from a step to another step. So leave alone that, when those militia, the White Army, and the Machanganyor, by the time when they began to go after each other, destroying Malakal to the grounds, or Mahalade, what do you have to say about that? When, the other tribes, tribal communities were quiet, nobody was engaged in that. So there's some kind of confusion. You need to figure it out. It is simple, a revenge. If you could follow the articles that came up immediately during that time, it's a revenge war that started in 1983 when Dinka were trying to overcome everyone. There was a warning that within 2 years' time, one of them even warned me that within 2 years' time, we will tell you, the Equatorian, what we're going to do for you. Do you understand? When they failed, that was when Garang went on twisting the subject. And what helped him in that Jorate, all those Jalaba to come and join us, those Hizbal Ummah Mashabazari, it was the uprising, the 1985 uprising that overthrown Nimeri. Make no mistake. Let us not say, because by then, we all allied together, including those who are fighting in the bush. That is when all our people come together. Then we establish what's called a coalition between us and the other. So the definition should be perfectly correct. You shouldn't twist it. To this day, if you can see, some of us are elements, just only figures, where the country is controlled by specific individuals, tribes. What do you have to say about that? Will you say that's the government of the people? Come on, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. My question to Brother Sabata, if possible, about IGAD in particular, because he mentioned something very important about IGAD. IGAD violated, one of the IGAD members violated something. I mean, some people say, no, they justified concerning their support to, because when I answer that first question, it will clarify what is our understanding as South Sudanese, like I'm Equatorian, I would say as Equatorian, but as also generalized the whole country, on what did they understand about this fight? Because IGAD, when Uganda saw, I think, what's name, Kir, saw that now Nuer are really advancing and making difference, automatically they feared. So automatically they called this, what's it called, Ugandese army. And Uganda came with a napalm. That's also a violation. Add to the violation, they entered into a conflict. They're supposed to solve it peacefully, and they're supposed to assess what's the situation. They went in and supported Dinka regime. Like this is a Dinka control completely, because when they took over, they did not even ask. They said this is Salva Kiir fighting, because Salva Kiir by himself, he said 1991, and he even justified the killing. He never even remotely said that this is wrong. The casualty of these, because that was thousands of people, and they were not even buried by the military. They were buried in a mass grave by United Nations in a horrible way. So this automatically could show you the violation of IGAD. So when you talk about IGAD now are not standing with this peace or whatever, correct me if I'm wrong, they already violated. Yes, you mentioned Khartoum and these all, they have problems. But do you think this is just a facade, like they're trying to put in an image, but in reality they are supporting this regime, and that's why this regime is just like when people think about Makuei is afraid. I doubt it. Makuei is always in a temper tantrum. He always getting wild and crazy whenever things happen against their will. So he will come up and begin to say street language. So do you think this IGAD, really, what you're saying is actually accurate, that they're not against this regime? You think like they lost trust in the regime from what I've heard from you earlier? And you can correct me if I'm wrong in my question or maybe in my understanding to your message earlier. Well, feel free, my brother. You can go ahead.
Okay, so your question is IGAD siding with the regime, right?
Yes, because when you were telling me like they're losing trust and they're not supporting, right? You said they're not supporting this extension or whatever the regime right now with what they're doing. Do you think do you believe this is true, or it's just like it's a speculation, like assumption?
Okay, yeah. What I said earlier was IGAD was not endorsing this extension because this is what I am feeling, that they are afraid that if they can endorse this extension, they will look reckless and lousy in the hands of the eyes with a Troika. Because right now, Troika itself is a platform where these negotiations happen. Troika is the finance ajadel. Lakin nas IGAD, besuman gija supervise, because this is an African problem. It has to be supervised by the African people, and IGAD are their supervisors. And Guruja gija le IGAD before it then gets budgeted to what is being used for. So IGAD into responsibility, direct responsibility to see into it, al assassino, those terms are being implemented because they are mediating the terms. And now, most of the terms have not been implemented. Probably 90-something% have not been implemented. Now, Zaman with a transitional government of national unity is coming to an end, and all of a sudden now, Naskir has decided to extend the government. Now, I'm not active. They become personal opinion type of Sabata Bigani. They become a good analysis. And as I say, no, IGAD is now afraid. Can one endorse Hasade extension? They will look lousy. Ita can mafata yana Hasade. IGAD are making these IGAD members, known as Khartoum, or known as Museveni, known as Ethiopia, are making some contacts, private contacts with the Troika, trying to understand, will it be a good idea to endorse the extension, or what should be done at this point? Because if they just endorse it like that, they are afraid it won't be very reckless, because Troika may not be happy. You see.
Sorry to cut you, but then the big question that it raised to the people, why then during that time, if IGAD really have a concern about what Troika thinks, why did they go and attack Nuer soldiers when they were that time in I think in Upper Nile, when the Uganda was sent to particularly attack White Army, and they know that this is a tribal war, they're supposed to solve it in a peaceful way. Why did they side with Dinka at that time? And why Troika did not do anything? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now I understand the question. Now, Itano, when the Nuer White Army were marching towards Juba, and Kir opened the borders for Uganda forces to come in and to go and defend, to hold with that White Army, with that Nuer into Juba, that was before this platform with that negotiations was organized. So technically, when Uganda did that, Uganda was not part of party al Gija solve a problem at the time. Zamanda kumali samagala budor bit solving the problems, because solving the problems started I think around October or September, if I'm not mistaken, 2015. But in Tanzania, in Arusha. It was after, arrangement with a discussions after Uganda has already entered and kind of made a buffer zone between the Nuer White Army and the regime. I hope I've answered the
Thank you, brother.
Brother CJ Gibel Wonusu, when he compared Shakla Masalan tribal fights between Murle Manas Dinka, for example, and the Nuer, that one is typically a tribal fight, because the beginning of the fighting is planned and organized at a tribal level, a tribal group. Whereas, Lakin Zel Giberan explained that Alana Kelemta SPLM that instead the tribe is being used. These are two different things, using a tribe to fight, or the tribe themselves coming together and organizing al assassino. They want to go and raid cattle bitat Nasmurle. The politicians are not using them. They are basically planning it within their level bitat tribes. Like Kanta Honaino Tajere, I'll lead the war 2013. It was after Riak actually Rua, Shufta Kef, Filer, and then he started mobilizing the Nuer there. It is a politician mobilizing the Nuer, while Kaman, the Kir on the other side is also mobilizing the Dinka. So now you can see it is a politician mobilizing a group of people from a particular tribe. That is why I use the language al assassino. Tribal militias are used.
Sabata, can I just
go ahead?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
You have to correct him in that one too. Go ahead, brother.
Riek never went to learn. Riek went to Lagos State. That's why he announced himself that he wanted to be president in Denka area. He never went to the Nuer area to mobilize Nuer, never. Nuer get mobilized after they hear that everybody from his families get killed. That's why White Army mobilized himself. Thank you.
Yes. This is what I'm saying. Yani after Riek was pursued, Jerefi, Talamin Beto, Gum Jerefi Ajerea, fi compound to UN, and then Minhinak, he was flown Where was he landed? He was landed Siler. Desaman Kalas. Desaman Kalas. While that was happening, the Nuer were getting killed door to door. Like when he was landed in Ler, then he started mobilizing the Nuer. And
you have wrong information, brother.
Then, Malesh, then, isn't it true, Al Assassino, Dr. Riak Kelim Le Nuer White Army, Al Assassino, the time for the prophecy of Mundeng has come. You must go and take Kir out of the seat and install me. Kalam de Mafi? Mahasa?
Mahal Gagan, Mahal is Mogadian. The Barab Bor, Mahal Ujara for Umajara Bantu, Jara Gata Bahar, in Terekeka, Masile, Tijapta Bor, Mahal is Mogadian, they are Mahal Reg Mashakalam Foguma, my Gista Gadet. Ma jeshi alkan figadian da mahal kan rega awal mahal wi fogo figadian mama se fe banti
wala anyways the opinion bitai language ali area kwanu sire he was speaking kan min daharta arabia while there were so many Nuers who are sitting kaman tanin garfa harbat tanin garfa silahat, and I see that as a mobilization. This is my understanding. Yes? I see that as a mobilization. And it is expected that the Nuer, they responded to that mobilization very quickly. This is very normal. They will want to come and pay revenge to this.
Community mobilization.
Yes.
The phenomenon of community mobilization. That is there.
Anyways, Hatta Stephen Parzat wants to kalamde right gidam taigaliaki. It was anger bitat Nuer making a spontaneous reaction, leketil bitat nas bitam, and then later on turned into a civil war. Like I may be wrong. I don't know.
It's not a civil war again. I will not say it's a civil war, but I understand what you mean. But also, I will contradict you on the because the Murle issue. I remember even I had a document. Received it that time when, like later, a couple of years ago, this issue of, Ban Ki-moon actually rebuked Riek Machar and Salva Kiir for inciting this, for even arming, because there was even a shipment of weapons was sent. They first found there is a Dinka community who were trying to get the weapons so they can use it. And the United Nations is the one that reported this. Automatically was internationally a scandal. So they told them to stop this. They even when the murders, there was some incident. So this thing, it was clearly the same as what is happening when Kiir also just dressed the people in uniform, gave them weapons to go and kill these innocent people of Juba. And most of them were targeted. And they actually also knew the houses and the area that Nuer are living. So this thing is tribal. So if every time we dismiss it, that's when we are creating a big gap where there is no solution, only another war. And we will see those crooked politicians, crooked leaders will be in the power, and the tribalism will continue, and there will be no solution for South Sudan. That's why, as a Equatorian, I believe separation is the only way, because there is no coherence in the issue, because everybody wants to put an opinion when every fact is clear. يعني احنا ما بدنا ناخد آراء، بفترض نشوف الواقع in front of us. But are we trying to see it? Sometimes I don't think our people want to see it. They want to just give their opinion because they want to be politically correct. But you cannot be politically correct when there is a murder, when there is a crime against humanity. So, but I appreciate it. Yes. عشان ندي فرصة. أنا عارف أنا قاعد نتكلم كده. أنا هلا يا جماعة هلا أنا آسف عشان ندي فرصة لما جاك Lagering and CPI and McCartney لأنه ما تكلموا يلا بعدين تيجي تقدر بعدين اوكي طالبان تيجي بدقيقة بس thank you أخوي thank you so much ما تعرف شنو اوكي أنا كنت قلت after CPI but go ahead speak أدو دين تيجي military كلام المشكلة يا جماعة سمعت كلام تالسا Victoria Machar mobilized Law Nuer. It has been in process since 2009. You guys don't understand. Riek Machar, since he was brought back to Shabi in 2002, he was still in the process with Umar Bashir to dismantle University Sudan
before even the independence. To younger Jabu, and as Alan Diamond, and again the Gan Mojud, and not the Yamachadu Walker, Lucas, I got one I'm sorry. It has a magulta sorry in Homeland. When the good sorry for getting that's why my action get it. That's why I think okay, listen. Let's hold on. We want to be civilized here. Don't and that it kalam behudu ukala mantik. Okay. Yeah. Right now. You don't even want to apologize to Yahoo Deng Ahal Takotolo. It doesn't apologize to Equatorian. It doesn't apologize to Equatorian for the crimes of Antectulugan Taktase when Asawin and Amatokuto Hashap Nasawin Rijal at Falito Mahaletu Ayahka and Hai Mama to Lohaja Cup. It's a fucking nice Bikuno nice mark. Nice Bikuno. And I'm gonna try our best to talk mark like him, trust me. 0 hour. Listen, it's a good execution. It doesn't mistake that you are safe. I'm not safe. Don't be safe.
Can we make it short? Can we make it short so that we can can we allow Agot to finish? Can we allow Agot to make his point so that we can move on to, because those of the rest of the people have waited for so long.
Did you thank you so much? Thank you. So I just got to finish 30 seconds. Your friends can mileage. I jama Sabata in the Kulu Kalam Queens. Victorian Machar has mobilized Abnanuet in a shackle. Also, in country that Akumdas Shabia is the one who is responsible for the remote that you do because that SPLM party has a ruling party, the most will. Manuel, Madenga, Mashuluk, Malatuka, Mabari, Mai Gabelu in Sudan. That is a failure of Hakum that in Sudan. So you are you want to remain. You are a baby of Bashir, boarding the overs, and then you will be done with that. So I'm not worried about you, my. Unity of South Sudan is very important. And one my bad the civil for the Kulu, and one that you have put about. Let us take this government out, Thank you. Al-Mahim Kalambita, where the Dema
I didn't know the giga wire, but I didn't do the about. Abogana Magan half min Modo Bitamot, Shala can interpret Madenga Kulu to go to some low, they're into Lunizato. Open like the Dana Bahamina, Diagram Ulumi Lake, Gula Yedenkau, Gulo Dengal Halewa, Jono face to face, Mr. Gule Kalamdoa, and then Gula Mille Lake Dam, I'm saying Lesanic.
All right, thank you, brother. Let's go, Sabata. Thank you for your answer earlier. And CJ, sorry, you want to say something quick on it before Majak, and then
I think Jamal, let's allow the new people to speak, because especially us, we are moderators and we are the host. Because you guys been circulating around just and at the same time we are the host. Because everything you guys say keep opening up another question. Have you guys realized that? And then there's a long line that have not spoken.
Something special for that. Thank you.
No, I don't mean to stop you guys. I'm so sorry, but I'm just saying that let's be realistic.
Yes, a reminder. What happens was, the misuse of government office. I mean, so it's a number of sultan, not a dollar. لا يعتبر بأي حال من الأحوال أنه يكون ده مشكلة. ده موضوع بتاع أنه تقدر تجمعه وتقول أنه الحرب ده مثلا سياسي، أنه الحرب سياسي مثلا قبلي. الحرب قبلي من حيث المنهج بتاعه. If you could go to the 1983 لما قرن مشر دمر حاج ناس قوات ومجموعة جماعة أنيتودا. That was the starting point بتاع الناس when they get into this complex. And all of a sudden it develops. So there's misuse of office here, a public office. When you misuse a public office, انت عرفت كيف؟ ده شيء ثاني، انت بتستغل السلطه. ده ما بيعتبر قضيه سياسيه. الناس زي منهجهم قبلي. كان ده الكلام بتاعك. If you're talking, your talk, كان ده قاعد يقول political الكذا. That means the entire country is in it, and you agree with 2018 peace deal, and which is supposed to be between Kir and Mashar. Remember Mashar? Mashar was so wise enough. When he got cornered by the Ugandan ally, when Uganda ally Mazolda, Kir Tabani Sagala Sultan. Kir was supposed to play the role of Abu Tadas Kulu. He was supposed to be the father of the nations. You know, where when the Al-Inqilab Hassan, during that Misr Al-Inqilab, he was supposed to go after the bad guys, not the tribes. He was supposed to treat all people equally. But because of a revenge kind of ideas, that's why he went to. So in terms of office, these guys have misused his office. Both sides have misused it. Even when Mashar, when he said and says under opposition, you know, he was fighting a tribal war. And then all of a sudden he has to go opposition. How could he become an opposition leader at the time? How could he? واستغل كان في إيكواتوريين اللي كانوا موجودين اللي كانوا بيحبوا السلطة اللي مشى آلاي معه when they have no any علاقة للمشكلة الحاصل, you know, to that problem. They have no any connections to any problem with those people. Those people have been fighting each other based on the statement since 1980-91. So it's clear. And those people are going after each other. So, you know, when you're saying, Andrew, this is a political and civil war, a political and tribal war, that means, you know, it's a العالم كله. At the time when those people, even the way how they stepped to the government, how they took the government of the people was illegitimate. To this day, that's why I'm saying, what we're saying is that, and this government is not legitimate. Because if it is legitimate, the power belongs to the people, not individuals, not tribes. This is why political parties,
the political parties right now, كل يوم حاجة قاعد يتطور.
I got the damn guy actually. قال حاجة دي الناس كله. قال SPLA كله. No, they are SPLA. SPLA Dinka faction. Remember, Dinka faction. Let me tell you. Faction بتاع Dinka, فصيل بتاع Dinka. Why do I say that? لأنه لما انتوا خشيتوا في غابة هنا كان في فصيل بتاع Dinka وفي فصيل بتاع مجموعة بتاع نوير كانوا بيشاركوا بعضهم وفي فصائل متعددة. ده فصيل بتاع Dinka يبقى يعمل إرهاب ورعب وقتل وجنسايد وحاجات دي كله. ده فصيل بتاع Dinka. Don't say SPLA كله. لأنه most of the Europeans كان كله SPLA في يوم من الأيام. يعني كان قتلوهم فوقه كشنو اسميا كانوا SPLA. لما يشوفوك كده يتعملوا يعني كان SPLA. That's how the language was. So خليك يعني you know be careful when you mention it. Say faction, Dinka faction. To this day هسه Dinka faction قاعد يليد الناس. يعني حتى الناس اللي خرجوهم غريبات ده من وين يا أخوان؟ الناس اللي ما كلوا جن 3 أرباع بتاعهم. Please, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, let's give a chance to Majak and then Hinai. And I'm not going to say anything. I will say later because there's a lot of points here we need to kind of tackle it, but we don't have to take time because I appreciate those who are with us here. Thank you. Majak, تفضل. You can unmute yourself if you have questions. Let's نركز للموضوع deconstructing. بس احترم نفسك. ما دايرين جلادات، ما دايرين حركات سلفاكير وماكوي ده. كده كده حركات ماكوي ستلقى حالك في هنا في بلو هاوس.
أسمع كلام كويس. الحاجة فيه إنه النقاش بتاعكم يتحول لونسة، يتحول لمرارات، يتحول لحاجات اللي حصلت زمان، يتحول لأي زول بيحكي تاريخ بتاعه حسب المحل هو جايب منه وحسب الحاجة هو سمعه. لكن بالنسبة لي أنا في فاكس، المفروض نتكلم في فاكس. بعد ما ناخد فاكس بتاعنا شنو تهد نتكلم شنو ليش شنو what's بيقولوا شنو لقدام. الحاجة
مستقبل.
أيوة مستقبل، أيوة الحاجة اللي بودينا لقدام دي الحاجة المفروض إن إحنا نتكلم فيه. والمستقبل ما بيجي إلا لو إن إحنا ما قدرنا نقدر نشخص ولا نتكلم كثير في الماضي بتاعنا. حاجة بسيطة اللي أقوله يا أخوانا، جنوب السودان ده بلد بتاعنا كلنا. الكلمة بتاعي قاعد أقوله لأي زول، وأنا كلمت مع سيبراتيست ولو كلمت مع راديكالز ولا الناس اللي بيشوفوا يعني مثلا الناس زي أقوات لما نمشي نتكلم معهم أنا بقول لهم the same message. أنتوا مع سيبراتيست ما عندكم فرق، لأنه كلكم أنانيين. الأنانية قاعد فيكم كويس. يعني هم بيتكلموا إنه أننا يا حرر البلد، بلد بتاعنا دين كاملوا لكن لما تجي في اتجاه تاني كده نشوف سيبراتيست بيتكلموا في شنو. يا أخوانا أننا ما دايرين أي زول في إكواتوريا هنا. أننا إكواتوريا ده النيشن، ونحن دايرين النيشن بتاعنا ده يكون نيشن بتاع إكواتوريا. شوف الاثنين دل لما يتلاقوا ما في حاجة بقول له ساوث سودان تاني كويس، لأنه كلهم أنانيين، كلهم يعني الزول بيتكلم عن حاجة ذاته. يعني أنت ما عندك الوطنية ولا القبول بتاع human being زيك عشان تقبلوا ونخلي جنوب السودان ده شنو يكون دولة زي الدول اللي انتوا قاعدين في وسط. انتوا قاعدين في دول بتاع غرب. الدول مش ناس قبلوا نفسهم عشان عندهم بليف واحد ولا عندهم كلر واحد ولا عندهم ايديولوجي واحد. قبلوا نفسهم عشان يكونوا دول بديفرنت بتاعهم كله as human being. وقدروا يكونوا الدول بتاعهم وانتوا التعبانين كل يوم جارين تقطعوا المحيط الابيض، تقطعوا المحيط عشان تجي تقعدوا في دولهم وتكونوا نفسكم عشان تقدروا يوم من الايام انه تساعدوا افريقيا التعبان ده. ما عندكم كلام زي ده. التفرقة الكبيرة اللي عندكم. إذن أفريقيا كلكم بتتكلموا يا أخوانا، ولا أفريقيا ده ما في الدولة، ما في كونتيننت زي أفريقيا في موارد بتاعه. إذن البوبوليشن ذاته بسيط جدا. يعني ما في زول بيتكلم في حاجات زي ده. وتلقى كونتري صغير زي ساوث سودان population بتاعه ممكن ما أكتر من 14 مليون. شفت؟ وموارد بتاعه وارد واسع بيشيل أي زول. يعني هنا ما قادرين يعني
1 minute sorry just remind.
ما قادرين نتكلم في الحاجات اللي بخلينا نتفق ونخلي كونتري ده ونعيش كلنا فيه. الكلام بتاعنا كله في الحاجات اللي بتفرقنا وهنتكلم فيه لحد 200. لا ما هجيب لنا كونتري بتاعنا ممكن بوحدنا. يا اخوانا المفروض تشوفوا في برايت سايد وين بلد ده بيشيلكم كلكم. انت اكواتوريا، انت دينكا، انت شلوك، انت وين، الدولة ده بيشيلكم كلكم. ما في زول هيكون مظلوم لو ان احنا يعني اتعلمنا الطريقة كيف الدولة مثلا بيكون فيه تعايش الكثير ده يقعدوا سوا. لو تعلمنا يعني انتوا شباب زيكم لازم تتعلموا كيف الناس يعيشوا. انتوا عايشين في محل، انتوا عرفتوا الناس بيعيشوا مع بعض كيف من different ethnicity من different religion.
انا عندي سؤال لك يا اخوي مجاك.
اوكي دقيقة بس. انتوا المرارات والحاجات ده ما بتخدم اي حاجه. لكن شنو الحاجه الوحيد الناس اللي بيجيب حاجه كويس بكره اللي بخدم الناس. فانا نشيل المرارات ده نكون ما في، يعني انا ما بشوف هسه فيكم، ما بشوف حاجه بتاع التعليم ولا حاجه بتاع التقدم فيكم، ما في. إما انتوا الناس اللي تعلموا والمولودين في التسعينات، مولودين في 2000، ما بشوف اي حاجه. التقدم والتعليم ما في اي حاجه فيكم. شو هنا الجنوب ده هيكون كويس كيف؟
Thank you. You got your minute is up, but let's hear the question from Brother Deng, and then you can answer. Give you another 1 minute for it. Go ahead, Brother Inai Deng.
Ita ya akwai da nasala ya meja. Asalo zol jakata lumma kwa buk. Ita hatarjala utugulo ta'alna kwa sawa shan Junub Sudan na bakhali umu abui da yamutu ma mushkilta katalta umu abui. Ta mumkin ta'amal kida?
لا زول كبير. الحصل لنا نشيله انه حصل لنا كلنا كجنوبين. انا داير ندفن الماضي المرير ده، ندفنه ونجيب حاجه كويس لنا كلنا.
إذا ما دفنت
رجل بيشيل ريفنج ولا تار من بيت لبيت، انا ما اقول.
طيب يا اخوي انت قاعد تتفلسف كثير. انا بدي اسالك، ليه ما دفنت الكلام ده في خرطوم وقت لما كانوا مربشين يضربنا بانتنوف؟ ليه ما دفنته في وحده؟ كان تقول يا اخي احنا كلنا السودانيين، كلنا السود. مو جونجيران كان قاعد يقول لكم السودان الجديد مالكم جريتوا عملتوا دينكا كيندوم، because right now هسه ده ما حكومه الشعب، ده حكومه قبيله واحد. انت فيك تنقل الكلام ده؟
المشكله شنو؟ انتوا عندكم اللسان بتاع جنراليزيشن.
ده ما جنراليزيشن يا
دقيقه. انتوا قاعدين تتكلموا مع الناس اللي بناقشوا معكم. انتوا ما بتشوفوا السايد الثاني، هم بيتكلموا بيقولوا شنو؟ انتوا قاعدين تشوفوا بس الناس اللي بناقشوا معكم.
كارلين بارجر ده كان بس اسال كارول بارجر ده كان عايش في العالم، مو كان قاعد يناقش كتير. ما هو مشى شاف نازل وكان كتب حاجه وورى حقائق. انت نسيت الكلام ده ولا شنو؟
يا اوتيسو. انت لو لقيت دبيب مع دبيب تاني، انت بتفصل بين دبيب ده بديب كل دبيب كاب ولا دبيب كله دبيب؟
the same thing. كلامه في محله. ده حقيقه.
انا ما عندي حاجه كتير نقول لكم.
اصل فاضل الدول اللي احنا عايشين فوق ده، الدول اللي عايشين فوق ده،
انا داير اقول حاجه بسيط. انه
ما جاك في سيجا قادر يقول لك حاجه، قال دول عايشين تقبل كتبتي مثل. اسمعوا يلا رد له.
عارف كيف؟ لما زول يقتل زول، ما شفنا في اوروبا زول بيقتل ما يتراوح لالاف الناس وبيحطوا لنا كمان رئيس للدوله. شيء مؤسف جدا. في اوروبا ما قاعد يحصل زي ده. لو قتلت واحد انت ده جريمه ما لا يقبل عليه. عارف كيف؟ بيعاقبوك. للاسف الشديد اللي انت قاعد تقول، انت قاعد تحاول كلام ده سابق لاوانه. انت قاعد تتكلم عنه ده. اولا كده كوريك امشي اتكلم مع صاحبك ده، مع اهلك ده، قول لهم يا اخي انزل من السلطه، كفى. انتوا قتلتوا ناس بما فيه الكفايه، ادوا الفرصه للاخرين. عارف كيف؟ القضيه مش انه احنا ما بنتكلم من منطلق، احنا عشنا الواقع ده، عشنا هذه الوقائع. ما تقول لنا انه احنا قاعد نجيب ونعمل، لا. إيه؟ لما زول يعمل غلط في حاجه اسمه محاكم، في حاجه اسمه قانون. عارف كيف؟ لما تقتل بيشيلوك القانون عشان يحكموك، مش يقولوا نمشي نبني دوله، مش يقول اراكم نقعد في سلام. نو، بدون محاسبه وامشي لقدام. تعال انت في دول جالسه سوق عربيه وعمل اللي عندنا في امريكا.
اقول لك حاجه بسيطه. جنوب السودان دقيقه هلا عشان نقول له حاجه
عشان نمشي للناس الثانيين ما يتكلموا.
انت كنت قاعد شنو؟ اوريك انا ليش تعملوا عنه وانا اقول انا جديد.
1 minute بس اقول لكم حاجه. جنوب
بس خلينا نكمل.
انا ما جاك بسرعه سيجي عشان ندي فرصه له.
يا جماعة, I think it's not fair. It's not fair. Nas McCartney has waited for so long, and that's what I've been saying. One thing, bring another, bring another. I think what we can do is, yeah, just let's hold it, just hold it. Let's rotate it around. Let's rotate it around. Mama good mingi belli kinas lisa ma get their words in, and already there's a lot of people who have spoken multiple times.
Let me wrap it up. You know, the point is here. الراجل ده لسه قاعد يتكلم ده، هو قاعد يتكلم كأنه غايب من الحقائق. You know what is going on in this country today. هسه في قبيلة عاوز يسيطر للناس كله. في قبيلة قاعد يعمل جوطة في كل مكان. زول اللي بيحكموه ولا بنخليه كده؟ انت المفروض تدخلوك محكمه يا اخي. You're supposed to be taken to a court of law whereby everything is put in order. احنا لما قاعدين في البلدان هنا في حاجه اسمه كرباج هنا. انت شفت في كم واحد قاعد يقتلوا في الشارع العام. انت شفت البلاد اللي كان what does it البلاد ما كان تابع لنا. ما تابع لنا زين. هسه لما دخلنا البلد ده سياسات يعني مشومه لبعيد المدى. فانت ما تتكلم وهم. البلد ده نعم هو بلد بتاعنا كلنا، لكن انت من هو اول كباري؟ ما انت كنت قاعد تعيش في الشمال. هسه الدنكاوي بيموت في شمال وجنوب. انت اساسا انت عارف مالك انت جاي من وين؟ لانه كنت سي من جنوب. You shouldn't have been stepping to jump مثلا من محل لمحل. No, that is wrong. وتعمل هبط وتعمل مثلا فتنه وجريمه وتقتل وتزني وتجري. كده تقول مش اللي الناس كله. That is wrong.
ده اقول له حاجه.
احنا ما عشنا كده.
حاجه بسيطه.
Okay, Majak هنا في هناك. Let's not make it one and one.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Okay, CJ, can you lock your phone? I need Majak, just hold on, please. You've been clear, and انت ما في تغيير في كلامك. انت قلت جنوبين. أنا قلت ما في حاجة اسمه جنوبين. انت stay with that جنوبين. That فكرة ده it does not exist. It to violate it. If you want to talk about, go ask your people who is the one committed the violence against another particular tribe. وانتوا ما repent. يا حتى ذاته ما سمينا دينكا قاموا community قال يا أخي crime اللي حصل في 2013 that was wrong. None of them. I even seen some people were celebrating, saying yes, that event in 1991. So you want to talk now, you want to look as a good guy. Was a Makuei in Idengal, like the people at the Shabbat, because really this is what it is, because it showed an ugly face. It didn't show a good face. Nas kullu kan amanu bihajas majid Sudan for tasweet. Like in today, there is nothing called South Sudan. That's why even sometimes I get frustrated with my people like Equatorian, like you guys are wasting your time on this unity because there is no unity. Because already this thing is set up, is ready. It's not set up by me. يعني في زولتان عملوا لكن حاجة ده already موجود مركب جاهز على أساس في قبلية ما لن يحلوا. وباللغة بتاعك يا مجا this country is not going forward. لأن أنت قاعد ترجع أنت قاعد توجه قلب ناس اللي ما لقى justice. You will see that this country is not going to go forward until you change that language and admit your mistake and then correct it. Don't come and tell us what we need to do. You can call us radical, you can mark us as selfish, but at least when I talk, I take care of my home. That's not selfish. That's called I'm responsible. And I'm responsible enough to talk about Equatorian. So for you, be responsible enough to take the wrong and fix it. So let me give a chance to Le Gruba, and then later, if you have anything, Majak, you can answer, because Hatta Niso Ali, Brother Deng, and then also, if anybody... Yes, sorry. Okay, Brother اتفضل. لمن معي صوتك خافت. علي صوتك شوي.
No, I'm on the line.
Oh yeah, go ahead, brother. أنا قاعد أسمعك. You got 5 minutes. Go ahead. Thank you.
Please, people, let us not beat around ourselves. The truth of Africa, as a general content, is not yet described. Today, we find the rebellions wherever this country is. There are rebellions. Until in Nigeria, they have rebellions. Why? Because our nationalities, our people are born without backgrounds. All the Africans are born without backgrounds. If you say that few of them born in Juba, they have birth certificates, but the rest one born anywhere don't have birth certificate, and the people didn't ask them to go and bring assessment from where they were born. And the assessment of age was supposed to be given by the Sultan or by the chief of that area. To identify your people in the whole country, you have to know that who is who, and where he was born. Then create the reality, the real unity. To create the real unity of people, the person must come with his identification. Then join
Without identification, how can you create a unit? And now see, Dinga Bur are running to it, and they are looking for nationality, and they are going to be a citizens of that area. Meanwhile, they are not born there. See, they are not born there. They are not having a reality of that area until today. They are expecting to be a citizen of that area. That is a mistake all over Africa. That is a mistake all over South Sudan. And it is until today we are suffering because of that. If we started to get we started to know ourselves, even during the civil war, our people were born under control by people. You go to your area and they bring for us assessment of race. That's peace. I was born in this in Khartoum. Until today, nobody have a birthday, but they are having the 1st of January because of the Independent Day. Why not South Sudan? If you want the truth, we have to find out the unity within ourselves there in those areas. But don't beat around yourself all the time. Here, I'm here. You see, Dinka, Yei was caught in 1997. Dinka, all of that enter Yei that time become citizens. Are they citizens? By a question, are they really a citizen of that area? Why not the Arabs who we send out in those days? And there were business people there in that area. Please let us not disturb our brain from nothing. Let us work for the reality of our people. And let us find out the reality from within ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lumudi. Thank you. Ms. Bella, welcome. Please feel free. You got 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Open your mic. You seem quiet. Ms. Bella? Unmute yourself. Do I just money, Joe?
Yes.
أنا ما أعرف بيلا موجود لأن أنا شايف تلفون أمين حاجة بتاع ميكروفونه مقفول. بيلا if you're there, oh yeah, now you're open.
موجود. السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. يا ما صوتك اختار أنا ما سمعت صوتك تفضل عندك 5 دقائق شو رأيك في الموضوع بتاع if you want you can speak English or Arabic on the point of this Troika statement and then adding to it Makuei message وبعدين في الخطابات احنا الناس اللي قاعدين نتكلم ببالك هنا آرائك فيك you can speak on that so welcome feel free thank you for joining us.
شكرا لكم كلكم.
I know you have some point you want to say right so feel free on speaking that too. Yeah thank you.
Okay. أنا ما عندي حاجة كتير 5 دقائق ذات بكون كتير. حاجة اللي أنا دار أقوله أنا في الكلاب هاوس أنا هنا بالذات السودانيين أسرارنا كله بيجا around the world. you know يعني مشاكلنا بيجا هو خطوه جروب ده لشنو عشان ناس يعملوا فان ناس يونسوا جوك ناس يعملوا حاجات لكن احنا شلنا مشاكل كله خدنا في ده خواجة قاعد يعمل حاجات عشان يفتش مشكلة بين قبيلة لقبيلة لقى فرصة فينا حسا عرف ممكن حسا درسنا حسا يعني نحن خلينا نفسنا في العالم كله حسا ما في زول ما بيعرف سرنا كان سألت زول شماشي في إنديا بيعرف أسرار السودان ليش نو في حاجات تبيتوا قاعد تعملوا فيه بمشاكل بتقبلية ما بينتهي أنا ولا قبلي ولا حاجة أنا جاني مشكلة واحد يعمل لي أتاك في بيتي كلامي أنا قلت له أنا ما دار نعمل علاقة من قبيلة بور قال لي لقيت شال قبيلة أنا قلت له ما بتا قبيلة أنا بس ما دار علاقة راجل جاء ومسك رقبتي دار أخرجني إلا بوليس جاء قال أنا بقتلك لما دا تعمل معي علاقة وده وين ده في فيستيفال هنا في أستراليا أنا ما وديت البوليس قال لي ده تعمل شنو ده تفتح تعمل استثمار وحاجات وكلامات قلت له نو ده ولد بلد أنا ما بقدر بعمل حاجة أكتر أنا عفيته خليه يمشي يعني في حاجات أنا إحنا قاعدين نطلعوا في كلاب هاوس بالذات حاجات ذاته بشع يعني ما حاجات اللي أنتوا بتونسوا فوق ولا أنتوا ما عارفين إنه في منو قاعد يشهدكم أنتوا ما عارفين إنه في منو قاعد يشيل كلامكم ده أنتوا ما عارفين إنه في الدولة دار جنوب السودان ده بصفة عامة أنتوا ما عارفين عملتوا مشاكل قبلية أكثر من مشاكل بتحل البلد كان لي الناس الكبار يقعدوا يفكروا كيف هم يحلوا البلد من كلام القبائل ما قدر ينتهي السنة اللي فاتت ونسناه في حل فوقه ما في السنة ده ونسنا يا هو فاضل إنه في شهر 9 فاضل كم 4 شهور 5 شهور هينتهي ما في حل انتوا فاكرين هيجي حل 200 انتوا بالذات الرجال بالذات
listen دقيقة excuse me دقيقة اسمع I think she's out of the track, out of the topic. I think she doesn't even know what's going on and she has no clue what she's talking about. I have a lot of people that have never spoken. I think there is a place and time for this, what she's saying. Can we move on to someone else? Because what...
Okay, hold on.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me. What she's saying has nothing to do with this. She does not understand what we are doing whatsoever. She does not even understand this platform called Clubhouse, that it has, it's running, all Clubhouse is running political agendas. She doesn't even understand the UN is here, all the political stuffs are here. And she doesn't even know what she's doing. This is just wasting our time. We're running out of time. We've been here for so long. We got important people that who have not spoken. Exactly. We're gonna go on. We're gonna go on doing what we're doing. Kalas, it's okay. It's okay. You find a place. You find a place. You find a place and give your advice there. You find a place and give your advice over there. Okay. So I'm not gonna tolerate this. If this is a man who's saying this thing, none of you guys will tolerate this. I see women sometimes come up and then will say a bunch of crap and then people will tolerate them just because they are women or just because they're seductive. Okay? So let's move on to something that is important. We have bigger issues to solve. We have bigger problems to solve. Incline your ears to important stuff, not to nonsense. Okay, let's just move on to the other people that want to talk.
Can I speak for a minute, please?
Yeah, you will speak, but also allow me to speak first before you speak, because we are all important here.
I'll be silent. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you cannot silence me. Allow me to speak, because we speak all here as equals. So just we're here to talk about important stuff. So there's a different, when you hear stuff, people speaking, hear it from a professional point of view. What are we doing? We're just not here to incline our ears to everything. So there's a place and time for these things. So let's move on, please, guys.
Well,
I was not here. I wasn't here. I was out. I even missed out on Dominic and I missed out on a lot of people. I wasn't here. If I was here, I would stop him.
Can I say? It's okay. Can I say? دقيقة بس أنا بس أقول حاجة أنا قلت في واحد قبل شوية اتكلم أنا قمت laughed at it because أنا قلت this guy doesn't know he compared us with a God. God is radical and we are radical. And I've heard this language before and I was calm enough. Sometimes yes you get irritated, but also we have to understand the enemy will try to use any language. The guy was mentioning this particular to provoke anger, saying that it to separatists, to radicals, then as a God. Us and a God, we are completely different, opposite side. Our issue is the land. Our God, Hagatu Kabila Tau, he always praised his tribe, praising his president as this is the president, and then he want to pacify us by calling us Sudanese. We cannot accept that. So the man was
okay. Let's be in one page. Okay, let's be in one page as a team. Let's be in one page as a team. We always, when we come out here, we come as a one front. Okay. Okay. Just a minute. Just a minute, sir. Malish. With all the respect to you, I respect you for everything that you do. You're really heroic in what we are doing. But one thing that we have to understand, with all the respect, at least Zolde came up here to silence you guys because he knows what you guys are doing. But this woman here does not even understand. She have not even awoken to the level of what we're doing. She does not understand we're speaking for the voiceless. She does not understand the fact that even the movements or everything that people have surpassed through, even the liberation of South Sudan, it took people to speak. She does not have that in her mind. So let her roll aside and go do what she does. Okay? Not everybody is for everything. So when we have a lot of important people, important guests here that had to give us, has to speak. So let's move on with that. Ana kuta mafi hina when a lot of people were speaking.
Mata kala nazi yamal day bitak bad zol biji be bara ba jata yamal le bad day kalim yam su ma jata kalas kalim ji be kalam bitaw do ma fa ma je o ma bara bi yajan siyasa ma bara jan junub Sudan
exactly
kutoro de situ junub ita kutoro situ junub Sudan miten mumkin gulag min ma wulda zar ma shab junub Sudan
exactly.
mata waje rasa ke
Thank you.
zol zai to wuja khasi sakit u khasi be no galat.
That's why I don't want people to defend them. And I'm there zol you couldn't defensive of them. Carlos, okay. Now speak me dal kalim fi mahalat tanin. A lot of people are here just for pick me.
Let's give a chance to CPI and McCartney. CJ. Let's not talk about this today. Let's forget about it. Zemagan, brother Frank, it's over. Let's is a fear, please, respectfully. I talk about somebody who's not even going to get out of the topic. Remember, we talk about it, Troika and Makuei.
Ya Jama, I am so sure. Ya Jama, I am so sure ita kun rujal de hini kan ita kun fi platform ta Zoltani. Uzoltani hold it for so long you did not speak. You guys get angry and leave. But you guys are more than happy to do it to other people. Can we move on, Ya Jama?
Let's forget it. Let's go to CPI. Please, Badin. I apologize. I have to meet you. CPI go. عشان لانه الظاهر مجموعه كله يتكلموا انه احنا قاعدين نتكلم كثير. انا ما
No, please, let's go on. We've been doing this, Mingi Bell. Let me say the last word and then Bifta Kalam Tani. Domino next is supposed to speak, Ya Jama. Domino next. No, Dema Ihraji. This is just being fair. This is being fair, Jama. Mingi Bell, you guys are going back and forth. Lo hasa itu fi makan de ala mutakid you guys would have got pissed off and walk away.
Can you listen, please? CPI is Doro or McCartney, one of them, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's all I want to do. I'll remind the importance when we are supposed to focus on.
It's very important for other people to have their go. It's very important what I'm doing here. It's very important because they are very important members too. Thank you. Please, we don't have to have the last say all the time. Let's just move on. We don't have to have the last say all the time. But you, the two of you, are not allowing people to move on. You have to have the last say. That's the problem.
Okay, I apologize. I'm not going to speak now. I'm done my conversation.
That's not what we're meaning. That's now you're taking things so personal. That's the thing here. We're just saying that let's allow other people to speak.
No, enough.
Who's online? Come on, go ahead.
I think it's CPI. It's CPI supposed to speak this way.
CPI Chalmers.
Yeah, it'll next in line, they need to join in, but just make sure to stay with the topic what we're talking about. And then, yeah, if somebody wanted to interject and something, you can come on, you can get in. Thank you. That person can come in.
Thank you, Duda. I think the topic went out.
Okay, I apologize. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Let him talk. I'm not ready.
Okay, thank you. So I agree with you, Duda, that we got out a little bit from the topic. Even some of us need to leave because when topic get out of control, the discussion will not be interesting anymore. First of all, I don't want to take a long time. I just want to clarify some response to some people who spoke already. Brother Sabati talk about Jamek. That Jamek did not endorse the extension of 2 years, but the Jamex endorsed the extension of 2 years for the agreement, and the vote actually out of 42, there is 7 people vote endorsed the extension. There's 7 vote out of 42. Troika abstained, plus 2 other ambassadors. They did not mention who are those 2 other ambassadors. So that means that the extension order being endorsed by Yemen. You know, that's what I need to clear that. Also, Brother Dominic talk about that there's no detail and there's no clarification about the extension or programs about the extension. There's roadmaps. There's a detailed road they are going to take within 24 months, next 20 months for implementation of the agreements. And I think it's available there. CG, you talk about tribal wars in 1983. And I don't believe that there's a tribal wars in 1983 within the SPLA. What is in the SPLA was ideology war. Gaitut nas Abdallah Shwaldel, al-harb bitama nas Garang, nas Karbino Kwanyin, William Nyon, who Karbino Kwanyin, Katim, the Alkan leaders with the SPLA. Their fighting from the early days was about separatists, those who calling for separation of South, and those who were actually looking that it is good for us to continue to New Sudan vision instead of separation of South. They don't fight for whole Sudan. So there's no tribal war there. The only time tribal war appeared is 1991, 28 August, when Mashar defected, and then they assassinate many of Denga's officers that were in their division. They assassinate them and murder them. And then retaliation of Nuer to Boer, everybody know 91, that they killed many of the Boer women and kids who were killed, and they wiped it out with the whole area. And that's where Yang Mashar lost the strategy of the politics because of that genocide that occurred in Boer. Those are the things that this is the beginning of those things. I do agree with Zapata also that this war is not tribal, it's not between Nuer and Denga. Rather, it is between the SPLM leadership. But we cannot deny that those leaders turned to mobilize their community to fight the war. There's evidence there. We cannot deny it, whether Yang Mashar or Salva Kiir. They mobilized community, but it was not necessary that they're fighting between communities. Between Denga and Nuer, they did not initiate war among themselves. And those are the things that people like Deng Tong have to know it. Even though we be preaching that the violence, where are you going to benefit from it? Inciting violence between 2 communities. There's no benefit there. We acknowledge that government is responsible for mistakes that happen, but not the communities. And Nuer community and Denga community, they met in 2016, and they came out clearly that this war was a political war. It's not a community war between Nuer and Denga. Those are the things that I need to clear, and I will stop there and thank you.
I have a question for him, please. Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You just feel free to speak. When nobody answers, just go ahead. Yeah.
If you say my brother, let me speak in English. Maybe you don't understand my Arabic, so let me just speak in English. If you say it's not a tribe war, what kill people door to door? Can you answer me in that things? And the one who is killing is one ethnic military, which is Dodbeng and Matianganyori. I was eyewitness. I'm not talking to you here as somebody who just tried to create. I was an eyewitness. And they're killing me door to door. And everybody in South Sudan, in Juba, including my brother here, Dominic, he was there and he witnessed a lot too. Is that how you telling me the what killed Nuer are the government? If it's a government, let me give you here, all of you South Sudan, listen to me in English. If it's the government who killed Nuer in South Sudan, that means the 63 tribes, they don't like Nuer in South Sudan. That means the Nuer was been killed by 63 tribes. Are you telling me that the Nuer was killed by 63 tribes? That's the government. When you talk about the government, it's 63 tribes. When you tell me Nuer had killed by the government, doesn't mean Nuer was killed by a 63 tribe. Are you telling me that? Can you answer me, please?
Let me also add these things because, like you said,
will come. Let me just answer. Let me answer this first. Dominic will come. No problem. You know, then, if you define your own way, tribal war, you're telling me that you want to explain in English to me. I'm sorry. You can explain even in Nuer if you want. Tribal war is known by the
excuse me, that's an arrogance. Hold on. I don't tolerate. Hold on. You gotta speak with respect because he asked a simple question. You don't have to act like you can speak in Nuer or whatever. That's disrespect. That's like, you mean like you're okay with humiliating him and you're happy with what they're going through because the man in pain, like we are in pain. When he's talking to you, he's talking sincere. So you gotta respect that he's facing you like a man, telling you what he's asking you. You're supposed to respond politely and respectfully. That's all I want to remind you. So please do not act with disrespect.
Don't worry. All of you in South Sudanese.
I don't understand Arabic. Why you didn't respond to him? It was not disrespectful.
Listen, you're speaking in English. Listen, please. You're speaking in English, right? Okay, so it's normal. If somebody says,
I understand Arabic. You should say I understand Arabic. You should not even bring a bad word. But it's fine. It's good for you. That's a Dinka. Don't worry, guys. It's a Dinka. You just go ahead, man.
Yeah, let's calm it down. But yeah, just Manon, focus on that question and answer. You don't have to give an attitude.
I don't have even the debate with Deng, actually. I don't have time with it. Let me focus on that.
Listen, if you don't want, then
definition of the war between tribe, we know how to define it. Is when the communities, other community organize themselves with their chief, with their youth, with their whatever they have, and attack other community village from opposite of that ethnic group. This is what we know is a tribal organized war. But this one, there's no Nuer organize themselves that they want to fight Denga, nor Denga organize themselves that they want to fight Denga. Those are the politicians in Juba, and they use military machine among themselves.
Stop there. Okay, thank you. I think you are not going to be sincere. Yeah, you're not going to be sincere. Listen, Manon, I think that's why I always say to my fellow Equatorian, if the Dinka cannot take responsibility, for God's sake, Germany, Alman, Katalu, Jewish, and they admit they have killed the Israelis. And you want to tell me, well, they organize. They didn't say organize. Hitler was one man, but all of them obeyed Hitler. Okay? Dinka, they are using this word called 1991. Celebrate. You got to be honest with yourself. Don't much forward them to us. When somebody's speaking to you, you got to consider. When we're talking to you here, we are trying to see if there was a genuineness in somebody coming from the other side, that we always say that they are responsible on committing the crime against the others in this country. And yet you're trying to shut people up by being like gaslighting, sugarcoating, and trying to act like, you want to listen. Does not match with what reality in Junub Sudan, okay? In Junub Sudan, what can't accept it. Only is a ticking bomb. That's why it's not stable. You don't want to admit that. Bahr al-Ghazal is not stable. Equatorial is not stable. Why? Because there's one group that is known to make trouble, and yet you want to say no, it's not us. Then get a warina. Why then? Every place binadu isn't the dinka. And kan zol gal jana hilla wahed. Zol indu jana takuliyom bimshi makan gal jana amal kida. Are you serious? You want to tell me like them mati generalize all nasta bed? Ma jana de manatu jana de gilada manatu mamut rabbi. So no matter to commit crime, even if you're innocent, you're not part of this crime, you need to condemn it. Like in a machine. Okay, Abu Malik, let me give Abu Malik a chance. McCartney, if you're ready, then. Oh, عشان ما اسمع هسه بقينا we are the one talking. Let's give it a chance.
أنا عاوز أتكلم أذكر الرأي. I just want to remind. The first manifesto of SPLA was that was a tribal. It was against Equatorian, and then there was the issue of Sharia law. That was the two subject matter that SPLA went on through it. So it was tribal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Make no mistake, gentlemen. Thank you. And that's it.
Abu Malik, اتفضل please. Go ahead in the 5 دقيقة.
السلام عليكم يا جماعة. والله بجد يا اخوانا انا مبسوط انه يعني انا انه روم بتاعنا رجع. It is good to see you. Yeah, what to see you ديدي. ناس كتار في المنصة يعني. تحياتي لكم بجد يعني. We miss the room for real. We miss this room. نحن جنوبين دائما مختلفين but we should have a dialogue among ourselves. أنا بس الناس التحت أنا أشكرهم بجد لأنه without audience of course we cannot have a meaningful debate يعني. أنا بس أنا مبسوط بجد إنه أنا صار لقيت أخوي دينتون فوق هنا. لأنه دينتون هسه علينا أنت هسه كده أنت you went viral بالمناسبة. بالتوجه بتاعتك الانسكمنا يعني إذا كنت برسالة جماعة الكوماتشو أجلله. Kita ruang itu mana asas lana anak lom detong, lano leaders hagan apa jadi Sudan, kasih zaman jalan Thomas jadi lo amal mau interview dengan dong soal betul soal dah bukan kalam ulga dah, tekan berkah le general zat yani, lano zul misalnya يوم الأيام يكون والله وفقنا بقى رئيس سجن السودان ووصل بيدير بعدين ده كان هو المفروض كان يقوم من يوجه دينتون يوجهه يعني يقول انه سيف انا صار فاجد كعب اصلا لنا لكن we should find a way to reconcile ونجيب سلام في بلدنا حتى انه بلد يعيش في الويام يعني. طيب انا بس يا ودسي we should be fair بالمناسبه انا في قضايا دي قضايا بتاعت الخروبات القبليه اللي حصل في بلدنا يعني. هونربل منون قبل شويه ذكر لك انه في 1991 الناس they got wiped out في بور يعني اطفال ورجال نسوان قتلوهم يعني بشكل بشع شفتها. ودي حاجه موضوع قاعد اذكره يعني الناس قاعدين يذكروا بس في 2030 انه في ناس مشوا دور دور وقتلوا الناس. ده كله حاصل وش السبب طبعا انه الناس قد قتلوا بعض يعني في جنوب السودان كويس سواء كان ناس نوير ولا ناس دينكا فعلا حاجات طبعا حصلت في بلدنا يعني. لكن في نقطه هونربل منون قاعد يقولوا من قبل انه يا اخي ما كان حمله قامت في دار نور عديل انه ناس نوير قعدوا ويتموا وقالوا والله يا اخي انا ما عجبني ناس دينكا. ما حصل لانه هلا نوير انا بعرفهم كويس ده ما ناس ممكن يفكروا في حاجه زي ده ذاته يعني. لكن الحكومات والسياسة
هيحصل يا اخوي هيحصل يا اخوي هيحصل.
احترام للمنصة دينتون ادوني 5 دقائق فارجو انك تحترم المنصة. You don't have to respect me but انت respect people who you know are up here ناس اودسي وناس ديدي الفتورهم يعني. فانا اللي اقدر اقوله فقط هو انه الامنية بتاعي انه امثال دينتون انا بجد يعني طبعا انا اصيل اخوي دينتون لكن دي طبعا عندها علاج طبعا دي امراض طبعا بتصيب الناس انه انت تتمنى في كراهيه انك عايز تصير وتتمنى انه الناس تقوم تقتل بعض يعني. فدي عندها علاج طبعا في المجال الصحي. ده الناس مريضين طبعا. انا شخصيا ده ما بتمنى والله انه النوير يقتل دينكا ولا دينكا يقتل نوير ولا اي قبيله في السودان انه يعني يكون في قتال في بلدنا يعني. لان بنتمنى يكون في سلام. والسلام ده طبعا دي حاجه انا برجيب يعني. فالمهم انا ما بدي اطيل الحديث. بدي اشكر اودسي اشكر ديدي بجد. You guys came back. It is good to see you guys. فاترام للمنصه.
ورينا الحل شنو في الموضوع ده انت من رايك لانه انا ما داير نحن انت قلت عندك انت شايف انه حاجه ده ما صح. تبي تورينا الحل شنو؟ بل هنا نتكلم انه ده ما صح كده. تورينا الحل شنو؟
الهل انه يعني انا شخصيا ده ما هو اصله اللي حصل في 1991 ده انه الناس اللي قتلوهم ابرياء يعني. الناس تفرقيف يا جماعه الناس تفرقيف. وحتى ذاته لو بقى انه في نداء انه الناس عملوا حاجات ديل to be held accountable في محاكم.
لكن انا ما انت ليه تركز 1991 ليه تركز 1991 وفي 2013 يا قريب 1991 كنا تحت السلام القديم والرياض مثلا جونجرن لموا مع بعض ولقوا قال شنو حتى الرياض قال سامحونا يا جماعه احنا عملنا اغلاط حتى ايكواتوريا قتلوهم في الثمانينات بجونجرن رسل الجيش قتل منداري قتل قبائل ايكواتوريا في ايست ويست اند سنترال خاصه المنداري وركز عليهم انت بس تركز في 1991 وانا قلت لك وريني الحل انت لسه ترجع في 1991 والدول دين انت يقول 2013. So tell us the solution. أنت قلت تقول دين مريض. Tell us the solution from your side. لأن أنت قلت دين زعلان. أنت تيجي ورينا أنت زول ما زعلان أنت قاعد تشوف الإنسانية ورينا طريق كيف.
شكرا هو ده سؤالك طبعا جميل. ما هو في نهاية شنو ما يزول طبعا هيقعد يذكر شيء بيشوفه زي حاليا يعني مع الناس دين برضه قتلوهم في واو يعني الناس دين قتلوهم في أماكن جدا في جنوب السودان يعني فبنفس الطريقة برضه الناس نوير برضه قتلوهم برضه في 2030 كلنا بنركز في حاجه ايضا طبعا يعني بنركز في حاجه they feel convenience شفت لكن الناس اصلا قاعدين انه بدا في 1991 اصلا يعني القضايا دي شفت فبالتالي الحل يا ودسي هو انه الناس تعرف في بعض واذا فعلا انه ناس عايزين يوصلوا انه those who were mastermind لحاجات زي دي اللي يودون في محاكم I'm all for it يعني لكن عشان انه انا نقول برانكس وناس المريدين دي مجالات يتبجوا انه يا اخي عايزين نقتل الناس ما انت كده انت برضه ما في طبعا في دين
اوتيسو كده نسال زول انت في الولايه انت وين دقيقه عندنا نسال زول في الولايه في امريكا ولا في استراليا في كندا انا ده نجي نمشي مع مسيف يمشي يشوف انا ما له قاعد يقول لانه انت لما تلقى دينكا بيخلق لك حاجه ولا حاجه ده ما تتحير ذات حاجه ده بيخلقوا كيف يا اخوي انت انا لو مريض سايس انا دايرك انت في هيت عشان نجي نمشي مسيف سوا انا بس دايرك بليز بس تيل مي يا ولايه شالا كان اقعد اقول داير انا بمشي لاقعد ولايه بتاع انا بركب تذكره بمشي له نمشي معاهم مسيفه عشان ما تنبس ناس ساكت انت خليك عندك احترام انت ما تنبي زول ما بتعرفه هسه بتعرف الشخصيه بتاعي كويس انت بتعرف الشخصيه بتاعي كويس بتعرفني انا من ياتو ليبل او جول ياتو بتعرفني انت Do you know my level of education or my level of intelligence? Do you know my level of education? Do you know my level of political level? Do you know all those things? My brother, it's a matter of tackling زول ساكت أقول الزول ده كده يا جماعة احترام ده أنت قدري هسه ممكن أنا أكبر منك أنت عارف كيف ممكن يا أنت أكبر مني أنت بتنط في زول ما بتعرفه ما شفتني قبل كده هين فيس تو فيس أنت ليه تنط في حاجة أنت ما حقك أنا زعلان بحق بتاعي كتبوا الناس تاعي انت المفروض تقول لي انا مجنون تجيب لي حاجه مريض تجيب لي حاجه ما خاش يا اخوي يا اخي احترم نفسك يا اخوي احترم نفسك انا ابدا اسكت بعدين انا ما بزعل منك ارير كيكون مونجين I know how كون مونجين don't worry لكن انت لو كان في ولايه في امريكا هنا انا كان بجيك عشان نجي نمشي معك عشان بس نوريك انك انت دينكا اصلي نوريك انت دينكا مخ بتاعك ده ما بيصلح كله ما بيصلح حتى لو عملوا لك قتلوا لك انجن ده شنو ده مخك ما بيصلح احترم نفسك يا اخوي احترم نفسك ده ما فرصه
شكرا لك
تفضل ابو مالك بس كلام انت قلت مجنون ده مفترض انت كان تسال نفسك ليه هو قاعد يتكلم زي احنا كتير قاعد نتكلم عن اندبندنت انا شايف يعني بس فينا نتكلم يا جماعه لانه
معلش بس انت كمان ما مرت تعمل في حاجه انا ما قلت ده مجنون معلش يعني انت يعني انت قلت هو مريض مرض ايوه لفت عليك دمك يا انا كنت هو مريض لكن ما كنت هو مجنون فالناس كمان يعملوا
مريض نفسي انت قلت يا اخوي انت قلت مريض نفسي
ايوه قلت بيعالجوا شنو يعني ايوه ده عباره عن اللي قلته المفروض انت تقول عباره عن اللي قلتها لكن ما تقول انه حاجه انا ما قلتها
كلامك ده من المخبر اسحب الكلام المخبر
المهم يا اخوي انا ما قدر بعد انا ما عرفت يا تقدر انا ما عرفت يا ايش اسمعني اسمع كلام بس انا اقول لك حاجه انا ما عرفت يا ايش انا بديك له لا انا بديك له دقيقه انا بديك له انا ما عرفت يا ايش لكن حتى في دينك في احترام بتاعك انا ما عرفت يا ايش حتى اقعد اسمع ما قدري اقعد اشوف ديك انت ابيض ساكن ممكن ما قدري في احترام بتاعك حتى في دينك في احترام بتاعك عندي انا اقول لك كلام ده مليون اللي قدام انت لما تيجي في محل عارف الزول عارف باك بتاع الزول اول حاجه سالت اللي جيتوا قاعد يتكلم اسال ناس عنه الزول ده منو والزول ده شنو وهسه اوتيسو ده انا بعرف اقل معرفه وممكن اقول لكم ده زول انا بعرفه وانا قعدت معاه في محلات. لكن انت يا اخوي حتى لو انا مختلف معاك ان شاء الله كان نموت بكره. شفت انت ما تسيل زول ساكت. انت ما تسيل زول ممكن ما قدرك او ممكن اصغر منك او اكبر منك. احترم الزول ما تسيل على زول. ده الوصيه دي انا اديك له في حياتك. لا ما تعجز لا ما تكون كبير ما تسيل زول.
وصيف ده خلينا نفسك بس الشيء ده اقول بس فقط انه هنا في السودان عليك ابو مالك بليز احتراما ركز. انا بس انا كانت تديني موضوع بس انا اقول لك لانه شنو انا اديتك فرصه يا خلينا نركز عليك. الله انت تقول لك روح اوكي انا ما بيقاطعك اوكي نو ما بيقاطعك لكن بس شنو اخوي حاول انت تركز على الموضوع. دينكان كلام واضح انه حاجه دي مؤلم. انا ذاته استوائي قاعد نتالم لما انا بشوف دينكا قاعد يقتل اخواني واهلي. حاجه ده ما ليه؟ لانه انت ده تقول لي يا اخي انا ما نزعل عندي حق ازعل، لكن انت قاعد تعمل شنو لما تتكلم لغه بتاع استفزاز انت بتخلي زول بيزعل اكثر. سلام انا بتكلم ده ما سلام. ممكن انت تفكر سلام انا بتفهم انه انا لا لكن ما تيجي تدي الفاظ بتاع زول ده مريض. دقيقه كلمه بتاع مريض ما دقيقه انت قلتها، لكن كلمه لما تنادي مريض ده استفزاز. الزول بينادي بانتقام انه الناس تخطب بعض. انت مفترض تقول ام سوري انا عملت انا سيت الكلام انا ما كان قاصد. انا ما سوري انا زول اوكي سو معناته انت انت اوكي خلاص خليه
ده دينكاو خليه على كلا ده دينكاو خليه.
اوكي ابي مالك thank you. Let's move on because ابي مالك صراحه بتكلم سلام يعني كل الناس هنا المفروض انت ذاتك تنادي سلام يعني. If you want to discuss with Dinka, you are creating problem. Itu saja ayam, betul itu saja kan. Let's over. Yeah, go ahead. عشان ندي لستانلي فرصة. McCartney, you have to wait, please. Sorry about that. يا زلمة أخلاق يا يوسف. يا هو الكلام اللي قاعد يأكد لنا انفصال لازم يتم. because إحنا ما قاعدين نتفاهم. وخاصة لما العمل الجريمة ما قادر يتكلم لأنه أنا قاعد نسأل سؤال. أخوي هنا زعلان أنت مفترض تواسيه وتتكلم بالحق تقول فعلا أهلي كان أخوك قاتل تقول أخوي قاتل مش تقول لا يا أخي أنت زعلان بس أنت مريض. ده كلمة استفزاز. أنت كمان ما تقول تآسف ده إهانة أكتر من إهانة. يعني أنت قاعد تعمل شنو؟ adding salt on the wound whatever they call it. But anyway let me give Stanley a chance. Welcome Stanley. It's good to see you. عشان نرجع لمكارتني أنا apologize interrupting but كلامه كان خلى reaction. So اتفضل مستر ستانلي.
خليني أسلمكم كلكم واحد وخصوصا أعضاء بتاعت غرفة جريتا إيكواتوريان نيشن وكل المتحدثين في المنصة والمستمعين في الغرفة. أنا بصراحة من فترة بعيد وما حبيت إني أدخل كلاب هاوس لأن أنا لقيت على أساس إنه ده بقى محل بتاعت شنو تزاجر وشتائم وعدم احترام رأيي. كنا بنعتقد على أساس إنه منابر زي كده يكون سبب لحوار عشان الناس يتفاهموا وعشان الناس يوصلوا لحقائق. لكن اتضح على أساس إنه ده ناس تانيين فهموها بغلط إن ده محل عشان هم يجي يكمموا أفواه أو يجي يسكتوا ناس في الوقت اللي الناس تانيين جايين يعرضوا عن أحزان والظروف اللي هم بيمروا بها. فالتوبيك بتاعكم توبيك يستحق النقاش. لكن لو انتوا راعيتوا لطريقة الناس اللي جايين في الغرفة ناس جايين لاستفزاز ما أكتر من كده. أنا موضوع بتاعت Deconstruction بتاعت Troika statement about SPLM 2 years extension كل الناس عارفين على أساس إن الإكستنشن ده ما في ناس قبلوا بيه. حتى الزول السياسي زي منون اللي أنا في فترات كتير بشوفه في غرف أنا بيعتقد على أساس إنه هو له دراية ووعي بالسياسة والمفروض يعني بيقيف مع الحق. لقيته قاعد يتكلم على اساس ان الناس قبلوا بتمديد بتاع الترايكا لسنتين للحكومه اللي لا مؤاخذه حكومه قذره، حكومه اصلا ما عنده معنى بتاع كلمه حكومه. فانا في رايي انه الموضوع بتاع التمديد ده ما موضوع بتاع الترايكا ولا موضوع بتاع دول الجوار ولا موضوع بتاع يعني دول الاقليم، بل ده موضوع بتاع الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان اللي بيعانوا معاناه من الحكومه اللي قاعده. فالجنوبيين كلهم بلا استثناء ما عدا الجنوبيين اللي بيستمتعوا من الحكومه ده هم اللي يعني شافوا على اساس انه التمديد ده حق والتمديد ده المفروض يمشي. وطبعا في ظل حكومه زي كده ما في زول بيقدر يقول تلت الثلاثه كام او رايك ذاته ما مسموع. اذا كان احنا هنا في منابر يعني بتاعت الحريه، يعني ان الواحد المفروض يكون عنده راي ويحترمه، انت بتلقى على اساس انه دايرين يسكتوك، دايرين يستهتروا بيك، ودايرين يعمل كلام زي كده. فما بالك يعني واحد شايل سدة الحكم في ايده وبقى ملك له. عشان كده انا ما ماشي اتكلم عن الموضوع ده، انا جاي اتكلم عن كلام انا سمعته هنا يقول على اساس ان 91 كان ده ياهو يعني حرب عنصري في الوقت اللي انه 83 ده كان حرب ايديولوجي، و2013 حرب ايديولوجي. يا جماعه كده راعوا للمفارقات ده، كده شوفوا بس بالراحه كده، يعني واحد يقعد كده يتمعن ويسال نفسه. في 83 الناس استقصدت بعدها على اساس قبيله، على اساس قبليه، يعني رغم انه في اختلاف بالاراء، الناس استقصدت نفسها على اساس قبيله. الغلط بيرحموه، لكن الزول اللي من القبيله الثاني ما بيرحموه. الناس القياده والناس اللي اتولدوا عشان يحكموا ولا يتحكموا أؤكد لأخواني الدك على أساس إن الموضوع ده لو موضوع بتاع القبلية كان ده النهاية بتاعت SPLM بصراحة يعني النهاية بتاعت SPLM و SPLM ليه؟ لأن الشلوك والنوير جو للمسار الاستوائيين كلهم دايرينه اللي هو الانفصال عن الإنسان اللي اسمه عربي ده. أنا عاوز يعني الناس يستمع كويس ويشوفوا يعني طريقة بتاع التفكير بتاع الجنوبيين شنو. يعني الوقت ال SPLM طردوه من معاقل بتاعتهم وجروا للاستوائية. أنا كنت طالب في الجامعة وبقينا بنناقش نقاش شديد. في ناس من إسرائيل رفعوا شعار على أساس إنه ده فرصة. الناس ده الوقت دخلوا الغابة قال هم ماشيين عشان شنو؟ عشان يجوا يعني يهينونا. فجات الفرصة احنا ذاتنا ممكن نطلب السلاح من العربي عشان نتحد مع الناس اللي دايرين انفصال ونفصل الجنوب. لكن عشان الاستوائيين عندهم عقول مستنيرة وناس بتحب السلام الناس قالت لا عيب كده احنا عدو بتاعنا المندكور. لكن الدنكاوي ده اخونا هيجي اليوم اللي هنجي نقعد مع بعض ونساوم الموضوع ده ونحلوها مع بعض يعني وديا. فخلينا ما نعمل حاجه زي كده واحنا كلنا
You got 1 minute. That's why it's
اوكي. احنا عندنا يعني زي المشكله بتاعت واني كونغا شال السلاح عشان معامله البطال والناس كان كله دايرين يعني نفس المسار الاستوائيين يشيلوا سلاح. كان ده النهايه بتاعت شنو؟ SPLM. لكن الاستوائيين اعترضوا قال لا ده حركه وطنيه واحنا دايرين بلدنا فخلينا نحارب من هناك. يا جماعه احنا النهارده جايين نتكلم عن موضوع بتاعت الدوله. يعني كان احنا لاحظنا اللي بيحصل انه الاخوه اللي لو في ناس بتحب البلد خليهم يتكلموا بمعنى بتاعت ان الناس كله سواسية والناس كله يستحقوا يعني حقوق متكامله في البلد ده. لكن طول ما الناس بيشوف على اساس انه في ناس شغالين عندهم وناس ثانيين يعني بس بيخطوا مناظر زي ما عرب كان قاعدين يعملوا احنا ما هنمشي anywhere. ده هيودينا الى مسار ما كويس. فعشان كده احنا لما بنقول تاريخ ده احنا بنقول عشان ناس تقوم تفكر كويس وتحتكم للعقل. وانا حتى يعني من ضمن الناس اللي بيقول على اساس ان انا ما بتكلم عن انفصال. ليه؟ لان انا شايف على اساس انه في قبيله واحد هي اللي عامله زعزعه للجنوبيين كلهم. لو في اي حاجه احنا دايرين نجيبهم ونعادلهم لما احنا كلنا نلتف في بعض ونوريهم ان ده الطريقه الصح. لو بقى ما دايرين يمشوا بيه خليهم هم اللي يطلبوا بالانفصال ويمشوا يلاقوا اللي هم يحكوا بعدهم فيهم. عموما شكرا لإتاحة الفرصه. في الكثير المفروض ناس دايرين يقولوه عشان يسهلوا المسار لكن طالما بقى الموضوع محدد بزمن انا هجيب لغايه هنا ولو هتدوني فرصه ثانيه ممكن نجي نقول شكرا.
CPI Kandoro I mean CPI McCartney. CPI I don't know if he's up there, but McCartney please feel free to speak. You got your time because he didn't speak at all. So please speak out your time. Thank you. You can unmute yourself.
No, I'm just doing something. Pass the line. When I'm ready, I will bring my.
Okay. All right. I think CPI, I don't know if he's there. He's not answering. So, Anabas, okay, go ahead.
Let me just say it and then I'll go because I need to go and do something. Yeah.
It's further.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so very much. And I will try to stick on, some of these questions. And I would like to debunk two narratives. Wahid, at least three. واحد في التحديد بتاع المشكلة. Today, if you are trying to define even a context of a problem, there must be something that you have to base it on. And that is why some of us are not menacing our words when we talk about the tribal nature of our conflicts. And I said earlier in the comments, Some of the young wanted to, the Young Council of Elders programs and agenda is very clear. That one, nobody can debunk it unless you're just one of the surrogate kids. And for those people who are saying that, at the Duka bench and the Matenganyor National Army, and they did a very great job, like what Agwad was saying, it's just fallacious. Because what these people did was to dress these tribal militias into a government attires, to look like it is a government outfit, and now use it. And that's why when you look at some of their, generalizations in the club I was there, people are talking about this is the government doing these things. You talk about the government, but they will never condemn the tribal element within, because these people, they met, they plan, and they use it correctly, thinking that they will be fooling the human being. That unable it doesn't need discussions. And that will take me back actually to the issues of the fact that people are talking, oh, it is only 1991. No, even way in 1983, it was actually tribal sentiments. Some of the people were killing the SPLM because of their tribal sentiments. Those of Ladu Lukunya was killed because he's an Equatorian. Some people are saying he's Murle. No, he's not. Those of Akota, those of Akota Tem, being a Denka, aligned with Noel, he got his faith. It is not that the problem within the SPLM was tribal as well as clan problem. Okay. That is why when we're talking about the 2013, we said even Kir threw his energy, because that was the only thing that can be appealing, to some of these people, so that they can be able to rally. And he went to Baragazal in his own mother tongue, that, the government is your own government. You want to leave it to be taken out of you. It's there in record. So what is it that the people are coming to try and lie to us? So that is why I'm saying when defining the context of the problem, we, the opposition that not signed the agreement, we said, yes, the problem started within the echelons of the SPLM, but because it is tribally motivated. So we wanted to give everybody his due right. And that is why we are supporting the issues of the hybrid court within fundamental root causes of the problem in this country, because we wanted to address the reason that will make a people, commandeer, for example, the whole apparatus of the army and use the arsenals of the army to advance their own tribal agenda. And here people wanted to come and talk to us about unity. This is our country. We know this is our country. But also we are mindful of the fact that in this country, God has given to us what is called an ancestral land. And if your ancestral land wanted to be taken out, then it is an existential threat. Now going forward, I talked about the unified forces. And I also talked about the extension of the government and the roadmap. People are talking about the roadmap. What is the roadmap? What is in the roadmap? These are provisions that are not being implemented or tabulated. 73% of it has not been implemented. But is there a very meticulous, tabulated plan of how to implement this thing, that from this month to this month we'll implement this and this chapter, and this will be the gain charts, and we will gauge it against? It is not there. All of us have gone through planning and management cycles. And this is what I am referring to. I don't say that there's not a roadmap, but this roadmap was signed. And we were questioning the integrity of this roadmap. We said in 4 years, you have just implemented 27%. Can you do these things in the 2 years? And history will come and observe us at the end of the day. So even with this Troika statement, and I would like to conclude with it. Yeah, he who thinks that because Troika is shelving the biggest, budget. Even now, America has withdrawn his support, and this is a worrisome situation to these people. There is an IGAD, but what is IGAD? Every country within this IGAD have their interest, just as America has their interest, and probably that was what they used Because even AM7 was saying, I came to South Sudan in order to avert genocide. This is what he said. To stop genocide from happening. And they also triggered, because this is an Eastern African community, thing that they used, like the OAU, because there was an article like that then in the OAU that if there's a problem within the member state, then you can't stay, akimbo, wait for something to happen. This was in the narratives he was using, But to me, from a political stand of view, it is very important that at least the Americans are now understanding, the Troika are now understanding, it's okay, they are understanding that this government is not very serious. They didn't demonstrate the political will that is needed. They have not engaged the civil society. They have not, laid plans and strategies of how to break this war. People are suffering. People are still dying. If they can be able to come into a sense, if some of you can even talk to them and lobby with them that indeed, this is a way forward. This is how, they should look at this government of Salva Kiir. And we talk of extension, just tell you of extension to some people of the country.
Yeah, I got to be quiet.
So, Anna, Al-Kalambet and Aswad Hina, Jongaren is not there. Jongaren Mat Kalas Shepemot. How many years has Jongaren died? Don't ever talk about Jongaren. We are talking about the current situation right now, here. Even when we are talking about this government or this country being united, Mama Natu Bishluguizol Beshelga Betazola Tan, Inta Denkau Inta Shulgan Beta. Anna min La Fonda and Dishalgan Beta Bushluganipo. Kazali Kazola Nuerau. But we were in Juba. The killing was killed door to door. And some of you are not even doing justice and healing so that the people like those of them can say, Wala Yakhana Malesh, it is a historical artifact that have happened. And because you have come henceforth to say we are sorry, then Allah for Lafia. It's not identified. As well as you bet Kalama and Karam, the Gola for the Daribek Haja or Kida. Wallah, shoot. Nuer as a community, they believe in revenge. They believe in terror. They will retaliate. But I just want to say, audacious, and let me conclude with this. Because audacious now has an issue to say. And I agree with Nimeri. Nimeri, when he was advocating that they want the role now, he was saying, yeah, Jama, I don't want my children to go through the same corridors of revenge. I don't want to do something with you, the South Sudanese. If I know very well that another 30 years down the line, my children will be subjected to this mama because there is a tribe called Dinka, there is a tribe called Nuer, and there are tribes called Equatorian who are going to fight. And if this separation can really salvage this situation, I will opt for separation. And I will go and deal with my separation by that for Sudan. So let's be very careful.
I heard you, Dominic. Hold on. Because Shanano Kalamta, Dominic Fahajat Lazimana, I want to get from him to understand it. It's a Kalamta on implementation and Troika withdrawing support, and then also Troika noticed this regime is not serious. Mr. Nasar Salhina has into opposition. Can nas regime da apply implant everything aligaloda who implanted it and work on it and it happened. What is the next step for opposition? Are you guys going to sign and agree with the regime, and do you agree to be okay with them, or
our position has always been very clear with the addressment of the fundamental root causes of the problem.
What is it? What is this fundamental root cause of the problem?
System of governance. What sort of system of governance? We have articulated in our documents. We're talking about a federal system. We're talking about devolutions of powers. Devolution of powers, not this decentralized thing that's happening. We are talking about a national army that need to be a nation in content and character, not a tribal gangsters of militia put into government attire and call this is a national army, so that when something like that happens in Juba, they are going to protect. We are talking about a constitution that has to go through a constituency conference and a constitutional making process, where the people of South Sudan has to have their say through a referendum and decide what those constitutions is going to be. You know, we are talking about issues having to do with the infrastructure, you know, of our democracy, our elections. We are talking about overhauling of the judicial systems. These are some of the things that we are putting. And if this is not achieved, you know, we will continue to stake this struggle.
So just let me be clear. Achieved by the regime, because in this peace agreement, you mean?
No, we see we are stakeholders in this thing, and we are saying even within this context, we are also proposing that should be a technocratic government. That has
لو متفقوا معكم لو كيف اتفق بكلامات ده كله opposition هيكون خلاص in peace مع الموضوع بتاع السيستم الحاجات ده كله ولا لسه انتوا هتكونوا want to argue on that?
No, my you listen. You know,
I'm listening, but I'm just asking a simple question.
You see, a mechanism. What is going to be the mechanism? We are going to oversee the implementations of these things, and we have proposed that in the event, and for these things to happen, you know, neither I nor Kir is going to be in the hell. Now Kir is a culprit like me. If is a Sahena Barbarian, because he's a part and parcel of this mashakil, you know. So the modality and the mechanisms of implementing these things is that we need to find neutral South Sudanese who have never been part and parcel of this conflict to pave us the way, you know.
Yeah. You're gonna ask who are they gonna be? Who is those people? Who's the neutral people?
It's not about the same people. Now, Junubi, where do you think you are going to get this Junubi? You are a Junubi, for example. This is a Junubi.
Yeah, but I'm gonna calm down. Yeah, Dora. It doesn't tell the Haraka Shabi. Best correct. Khalik come. It up to you. Take it as a praise Kir, but let Dominic, because this is a serious question here.
And when we have this overhaul, we have this mechanism put in place where we have a very clear governance system with governance structures. Remember, I have talked about these things. It's not a childish play. It's not about just a talk. This is something that we now are discussing it with the government. And that was actually the stumbling block. And that is why when I talked earlier that we need to define the context of the problem before we enter into these kind of discussions, you know, so that at least, and also, you know, the perpetrators of these crimes. I talked to you earlier about the hybrid court.
I understand.
Reconciliation. Unless, you know, we have a mechanism that is outside those who are actually holders in this conflict.
Thank you. I just before Sabad قال لك سؤال في كلام تقول بس أنا سؤال يا قول يا حركة شعبية تبي كويس شوية ما لقيت تقدم الحركات الطالبان. Can I calm down? في سؤال لأنه this is a very important thing because brother Dominic is speaking points and we want to be clear لأنه عشان المستمعين يسمعوا because we are separatists. We know what we stand. يا زول إذا كلامك كأنه قد تأكل لبان. Can I calm down? بس خليني أنتظر شوية بس كان في كلام مهم جدا what Dominic mentioned. One of them إنت قلت والله قلت كده دخلنا من حاجات كتير من راسنا كده خلي سبات يتكلم منو عنده مشكلة go ahead brother سبات يتكلم أنا بعدين بيجي أسأل
Okay, سؤال أنا كان دراسة Dominic جاي تاسع الأخيرا هو is حاجات اللي مرتي بدي اللي كنت Kir sign. Will they then go inside to try to implement حاجات اللي sign And then he gave some explanations which are practically is not feasible. It is not something that can be attained. In that, Dominic, a lot of Al-Assassinu, usually when you are signing a peace deal, you are not signing policies, you are signing principles, even including the federalism, technical technocrats for governing structures. You sign them as things that are going to be implemented. However, you people will be asked now to go inside so that it can be now to design the policies by yourselves. Kan fi parliament bitakun wala form bita hakuma bitakun. Okay, sorry. Yes. So what
sorry, Sabata, can you please calm down while we get sanctioned, please? You know, at least Sabata can finish his point because we have a serious question on that. Go ahead, Sabata.
Yeah, so what I was saying is, and I also remind Dominic, Dominic, when you people are signing an agreement, you are not signing policies that are clearly designed until we can implement it. You are signing principles, including even federalism, and decide as going to be a form of government. It will be signed. The Zen skill react to federalism is included. But now, then you people will be asked to go inside. Now to go and sit Mahakuma the inside now to design the policies because a lot of policy, something that you guys established, it is going to be more of periodically. Zeta guy in Congress or later Parliament you continue designing policies again and again, reshaping policies, but then the principles simply guide the policies. You don't overstep the principles as you're shaping the policies. At the end of the day, the point I'm trying to make here is it is going to be you and Cohort Stakir now to go inside and implement it. So here is the tricky part. If Itakunle principles Takunde Kulu Kir sign, will you then trust to go inside to implement that with Kir while IGAD is sitting on the side watching the same way they are watching implementation Tanas Kir Maria? They also are there. Will you guys be going inside to now implement it?
Any agreement or disagreement that are put in paper. And one thing that we will definitely be doing is that, you will have to be implementing the agreement and not renegotiating this agreement. It happened with even the CPA. There are protectorates of this agreement and there are grantors of this agreement. These are some of the things that we'll be employing. Now, one of the setbacks of the SPLM Mayo has been actually in the security grant of the agreement. Because no one is going to relinquish the mechanisms of the grantor or the grantees of the agreement. So that is one thing that we will never do as a matter of fact. But of course, any agreement, there are partners to this agreement. And that is why when we talked about even, the technocratic government, because we are mindful of the fact that the protagonists have their intentions to derail the agreement, do not implement the agreement. Even when we talk about the reservations with this agreement that revitalize is because, first of all, there's no strong guarantees. If the IO was to go with all their forces, like what happened with the SPLA, during the implementation of an agreement between Khartoum and and the SPLA, even those of Kir would have been very careful. You see, now we are not not saying that the desires and the intentions of these people will change, because we know them. They were with us in this war for all this time. Okay. However, what is very important is that as time goes, and the conflict gets complicated, people are coming out with modalities. And remember, from 2018 to date, a lot of things have evolved. And by the way, we need also to bring every Sudanese who are our stakeholders this time round. And that is why even the issue of this roundtable conference was proposed, so that at least we need to get out of this mentality of everybody wanted to live his way and find his way. Because this is what I keep on hearing. People are saying, you wanted to fight yourself with the government. When we know very well that if that was the case, in 2018, people would have gone to Juba and they would have been there like there was not tomorrow. But that is not the case. We are on the process of finding very durable solutions. And that is why we have talked about even this extension, and we have talked even about this election. Why did these people decided to wait? Why did this one? But you're trying to explain. Just conclude with this. Why did these people say, well, the infrastructure for the election is not ripened? Because these guys have derailed everything. They have negotiated this agreement. There was no guarantee on this agreement. They say, okay, it is the government that is supposed to finance this. But we know logic dictates that nobody will train your army so that army comes and fights you at the end of the day. These were some of the things that we will also learn. We are not saying we are not learning from this agreement. A lot of things we have learned from this current agreement that is being implemented right now, even in Juba. And we will improve on it, just as we have improved from the CPA. And by the way, this agreement was negotiated just on the model of the CPA. That's why it talks of two army commander-in-chiefs, and people have to be there in their area and cantonments. But that element of the grantor is what is actually that is missing. Otherwise, Kir would have implemented these RCs whether he likes it or not. Because he knows that the moment he decided to play it, these forces of Riek Machar will react. They have decapitated yet. Asabidia, Edika.
You hear me? Okay. Yeah, أنا بس كنت سمعت لي لأنه في
بس حاجة بس تفصل لكن فايدة نتم مع زول ده دومينيك في ناس هنا كتير دايرين معلومات إنه في شنو ماشي في السلام بتاع خرطوم اللي كان عمله لكن خرطوم بتاع السلام بتاع خرطوم اللي كان عمله في ناس ما فاهمينه كويس ما كان عمله عشان في السلام ماشيين نفسه كير ذكي أو دين كديل ذكيين they know how to read the problem ما كان في السلام لكن انت لو لقيت فرصه تدوق لي تاجك انا كان ما نتكلم لكن بجي بقول لك براكه ادم من تشني تعرفني تعرفنا ويب سايت دوق لي انا بفصل لك حاجات كتير بس نفت حاجه بسيط بس ما ماشي فوق كويس لكن اساسا ما في سلام السودان لي فروم كلام كان نقول زي تقول شوف زي هزار السودان لي فروم ربين تشوف زي هزار لكن انا اقول لكم حتى لو قلت في السلام موضوع جيبوا ترايكا جيبوا منو عشان كتالون نوير بيمشي جوا لكي بعمل لسه بيجي يوم بيكون في فرصه بس انا اقول لكم الكلام ده لسه في يوم بيجي في فرصه في ويندو بسيط هوا بفتحه and all of you will see the حاجات اللي كان حصل كله they will reverse back في يوم بيجي تشوفوا رغم انه ناس مشرتين كده نوير عاملين كده you have to confuse your enemy sometimes and be with them or confuse them in different ways. لكن سلامته بتشوفوا زي سلام ما كان كتير ليه نقراه وبنعرفه لكن ما باكو كتير ما في سلام في جنوب السودان جنوب السودان ما بيعيش في سلام هيعيش في رباين بيقولوا كلام ده تشوف زي هزار لكن يوم من ايامنا ما نيجي هو الزمن بتاعه عشان يعملوا ينفسوا بيقولوا كلام ده قبل كده كان قالوا ما في سلام في جنوب السودان lazima yagosho nufuso ngalo rek macharo wina rek macharo ukid gardon bet bitaw mi foko modez mi foko fi yo mentalata ni rek muskan kulu unite kan basal jundo ka rek machali se betu mugardan le modez boys bo lo ka rek machara mo haje rek machara na rek fi ju makali ya mo lo haje o ya fi kira sakale kiriyo min yami ji haje chan chan yek to rek wala yamal haje te shufi junu sana bille bim shu wendan and they know lakin da ma kalam la ne kula asrar fogo akoy damane fi asrar lakin بعد مرات ما بيقولوا في بابليك مالا زي ده بنيجي نقعد فوق نقول حقيقه بس يا جماعه في حاجه ماشيه خطا بس كده عنوان كده والناس تدرس انا بنديكم خرطه بس في حاجه ماشيه خطا والناس تدرس وتسوي تفتش انه خطا ده شنو عشان كده يا اخواني جنوب السودان ما فوق سلام كير عارف الحاجه لو عملوا في 30 ده ما يجيب سلام في جنوب السودان ودينك الذكيين المخن شكل ونبدرسوا في الكلام ده انه يلوك ما لاقي له حل مشكلة تطلع جالسة ما لاقي له حل يا جماعة بس ده نقول لكم حقيقة نقول كوست اوف بروبلم ما لاقي له حل لأنه حتى لو قال معلش لسه في سؤال ليه يعملوا عشان كده يا اخواني واخواتي القاعدين جايين الليلة ده قاعدين في شغل بس عندنا نفس عليكم المحل ده بسيط ده بس أنا ما أقدر نتكلم كثير فوقه لكن في جنوب السودان مهما عملنا يوصل ما فوق حل وأنا ما دارين انفصال أنا قدامكم أنا لسه أنا انفصال لكن ما هسه انا دايما نقول اوتيس اخوي كده اجيب شويه بس اديني فرصه لما نلقى حقي بعدك تعال ننفصل ما تجي فلوس انا بديك انت تنفصل لكن خلينا نلقى حقي اول ما ممكن انا يعضوني وتقول لي خلاص عدوا خلاص تنفصل يا اوتيس اخوي كده اصبر شويه ما بيشيل سنين هاي 10 سنه 5 سنه تنفصل لكن لسه حقنا ده بناخد عشان كده ما برجال وحسب ما بجوطه ولا بكلام لكن اصبروا هتشوفوا تغييرات ان شاء الله.
انا ذاته كده انا بشكر يا قلت انا اقول انا تالي انا كم ده اجر ساعات انا ما كم ده يا شوف يا جماعه يا اخي زول ده الناس وبسلام ما مشكله you are listening
كده دقيقة point of order God can you calm down please كان في سؤال تادين you will come up just hold on سؤال تادين أنا دين you asked أنا كنت بعيد شوية أنا بس قاعد نسمع and we don't want to argue and remember يا جماعة for everybody هنا بندي fair to everybody to speak okay we don't want to be dictated but sometimes when we ask questions لأنه في حاجات كده مرات some people will say إحنا لو خليناه يمشي معناته إحنا like we don't have a point we have to put our case clear why we say we are separatists because في reason لكن لو الناس تاني ما يسمعوا صوتنا إحنا بنديك تتكلم إحنا قاعد نسمعكم في غرفكم انتوا أنا متأكد هسه في غرف اللي بيقول الوحدة لما نيجي نتكلم ما بيدونا فرصة بالعكس بيسكتونا بيحاولوا يستهترونا بيقولنا زعلانين وإحنا شنو لكن في قضيه احنا عارفين القضيه ده ما واحد يعني النقطه بتاع القضيه في عده نقاط اللي بيوري انه احنا عندنا قضيه كبيره وهو استواء انه لازم يكون دوله because the same thing لما جنوب السودان بقى دوله قال كان قضيه بتاع بس انه عرب بيقتلونا ما كان فوق موضوع بتاع اسلاميزيشن موضوع بتاع اوروبيه موضوع بتاع جينوسايد موضوع بتاع انتهاكات ضد الانسانيه موضوع بتاع حاجات كتير حتى الجرائم اللي حاصله كانت معروفه international including حتى ذات الميليشيا الحركة الشعبية كان متهم لكن the international community find a way to put this to an end يا أوجي جابوا قال like South Sudanese to call for referendum so لما نتكلم عن قضيتنا we have a reason why and I give everybody a chance to speak because we want to respect all people's view ده احنا دايرين نوري للناس اللي لسه عندهم doubt والناس اللي قاعدين يبي in foot out to know where we stand and we're not backing up because we are very confident our case is real and serious ده ما كيس تاع ناس عاطفيين زي ما في ناس بيحاولوا يحقرونا ده ما كيس تاع ناس اللي هم ما عارفين يتكلموا عن شنو we're not here to mock we're not here to insult we're here to be honest but the people of Dinka who are was like and I have to be honest like a lot of the people who came here earlier majority of them Dinka I've seen language between mockery, insult, and especially when Dinkan was talking, he was talking an honest thing. And he was very adamant to it because he knows there is no other respect from the other side. And yet, those guys, when they come up, instead of understanding, and they want to play humanity, but yet they go and mock and insult and disrespect. It's not right.
انت really just be yourself. because احنا عارفين هنا في كتورين غشهم بطريقه دينكاوي طيب. because انا شايف كان دينكاوي طيب خليه يعاتب اهله. ده ما إهانة، خليه go and challenge their own people by committing the crime. ناس ميليشيات اللي قاعدين يرسلون في إكواتوريا اللي قاعد يكل كباين ده كل الناس بيعرف، حتى دينكاوي he knows this thing that happened 2013 يا جماعة ده ما كلام تاع سياسة، ده كلام واضح، ده revenge and this is a targeted killing on the tribe بتاع نوير. The same as they target tribes right now in Equatoria to take us out and then they will build their own Dinka community. يا أخي Caroline Berger wrote this. إنتوا لسه ما قاعدين تفهموا عربي ده؟ إذا خواجة كتب إنجيل ترجموا لكم بعربي إنتوا لسه جابوا قرآن جابوا إنجيل لسه ناس ما فاهمين حاجات الدنيا ده. ما خلينا الناس وبعدين دي بيأكد إنه إحنا Equatorian when we talking sometimes I feel like some of our people don't want to listen. They just want to stand on their views. We listen to you, but also listen to us. عشان كده لما الناس أسأل question I'm not because love to talk, but أنا سؤالي ده because في حاجة أنا داير نسأل ولا أي زول يعني احتراما لكم كمان إحنا ما نتنازل عنه بس moderators sometimes have the right. أنا شفتكم في غرف تاعكم we don't argue there because if somebody disrespect قاعدين نزلوا أو كان زول ما agree ما قاعدين نزلوا إحنا ما قاعدين نعمل زي لنا بنديك فرصة عشان تتكلم but كمان respect us in that point please. So thank you Dantong and thank you everyone who is here. God, please respect the podium. We'll give you a chance, but do not get that umat shettim. Not to get shettim. We don't respect. We don't want that. Yani, they don't have the right to speak. You know, they don't Asma. What the heck? Come on, calm down. تقدر تتكلم معي باحترام. شكرا. اوكي احترم انك عندك فرصه انت كمان احترم شويه. انت كان زعلان كل زول بيزعل انا حتى قاعد نزعل لكن we have to calm down. اوكي انا بديك فرصه بس كان هنا Dominic Fat like it's okay go ahead and talk because في حاجات I want to ask this opposition question because opposition have something that they need to clarify to us and that's why I don't stand with opposition. I'm an Equatorian nationalist. I call for separation. And there is a reason why. Because حاجات اللي قالوا نقاط قبالك حتى brother Sabata mentioned there is some things and I agree with him. These things is just illogical because these things have so many يعني fragility in it. اللي هم قاعدين يقولوا ده. وبعدين they are part of the regime once. They cannot deny it. All of them work in the group بتاع SPLM. You know? Everybody عنده خلفية الحركة الشعبية. عاوزين يتكلموا اليوم هم صوت الشعب. ده حاجة أنا قاعد نسأل عن الناس اللي هم بيقولوا مواطنين بيقول أمين الشخصيات اللي بيقولوا هم معارضة بعدين بيتكلموا عن تكنوقراط. What is technocrat؟ هم بيدوا الكلام ده وأنا فهمنا المعنى التكنوقراط. تكنوقراط هم شخصيات يعني معينين ده ناس اللي بيكونوا يعني almost building a level of calling themselves this is the elites. Okay? Then if they can look like مجموعات المصدومة اللي ما عندهم فرص التعليم ما عندهم فرص التقدم كلهم في مهجر يعني نفس الشخصيات اللي كان في الحركه الشعبيه ناس هم فرقوا حالهم بقوا يسموا حالهم تكنوقراط هم حيرجعوا يجي يعملوا ده ريسايكلينج. سو في حاجات انا شايفه الحركه الشعبيه هناك غلطان والمعارضه غلطان وانا شايف كلهم هم كسبوا فرصه شنو مجزره نوير في 2013 لانه حاسه ده حاجه يوريني انه في نوع بتاع شنو ال opportunists playing on the death and the war of nowhere because really كانوا بيعرفوا الرجيم ده كان من بدايه هم كان وقفوا الرجيم ده وقت اندبندنت قبل اندبندنت الجنسان لكن معظمهم سكتوا معظمهم اتوظفوا معظمهم اشتغلوا قاده سياسيين انتل لما حتى هو قاعد يتكلم عن دستور في واحد ممبر بتاعهم في سوما he was proud to tell هو كان كتب دستور ده مع واحد اسمه جون دوك. Soma is the one this is not standard and now they want to tell let's come to the people and talk about destruction كده حاجات ده لازم يكون واضح. I cannot trust them. I'm sorry. حتى لو هو أخوي I can't trust them because we need the sincerity هنا لأن ده مصير مستقبل تاع الشعب and for me my people are suffering. يوم ده ورينا إنه إيكواتوريا في خطر but people are mocking it ولسه قاعد نمشي في نفس الخطر حتى brother Dentong mentioned حدث غير يحصل لهم then divide nowhere the same thing right now we have been divided too because بيبقى في شخصيات they are playing ورا الكواليس عشان divide us in a game of شنو بيجا ده tactic لأنهم قدروا يعرفوا weakness تاعنا وين the same like how they found the weakness in Nuer لكن أنا متأكد Nuer one thing that will unite them because they believe in themselves as Nuer وده حاجة أنا متأكد Nuer will not حتى لو كانوا مودهم وين في نعم بيرجعوا بيعرفوا حالهم منه لكن Equatorial are we willing to figure out who we are ولسه أنا هنجي لما يقريد نهاية ما في حاجة اسمه إيكاتوريا تاني. فده السؤال اللي بسأله مسلم إيكاتوريا. فتفضل أنت. اتفضل. أنت 3 دقيقة عشان تدي فرصة لمكارتني. يس سر.
ده شنو؟ أسمع شيء أنا بس دين بقول لك جل كورو.
أسمع أنا كان بس ركز ما تركز على دين is everybody like every guest هنا ركز على point بتاعك. Okay. أنت ما جيت عشان دين. Let's not fight. Deng is one person who's giving his opinion. To come and respect his opinion without making it as a personal. Please go ahead to your point. You got 3 minutes.
ما ده شنو هو ده شو؟ جنوب ده ما بتصل إذا الأغلية الموجودة في ناس بفضل أنا سجب شو جلاب أفضل من الجنوبين. وإذا الناس ما قاعدين يركزوا في مشاكل الجنوب ده إذا ما نبلده will control like this. One نقول لك وده نكلكم تماما. ده الجنوب ده ما بروح. الناس إنه أفكار كاب ده الناس إنه أفكار متعربين دول بعد شوية بيكون في السجون. Just a matter of time. بعد شوية they will be in prisons and they will pay the price for the next 30 years. ده ما ولا زي. طبعا ده من ما في وكده من قال ما جونغار ما أنا ما قال أقول جونغار ما يموت ما مشكلة لكن أفكار جونغار ما بموت. لا أنا زعلان. الجنوب ده إذا فعل أفكار صح كان شغال. أنا القبلين دول زي الأنكل تاير فوق ولو جقل قارين في over here. نازو كان أكمل زمان. كان قاعد في السجون وكان بقى مابوشين الدولة. هذا زي أخوي والأمي ده قاعد كلام ما كويس. هذا كان he would have been serving 25 years in prison and would have been used as a property for the state. يشتغل في الزراعة. بعد الحكومة اللي قاعد فوق ده مشكلة كبيرة. لأن الحكومة ده إذا حكومة weak is a weak government. يا جماعة أنا قلت أمريكا مش هل. What I mean is this. أمريكا عنده مصالح. سبب أمريكا بقى super power في after 1945. He took over from Britain and from France والروسيا دول شالوا برا. أمريكا آخر المكان الموجود ده. تبدأ أمريكا بنزل تاني. ما أمريكا بشوف إذا في بعض الدول عندهم مشاكل. بعض المشاكل في شيء يشيلوا البترول ويشيل اليورانيوم ويشيل كل هاي دايرو. أمريكا ما ودمك. ما تقول أمريكا ودمك يا أخي. أمريكا ده وسو أمريكا. عنده ملاتان. أنا حتى أمريكا أقول أمريكي. إني مصارف بتاع ما جنوب. ده دبل تاني مولود فيه. وأنا مولود بجنوب ده. إذا مشاكل الحكومة ده حدثت. ما في قبلية مش حرب. ده حكومة قاعدة في السلطة. ده حركة شعبية. عشان أنا أقول إذا كان الأفكار بتاع الحركة الشعبية استخدمهم 80% من الناس قتلوهم. 80% شوف يا جماعة I don't care who died. I don't believe in heaven or hell. Period. جنوب ده لو زول جزار زول زد بول كاغامي. عشان الجزر السياسيين دول. تبي جزء قاعد يتكلم قاعد دلوا ربين أزول يحكموا it is a threat to society ما يكلوا يقول برا. أنا ما خايف من الحرب. أنا ما خايف. أنا will deal with you. إذا بيجي قبل دينك أنا بوديك قاعد ما دايرو. ولكن نقال ما ربنا أنا somewhere later on. So please let's try to unite نكون جنوبين. لكن unite أنا كلا دم منطق يعني. بالمنطق confrontation ما في لازم.
ده دينكا يا جماعة خلوا. ده دينكا وخلوا.
يا brother في الحرب you cannot defeat me. I will defeat you in war. I don't feel that.
All right, thank you. Your time is up, brother. Thank you.
I don't give a damn.
خلاص أسمع زي كده.
شكرا يا دينكاو.
Don't worry about it.
شكرا.
Let's not do that.
شكرا.
Okay, thank you for your point. I don't have any problem. إنت كده راجع نفسك. إنت لما خلقوك ده في الدنيا ده كان تكون دينكاوي. ما ولدوك دينكاوي صح؟ لكن أنت مفترض تكون واعي. No. إنت أسمع أنت ما قلتش شيء من إكواتوريا. أنت قلت أسمع. language بتاع دينكا كان إكواتوريا جاباني إكواتوريا شرامي. Please.
I never did that. I will never do that.
أسمع دقيقة. لا أسمع ده disrespect. خلاص thank you. I will have to drop you down. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
دقيقة أقول أنت قلت أنت قاضي أنت قرير لو أنت قلت قرير لو أنت بتنبس ليه أنت قلت قرير لو أنت تنبس مالك ولا أنت دينك ده شيء دينك أو قرر ما يجيس ذاته دينك شو لا أنت قال ما يجيس ذاته بكون بمشكلة.
Good. Let's end it here. Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say, Odysseus, can you look at your inbox? Escobar was asking, so that's why I inbox you.
Yeah, he's here. He's up. But
if you wanted 1 minute.
The Facebook. Yeah, the Facebook is already off, so you can turn it off, and then if you want to turn the other one, I will just turn another one.
All right, thank
you. So go ahead.
I wish we could. I wish we could make another one and just re-record it or something. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you,
I will
please.
do it right now.
Thank you.
So just go ahead. Sorry, McCartney, and I have to be honest with you. We're trying to listen to everybody. McCartney طبعا عنده a lot of inputs, also want to hear from him, and also brother Escobar. So welcome brother. تتكلم عندك وقت تتكلم عندك 5 دقيقة. So أنا بدي أجهز الروم الثاني في فيسبوك. Go ahead. Thank you. علم شوية صوتك بطيء شديد. انت تسمعون صوته واضح لك؟ لأنه صوته لاي very low. انت عندك سماعة؟ It's very low. Yeah. لو عندك سماعة أنا كنت في سماعة كمان لأنه كده perfect. Yes, thank you.
أنا بس أقل من دقيقة داير إنه بطلب من أنكل ستانلي إنه خليه يجاوب نفسه السؤال اللي اتسأل لدومينيك، لأنه كان ما واضح بالنسبة لي، فخليه لو يعني بسمح إنه يجاوب نفس السؤال اللي اتسأل لدومينيك، لأنه سؤالي له إنه سؤالي الثاني له إنه هم بؤمنوا إنه كجبهة خلاص بؤمنوا بتغيير بتاع النظام ده مرة واحد يتشال من جذوره، ولا بؤمنوا إنه بعدين حيكون في سلام وهم حيكونوا شركاء بتاع النظام الموجود بعد كل المجازر والقتل والحاجات اللي ارتكبوا فينا كاستوائيين وفي باقي قبائل بتاع الجنوب. ده كان بس مداخلتي. شكرا.
هل المنصة بتديني الفرصة عشان أجاوب؟
Yeah, feel free. السؤال واضح لك، ما في زول عرب، اتفضل. عندك 3 دقائق إذا بتقدر توضحه. اتفضل.
3 دقائق كويسة. شكرا اسكوبا. قبل وقت السؤال كان قاعدين يقرأه، أنا حاولت أعمل بلينكينج عشان برضو أرد مع أخوي.
We have another room, huh? أطلع من ده أدخل في الروم الثاني.
Okay.
أنا عملت لك تكست، أنا قلت it's called continuation. Just go to the next one.
Okay. Listen. So I just get out of this and then into the other one.
Let me end this first. Okay.